India's phenomenal growth story. Create the right policies and introduce the right levers to achieve greater heights. To chart the growth path of the next 25 years and achieve global leadership position for the Indian economy. Business Today presents the India at 100 Economy Summit, Achieving Global Leadership. Today, top leaders from political, administrative, and corporate spheres will be coming together to discuss, debate, and help create a framework for sustained growth in India over the next 25 years. I'd like to thank our sponsors for the occasion: Associate Partner, Brahmos; Knowledge Partner, Accenture; Sustainability Partner, TrueAlt Energy; Logistics Partner, Safe Express; Associate Partner, GMDC; Insurance Partner, Tata AIA; Radio Partner, 92.7, Big FM; Media Partner, Amar Ujala; Trade Media Partners, Media Infoline, Best Media Info, and MediaNewsForYou.com. I'd now like to invite on stage Saurabh Majumdar, Editor, Business Today, for the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the India Today Group and Business Today, a very warm welcome to today's India at 100 Summit. Today's discussions come at a time when several developments have changed global dynamics, and as a consequence, India is also in sharper focus in the world stage than ever before. Whether it is the pandemic which upended the world, or the recent Russia-Ukraine turmoil, or even the growing uncertainty in the global financial markets thanks to rising inflation and recessionary trends in some of the biggest economies of the world, all these developments in some way or the other point to the growing importance of India as a stable and attractive economy. As India turns 75, it is time then to look at how we can leapfrog into the next phase of economic growth. And hence, the roadmap for the next 25 years assumes tremendous importance. India, ladies and gentlemen, is a story of resilience. Despite the crippling effects of the pandemic, which felled even the mightiest economies, India has managed to emerge as a tough, resilient economic power, bolstered by the massive market opportunity it provides. Even as inflation continues to be a worry for policymakers and the central bank, they have pegged India's GDP growth this fiscal at over 7%, still the fastest growing major economy. This, of course, is no accident. India's services sector is booming. Sectors like aviation and hospitality are witnessing massive recoveries since the pandemic hit them hard. And the policy push by way of government capital expenditure, it is hoped, will bring back private sector investments. Meanwhile, despite global headwinds leading to a funding freeze in the startup ecosystem, India is home to over 100 unicorns, with 75,000 registered startups creating economic value and employment. It is widely believed that the Indian startup ecosystem will be one of the most powerful engines of economic growth in the years ahead. As I mentioned earlier, there continues to be serious challenges, inflation and jobs being key among them. The government and the Reserve Bank, of course, will have to keep a close watch on many of these aspects as India marches into the next 25 years. Recently, Business Today magazine spoke to some of the world's and India's biggest corporate leaders on what they thought would be India's trajectory over this 25-year period. And every one of them felt this is the time for India to come into its own. Bank balance sheets have been, by and large, cleaned up, and infrastructure push is being accelerated by the government, and the digital revolution is upon us as a major new growth driver. A clear sustainability agenda is also being drawn up by the government, and there is a push towards manufacturing in a big way. A combination of these factors can, if we keep at it, propel India down the runway of sustained and inclusive economic growth in the years ahead. One thing is certain: India is indeed an idea whose time has come. During the course of the day, we will, of course, listen to some of India's topmost policymakers, corporate leaders, and thinkers about how they think India will move forward and the roadmap which it needs to draw up. Each of these sessions, curated after much discussion internally, is aimed at providing insights which we can take back and work on. Once again, thank you very much for sparing time and being with us today, and I really hope you will enjoy the sessions that follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Saurabh. What better way than to kick off today with a conversation with someone at the helm of an industry that's now entering a universe that's poised for growth and altogether new trajectory. Yes, as Saurabh said, there continue to be challenges, but what is the outlook looking like for the aviation industry? Is it geared for a major takeoff? I'd like to invite on stage Honorable Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, in conversation with Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television.
Very warm welcome once again, Mr. Scindia, to kick off our day-long discussions. I don't know how many of you here know that in 1947, when the British finally left India, India had a very large number of airstrips. I'd once reported on that it was nearly 400 airstrips, and the reason for that, Mr. Minister, as you would know, was that the British had believed that the Japanese would invade India, and they had built airstrips pretty much in every district headquarter. From there to now, India is the 21st country or 20th thereabouts when it comes to the number of airports. We know about the traffic. So, Mr. Scindia, I'm going to start today. We are India at 75, but we want to achieve global leadership in the next 25 years. What do you think will be the shape, color, size of India's aviation industry in 25 years? Because every developed economy in the world has a powerful, massive civil aviation infrastructure attached to it.
So first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's always great to be at a Business Today forum. Siddharth has obviously done his research prior to having me on this panel, but I just like to add a caveat to what you just mentioned. We in India had an airline even prior to independence, right? And you had airlines in the Deccan. You had Air India that was operating 5 to 7 years even prior to independence, operated on multiple trunk routes as well as domestic routes. So it would be fair to say that aviation has been part of our DNA for a very, very long time. We had seaplanes in India in the 1910s, 1920s. We had a seaplane landing in a man-made lake in Gwalior way back in 1910, 1920. So civil aviation has been very much part of our DNA for a very, very long time. But the question very aptly asked today is from Amrit Kal to Shatabdi Kal, the journey of India in the area of civil aviation. So let me delve a little bit in the recent past before we talk about our present and before our future. In 2013-14, we had 74 airports in our country. Today, in a span of 8 years, we have built out an additional 67 airports, water ports, and heliports. So we've gone from a number of 74 to 141. We have almost doubled our number of airports, water ports, and heliports in India. If you look at fleet size, in 2013-14, we had roughly about 400 aircraft in India. Today, we're inching close to the 700 number. I believe we're somewhere between 692 to 694. We're going to add capacity at the rate of close to 15% per annum which means you're soon going to see a fleet in India close to 1,200 to 1,500 planes. Capacity expansion as far as airports are concerned, in the next 5 years, we are looking at a capex plan of close to 97,000 crores purely on airports. That covers the state-owned Airports Authority of India, which has a very aggressive brownfield as well as greenfield program. Close to about 42 airports on the brownfield side are being upgraded, new terminals, capex of almost close to about 30,000 crores odd. We are building out 3 new greenfield projects, Holongi, Dholohera, Hirasar, another 3,500 crores. And equivalently on the private sector side, brownfield, again, expanding 7 current airports, close to about 34,000 crores, and building out an additional 4 new greenfield projects, close to about 31,000 crores. So that is the thrust. Now, why is that happening? Is going to be Siddharth's next question. And the reason why that's happening is really simple. You have a country of 1.3 billion people. But pre-pandemic, we had only 144 million flyers in India. If you look at the railways, which is, I believe, our closest competitor, only in the region, and I'm taking a segment of the railways. I'm not taking the whole transportation system of the railways, because I'm looking at an apples-to-apples comparison. If you look at only the air-conditioned part of railways, so only first AC and only second AC. So first AC and second AC, pre-pandemic, we had close to about 185 million travelers. So the delta between civil aviation and railways is roughly about 40 million travelers per year. However, the important point here is if you look at the CAGR, the compounded annual growth rate, the CAGR for railways is close to about 5.6%, whereas the CAGR for civil aviation is close to 10.3%. So therefore, it's my prediction that in the years to come, it may take us another 5 years, 7 years, but in the years to come, you're actually going to look at the number of travelers in civil aviation becoming pretty much the bulwark of air-conditioned travel in India as a means of transportation. Pre-pandemic, we had, as I mentioned, 144 million domestic travelers and 60 million international travelers. What's my forecast? My forecast is in the next 5 to 7 years, that number of 200 million is going to grow to 400 million travelers. That's the kind of delta in growth that you're going to see in the civil aviation business.
Mr. Scindia, you gave us several interesting data points. I don't know how many in this room know that after the United States, which has a massive number of airports, Brazil comes second with 4,000 plus, and then Mexico. I never knew that, sir. 2-3 questions in follow-up to what you said. How easy or difficult is it for you to build airports? I was recently at the first commercial flight that landed at Devghar, and I could see that, I mean, the whole town was out to basically welcome that flight. You had also welcomed that. How easy or difficult is it to build airports? Because without that, there cannot be the growth that you spoke about.
So the point here, Siddharth, is to look at civil aviation. Today, when we look at the civil aviation space, what do we end up talking about mostly? We talk about international connectivity to India, so I to D. And then we talk about domestic connectivity between metros, one metro to the other. But that's only a segment of the story. The bigger segment of the story is actually connectivity, as you mentioned, to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Because that's where the growth is going to come from. So let me give you another data point. In the last 7 years, metro connectivity has grown between 7 to 8%, between 2010 to 2015 period, and then 2015 to 2020. So I'm taking a 5-year sliver for metro connectivity. Non-metro connectivity, i.e. tier 2, tier 3, grew by 11% in 2010 to 15, and an earth-staggering 31.3% between 2015 to 2020. So what does that tell us in civil aviation? That tells us in civil aviation that the new growth areas are going to be from regional spaces. That tells us in civil aviation that while you concentrate on international connectivity and the 6 metros, also concentrate on last mile connectivity. And what I mean by last mile connectivity, and I'm going to take you back to the first comment that you made while we started this interaction, is that yes, look at I to D, look at metro to metro, but also look at metro to two tier and 3 tier, and finally look at 2 tier to 3 tier to last mile connectivity. And therefore the thrust has to also be on regional connectivity, which is why in the last year, you've seen that under UDAN, we have brought in a new scheme, which is the small aircraft scheme. India has to also look at the last mile connectivity in terms of sub-20-seater aircraft. So this round of bidding, which is UDAN 5.0 that we've taken out, we've actually concentrated within fixed wing also at sub-20-seater aircraft that will provide that last mile connectivity. Last October, I came out with a new helicopter policy because in hilly states like Uttarakhand, Himachal, Jammu Kashmir, our northeastern states, that helicopter is the only way that you can provide that last mile connectivity. And the penetration levels of helicopters in India are today abysmal. We have a fleet of roughly 250 helicopters in India. When you talk about the US, you're talking about 3,500 helicopters. You talk about Brazil, you're talking about 4,000 helicopters. And therefore, the new heli policy that we came out with, where we scrapped all TNFC charges, RNLC charges, so as to make it much more capitally efficient as an industry. We brought in a Heli Seva portal that you no longer have to go through the torturous route of getting Army and ATC permissions. You put it onto a portal. So we're slowly graduating towards that. We're trying to move to a scenario where we will have multiple helipads in multiple states and therefore provide that last mile connectivity. The final point I'd like to make is that if you look at the last 6 months where there has been revenge travel across the world, and you look at the tsunami sort of situation in international airports, I must commend our domestic airports at doing an amazing job and actually standing out as a beacon to the international peers in terms of how to service customers.
Mr. Scindia, there are 2 and more world-class airports. I'm talking about Mumbai and Delhi. Who will build most of the new airports over the next decade? Will it be the Airports Authority of India, or will it be private corporations like Adani?
It has to be both. I think that it's important that we understand in India that government has A, finite resources, and B, I think it's also important to look at the stress on government where the social benefits of investment are greater, i.e. health, i.e. education, i.e. other sectors where we create a safety net. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, Kisan Yojana, those areas. So whilst, as I mentioned to you, you have a close to a 34,000 crore capex plan of Airports Authority of India alone in the next 3 to 5 years. The private sector is also redoubling its effort with close to about a 65,000 crore capex plan. But let me tell you this, that when you talk about the metros, metro airports in India, it's not confined to Delhi and Bombay. Let's look at Delhi today, which, yes, certainly is a leader. 70 million throughput capacity today in the Delhi airport, growing to 100 million by this December. You're going to have another new airport coming up in Jewar, 12 million in phase 1, 70 million in phase 2. Bombay today is capped out already at close to about 55, 60 million. You're going to have a new airport coming up in Navi Mumbai, which ultimately will be close to 50 million capacity. Chennai airport is going to grow from close to 35 million to 55 million in the next 2 years. Both Bangalore and Hyderabad are going to grow from currently 25 million to close to 50 million. And Calcutta airport, again, is going to grow from current 30 million to almost 54 million in capacity. Now, many of these airports are being still manned by Airports Authority of India. But if you look at the 6 metros alone, the current capacity of 221 million passenger throughput at the 6 metros is going to grow to close to 456 million in the next 4 years. That's the kind of leap that we're looking at in the days to come in civil aviation as far as metros are concerned.
Do you see any of these airports going into private hands in the metros?
Well, most of them are already in private hands.
Calcutta, for example?
Well, at this point of time, I think that we've got a very aggressive capex plan in place, both in Calcutta and in Chennai. At this point of time, I think Airports Authority of India is doing a yeoman's job in terms of putting that in place.
How is the Air India disinvestment panning out? I don't mean to say that otherwise, but most civil aviation ministers would say that their portfolio isn't the same without Air India, but you clearly aren't one of those. How is the Air India disinvestment panning out? And to the public here and those who are watching us, what are the benefits that you see that have already accrued and going down the line, sir?
So first, I think it's an important point that you brought about, Siddharth. I think it's important to understand that what is or what should be a minister's role as far as his or her PSUs are concerned or CPSEs are concerned. I think government's role should be that of a visionary, should be one of who he or she sets the roadmap. But I think the nuts and bolts, the delivery, the execution must be left to the management of that PSU. I think ministers, bureaucrats, on a day-to-day basis, handling PSUs is not a healthy sign. And whether, not in my current stint alone as a minister, but from my initial stint when I was telecom and IT minister or commerce and industry minister or power minister, across the board, I have always maintained, the first statement I have made in my dashboard meetings, which I have held in each one of these ministries, which is a regular feature every Monday, along with all the ministry folk, has always been that the ministry sets the vision for a PSU. But I do not want, and I'm very clear in that, I do not want any interference from the minister himself or the ministry in the day-to-day running of any PSU. That's not our job. That's the job of a CMD. Because if you intend to do that, then you might as well not have a CMD of a PSU. You might as well become the CMD of the PSU. You have to set targets, and on a quarterly basis or like you would do within your company, on an H1 basis or a fiscal basis, look how we are measuring against those targets. So for example, I certainly look at the CapEx deployment of our PSUs across the board on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis. Are we actually executing according to the deadlines that we've set? But that's where I draw the line. The management is there to do their job. And similarly was the case with Air India. My hands are quite full with or without Air India. I did not, whilst I was Minister of Civil Aviation, interfere in the day-to-day workings of Air India. And I believe that now it's gone into private hands. I'm very confident that under the new management, it will soar to new heights, no pun intended. And I'm very confident with their fleet expansion plans in place and with their reservoir of expertise, both on the IT front as well as the hospitality front. I think a lot of that should come to bear on the Air India value proposition for customers in the days to come.
Mr. Minister, I have observed and reported on all those beats and portfolios that you have held, and I completely agree with you. My question, do you see the Civil Aviation Ministry existing in 2047?
Oh, absolutely.
And why would that be? Why would we need a government setup?
I think you do, because let me give you one example, right? When you have sunrise sectors in a country, and I've seen that with my experience with this particular example that I'm going to talk to you about, the Prime Minister was very clear in his vision that India has to become the world's drone hub in the years to come. So what does that entail? When you're setting up, when you're proliferating, when you're giving new impetus to a hitherto unknown industry in our country, I believe that any successful model rests on 3 tripods. three legs of a tripod. The first leg is you must have a conducive policy. And so, for example, when we came out with the new drone policy, I believe in March last year, when I took over in June, July, we completely redid the whole policy, did away with all the permissions, all the fees, brought about a really industry, consumer-friendly policy within a span of close to about 2 months. In August, we revealed the new drone policy. So the first leg is policy making. We brought about an airspace map, which I think is not talked about enough. But we always look towards the West in terms of the models, in terms of what they've done, whether it's the US or Europe or Canada or other countries. In India, we brought about an airspace map which very clearly delineated red areas, yellow areas, and green areas. Within a span of 30 days of announcing the new drone policy, I had committed to a 30-day deadline. And mind you, this is not an easy task. Why? Because you have to sit with all 36 state governments and union territories. You have to sit with all your line ministries in the center and understand from them what is strategic, what is non-strategic, what is a fly zone, what is a no-fly zone. And we were able to do that within a period of 30 days for industry. So the first leg of the tripod is policy making. The second leg of the tripod is incentives. And so, again, within 2 months, we came out with a PLI scheme for drones. An industry that had as total revenue only about 65 crores. We came out with an incentive policy over a 3-year period of 120 crores for a nascent industry. And today, I'm glad to report to you that 23 companies have been given recognition under the PLI policy, and the turnover of those 23 companies has grown from a base of 88 crores in August last year, based on the PLI scheme, to 319 crores in a period of 12 months. That's the kind of growth impetus that has come about. The third leg of the tripod is creation of demand. And for an industry that is nascent, is just about being born in India, the creation of demand for drones as a service across 12 line ministries of Government of India. The Agricultural Department pushing the use of pesticides, the Rural Development Department pushing the use of drones for Swamitwa, which is the cadastral survey being done completely by drones. The Mines Ministry looking at using drones for exploration of mines. The Power Ministry looking at inspection of transmission towers with drones as opposed to humans. That demand creation has also been done by government. And therefore, I firmly believe that government's role is seminary in terms of new industries and technologies that are coming about. The next technology paradigm that's going to happen, not today, not tomorrow, but maybe in 2 years, 3 years, once EASA and FAA give approval, is eVTOLs. Electronic vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. That industry also must make its core base in India. And that's one of the things that I'm exploring as we talk today. So certainly government has a role, an extremely important role in terms of spawning new technologies and new areas in India.
In the last few minutes that we have...
And therefore, just if I may summarize, the government's role has to move from that hat of being a regulator to becoming that of becoming a facilitator. We are one with you. We are equal stakeholders with you. And therefore, even within my ministry, I never sit at the head of the table. I sit at the center of the table. Because then we are equal stakeholders along with everyone else, learning from each other and looking at what is the best path forward through discussion, debate, and getting that conclusion on the basis of which we move ahead.
How happy are you with our aviation regulator, or do you feel the need to further empower it, maybe not make it the US FAA, but somewhere close by?
Well, our aviation regulator, in any case, both, we have two regulators. One is for safety, which is DGCA, and the other is for security, which is BCAS, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. They both are completely independent. They function totally autonomously. My job is to make sure that there is accountability to both the safety side and the security side. And my job also, as I mentioned to you, is to make sure I facilitate them. now with the huge expansion that we are seeing in civil aviation, the numbers that I put out to you makes it even more pertinent that we augment the staffing, the capabilities of both DGCA and BCAS. And that's something that I'm working on as we speak.
Would you, one quick interjection, would you favor a government officer or a former government officer for that position, or someone who is genuinely an expert of the industry?
I don't think you need to get into this dichotomy of government versus non-government. What you need is the best quality person at that job.
Okay.
And I think that's the frame that we need to look at within India. And which is why you're seeing so many lateral movements under Prime Minister's prerogative from the private sector now working in government. I have many officers within my ministry that have come in from a consulting background, that are spending 2 years within civil aviation, adding tremendous amount of value, which is why you're seeing people from within government under Mission Karma Yogi, again of Prime Minister's prerogative, where government officers today are going and spending 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks at the private sector, learning from private sector companies and inculcating best practices. I think that cross-pollination must happen. That cross-fertilization must happen. And then there's a lot that both sides can learn from each other.
My final question, the Maruti moment for India's aviation industry, at least in terms of passengers, was the arrival of Air Deccan. If you look at tariffs and if we adjust them for inflation, we could completely agree with the point of the airlines that they have kept tariffs pretty reasonable. But there are two issues in terms of sustainability that this industry faces, sir, and you are quite aware of that. One is the sustainability of the airlines themselves, the fastest way for a billionaire to become a millionaire, and some in India have already done that. Do you think our industry is sustainable given that the government, one hand of the government, imposes such high ATF taxation burdens? And second, in terms of airfares, after this period of mandated airfares, where do you see the future headed?
So as far as the taxation structure, or let me take a step back and say the cost composition structure of civil aviation is concerned. The fact is that ATF is close to about 40% of the cost structure of an airline. And the fact that ATF has gone from 53,000 rupees a kiloliter to close to about 141,000 rupees a kiloliter in the last 1.5 to 2 years has put a tremendous amount of pressure on airlines, no doubt about that. Fortunately though, in the last 2 weeks, ATF has declined by close to about 12.5% down to 1,16,000 rupees a kiloliter, and I see that trend hopefully continuing. But the Civil Aviation Ministry has not been sitting back and laying still. One of the first things I did when I took charge, when I understood the cost structure of our sector, is we looked at how we're going to allay this cost structure. There are two ways that we could do it. The first was to ensure that ATF comes under GST. But that, as we all know, is not a step that you can just take with a government order, because it has to go to GST Council, there has to be a lot of debate, there has to be a lot of discussion. Based on that acceptance, only does something become a part of GST. So what did I do? As opposed to saying, there's not much we can do, I then started approaching the states. And when I came in, Siddharth, we had 12 states that charged VAT on ATF between 1 to 4%. But we had 26 states in India, states and union territories, that charged VAT on ATF between 20 to 30%. Huge amount of VAT on air turbine fuel. And so therefore, I coordinated, spoke, requested, pleaded with every single chief minister of 22 states to start with. Tried to make them understand the Laffer curve argument of if you lower taxes, you're actually going to increase revenue. If you lower ATF, you're going to see greater amount of connectivity happening across India, especially in your state, because most airlines will be incented to connect into your state. And I'm glad to report to you today that this last 9 to 10 months of very, very hard work has yielded 16 states in India lowering their ATF, VAT on ATF from 20 to 30% down to 1 to 4%. That's a huge move. So as opposed to a breakup of 12 and 26, today we have 28 states that are between 1 to 4%, and only 8 states that still charge between 20 to 30%. My pursuit with those 8 states will continue, and through your medium, I'd like to request those 8 states also to come on board as soon as possible, and therefore proliferate travel in their states as well.
We'll leave the names of those 8 states for later, but Mr. Scindia, thank you very much on behalf of Business Today and the India Today Group. On behalf of 1 billion Indians, you are the man in command, the pilot in charge for their aviation dreams. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Well, as we set on to the path for growth, there is one segment of the economy that is going to be critical to driving impact: education, skilling, and jobs, laying the path for the demographic dividend to boom. I'd like to welcome our next guest, Honorable Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, Minister for Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, in conversation with Rahul Kamal, News Director, India Today Television, and Aaj Tak, Executive Director, Business Today.
Hello and welcome. India's biggest opportunity, as also its biggest challenge, is its youth. And on account of the pandemic, especially amongst those who are very young, we've seen learning outcomes being badly impacted. What does India need to do over the next 25 years to be able to realize the potential of its youthful population? To discuss this and more at the Business Today India at 100 Economy Summit, I'm delighted to welcome the Minister for Human Resource Development, one of the most important portfolios in any government, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you, Rahulji.
I want to start with the here and the now. On account of the pandemic, many school-going children have been impacted and pushed back in their formative years on very critical learning outcomes. All the data seems to be suggesting that. As Minister for Education, what are you doing here and now to ensure that you can catch up on these lost years so that we lay a foundation for the next 25 years?
Rahulji, this is a very pertinent question we are facing in the present time. Due to COVID, due to pandemic, almost all 2 academic sessions, there is a severe learning loss. School were closed, the online facility were not in all part of country. This is a reality. We have to accept that. Education being a concurrent subject, respective state governments and union government, both are facing very severe kind of challenge in this area. Main challenge how to, already this year the class has been started, it is on the normal course work, but the last 2 years, in all the classes there is a learning loss. 2-3 innovative model I could mention in front of you: reducing the syllabus, creating a new pedagogy, creating some extra classes, adding some extra classes, and altogether new approach to this learning loss area. State like Karnataka, state like UP, state like Assam, and board like CBSE. They are bound to do some reform in compulsion, like they could not organize examination in last 2 years, the board examination. This is a loss. How do we recover that? I cannot, very candidly, I cannot say this much time will be needed, because in the early stage, those who joined in the class 1, they directly go to regular class in class 3. They lost the experience of school 2 years. So this is a unique challenge, but the way post-pandemic, when the class started, since last few months we are observing their performance. I think with some specific innovative strategy by all the states, every state have developed their own way of recovery on their area. I think we have to put best of our effort. I hope some improvement will be there.
But one of the challenges seems to be the inability of the system to execute a flawless examination experience. We saw recently during the CUET exams a lot of initial hiccups. Now, which in a large scheme can be explained as just being teething trouble, but जो बच्चा है जिसकी पढ़ाई चल रही जो गया एग्जाम देने के लिए, and when he discovers that the exam is not happening or that he has to give it again, there is immense mental trauma for that student.
I agree. I cannot sigh out from the problem. I have to take responsibility. I am responsible. I am candidly agreeing in front of you. Nowadays, there are 3 major examinations for the higher secondary students. They are NEET, they are JEE, JEE Mains, and from this year, for the central university, they are CUET. From the other 2 examinations, CUET little bit unique. In the engineering and medical courses, you have to appear in the examination in mathematics, in physics, chemistry, botany and zoology. But here in Central University entrance test, you have to appear according to your own choice. There are 100 courses and multiple languages. For that, in the initial time, initial 2-3 days, we face some challenges. But now it is on the track. And in future, I don't see any problem because looking into size of our country, more competitive, more new innovative models has to be there. And examinations are always evolutionary outcomes. And Government of India and respective state governments are jointly on the job. This year, there are some problems. I am taking responsibility and I don't have any compensatory word those who have lost. But we have tried to minimize the damage. We are very flexible. 2 days back in a mathematics paper, unfortunately, in some centers, paper was blank. We have to reorganize the examination again. We have to accept our responsibility and we have to reorganize that. We are doing that.
But do you take action against officials who are found guilty and responsible for such systemic lapses?
Rahulji, please appreciate one thing. If one of your editorial is not appreciated by consumer, are you sacking that reporter from your desk? Please be human. More than 2 million students are appearing in examination. In few centers in a paper. If some mishap is there, yes, I have to pinpoint the responsibility. But if you ask me, I have to candid, please be human.
In the United States, to enter a college, you have to go through the GRE exam. In some senses, the Central University entrance test is along similar lines. But in the way that our education system has been primed so far, the focus was on boards. Are you consciously trying to diminish the significance of the board examination system, or is it just an inevitable fallout?
Rahulji, I am not an academician. I am a public policy practitioner. And you are a respectable editor of our one of the prestigious magazine of country. This is a debate going on between 2 sets of academicians. Whether the importance of board will remain, whether it will be more objective. This debate is going on since decades. How big will be the course, how burdenous will be the course, how it will be objective, how it will be explanatory, all such things are there. Successfully, there are 2 sets of examination on the objective basis. This is NEET and JEE. In similar spirit, and there are challenges because there is I belong to Odisha. I study in a vernacular language. So I always little bit hesitant to communicate, to write in English language or in Hindi. I am comfortable in Odia. So I know this challenge. But now in the era of technology, in the 21st century, to create a robust mechanism is not a challenge. So gradually, as I said, education is an evolutionary process. our youngsters are very competent to create innovative method also. And I am confident the way today NEET and JEE are settled, CUET will be settled with a much responsibility how it will be provincial board centric, how it will be more language centric, how the local aspiration will be in the question papers. These are the challenges. In NEP, we have, that is the primary reason we have give emphasis to local language, to mother tongue. It has to be seamless.
So the academics may be divided in their opinions, but as the man crafting our education policy, where do you stand on this debate? And I'll tell you why I ask. I have young children. As we talk about education in the next 25 years, I wonder to myself, why should they have to take double the stress and give twice the exams as compared to a student elsewhere? If we are going to build out the CUET examination model, which you're saying you want to, then very naturally we should say we want to reduce over time the significance of the CBSE model, because there is no requirement to take 2 exams and double the stress for our children. It's as clear as that. And you, as the policy practitioner, must tell us what your vision is in a medium to long term.
Recently, one of the authority of this area, the chairman of UGC, coined an idea. Why can't we have a single entrance examination? Single entrance examination for JEE, for medical, for engineering, for medical, and for other central universities. These are the primary expert domain of educationists, and I am open to this idea. Today, today we are in the end of the August, by September all kind of entrance will be over. We will formulate a expert group to look into this very challenge you mentioned. How the primary motto should be, the students should be confident, students should be less burdened, students should be, examination should be joyful. Just see Prime Minister Modi since last few years, every year he coming to students with this approach, don't fear examination, defeat examination. Examination is a, when I am coming to your interview, this is examination for me. Millions of people are looking, observing this interview, and if the great examiner Rahul Kanwal is grilling me. So I am little, this is a psychological issue. This is a sentiment. We have to change our basic approach. Academics, course curriculum, and examination. These should be very natural thing. In that way, critical thinking will come up. When the critical thinking output will be critical thinking, the girl or boy will deliver its best.
So one of the realities, and I'm sure most people sitting here at this Business Today India at 100 Economy Summit might feel this way, is that India's educational system has simply not scaled to be able to serve the requirements of its young population. And now, amongst those who can afford it, the first effort the children and the parents make is to find a university or college that they can go to abroad. In some cases, the US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, but literally anywhere, because the good universities and colleges that we have such atrociously high cutoffs that it's very difficult, except for just a few, to get in. And then you have a proliferation of not so good educational institutes that charge a lot of fees but don't deliver good service. And students typically think that they'll get better education abroad. This is the current reality. What's your vision over the next 2.5 decades, by the time India turns 100, to be able to address that? And do you think it's just going to be like this and there's very little we can do, or do you think it can be changed?
I totally agree with you. Let me interview you. In which college or which school you have studied?
I studied at the Army Public School here. My
In
father was
India?
in the Army.
In India?
So I studied in 12 schools
Not
across the
India.
country.
You
Yes.
have not studied in American school. You have studied in India. So I am confident my good friend Rahul Kanwal is a global standard editor, come out of this Indian education system. So don't be very apologetic, very defensive. Our education system is inadequate. But simultaneously, I have to accept your argument. We have to cope up with the time. We have to face the global requirement. Today, we have to create global citizens. And India's philosophical responsibility, eternal responsibility is about the entire world. In our DNA, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is our philosophy. We have to take responsibility of ourselves, we have to take responsibility of our entire global community. First precondition is how are you creating innovative thinkers in your younger generation. This the education is the answer. Just see, when Britishers were ruling us few centuries ago, Macaulay developed a model. The primary motto of that model was to rule India forever, for a longer period, to extract economic interest in a bigger way. They created an education system. After independence, we changed our approach. Lot of things has been changed. There is a national education policy envisioned by this government, by Prime Minister Modi, implemented from 2020. What is the basic philosophy of this concept, this policy? We have to decolonize our education system. Education is the basic philosophy of a society. We have to be rooted, we have to be modern, we have to be forward-looking, we have to be scientific. How do you do that? Today, the kind of path we have pursued, though we produce lot of global standard experts in all the fields, in the science, in the technology, in the economic front, in the social sector, in the literature, we produce global quality manpower. But is it adequate? I have to accept in this, at the occasion of 75th year of independence, it's not adequate. That's for now when we're entering into the Amrit Kal. Our target is 2047, 100 years of independence. How do we prepare ourselves? Education is the primary area. Rahulji, recently I'm coming from Australia. I'm quoting my good friend, Australian Education Minister's view. He said, Mr. Pradhan, what is Australia today? It was not 50 years ago. Today it is a developed economy. It's one of the primary strategies we give emphasis on education. Australia is a small country. It's a country of 25 million population. Do you know how much young population we have? If I quantify the age 15 to 25, our number is 250 million.
Sure.
120 million people are coming to institution. 140 million, 130 million people are not coming to institution. We have an ambition to become $5 trillion economy. We have an ambition to produce more global citizens. We have to appropriate our education system. We have to appropriate our skilling ecosystem, vocational education. This aspirational society has to cope up with the need of the global expectation. And this national education policy has envisioned all such things, solid rootedness with a futuristic ambition.
So you asked me where I studied. So after studying in India, I went on a fellowship to the United Kingdom, and just this year I graduated from Harvard Business School, and I saw the difference.
Congratulations.
Oh, sir, thank you so much. The difference between the quality of education being imparted in a classroom abroad versus the quality of education being imparted here, there is a stark difference. According to the QS World University rankings of just this year, India doesn't have a single institute in the top 150. China has multiple. Our first institute is the Institute of Science in Bengaluru, which comes in at 155. My question is, what is your plan to create the quality of educational institutes that we have in the US, Europe and elsewhere in India, and actually move towards getting there?
Rahulji, our challenge is twofold. It's a multifold, but I am specific to two areas. Quantity and quality. Both the things. We have to expand our base quantitatively. As I said, 130 million students are on marketplace without any formal institutional education system, without any formal skilling system. They are into the market. They are doing something. If they will be skilled, they will be capacitated, they will be knowledge imparted, their productivity will increase. So our challenge is quantity. So quality. We cannot compromise on quality. Don't be a little bit defensive. I am very proud of my institutions. Sundar Pesai studied in some IIT. Satya Nadella is an Indian student. Indira Nooyi is an Indian student. So don't be unmatched. I said, I will again repeat, the cost of repeating. Rahul Kanwal is a global editor. So please appreciate our system. Yes, you see one thing, you see the glass is half empty. I see the glass is half full. I accept this challenge. We have to have innovative models. We have to be that for challenge of our education is affordability. Challenge of our education is accessibility. Challenge of our education is quality. Challenge of our education is inclusivity. These are the challenges. We have to, with our limited challenge, this country has to approach multi-pronged strategy. A section of society is now in a position to afford their kids' education in a marketplace. A section of society is still depending on state. Majority of the citizens are depending on state. We have to, through using technology, this year Prime Minister Modi has announced there will be 200 satellite channel for all the languages, for all the states, for our school and college children. There are 34 channels. Now they will be expanded up to 60. That means by 2023 academic year, India will be empowered with 260 channels. We will be bigger than anyone in the globe for the satellite beaming of our education knowledge. Now challenge will be, how do you produce? All editors are not India today's standard of editor. We have to produce, I have to invite our youngsters, produce quality education material. How it will be economic, commercially viable, that is a challenge. I think technology is the greatest enabler of quality education to all part of students, all part of the country, all poorest of the poor can be benefited. This IT revolution, India has an ambition, and my dear colleague Ashwini Vaishnav is very much focused on one area. By end of the 2022, Prime Minister assigned him a very big task. 5G will be there in the Indian market. Who is going to be big, fast beneficiary of this 5G? The students, the education community. Because in the fractions of second, we can deliver the quality education material to all part of country. Now we have ambition to create internet network in all the 6 lakhs villages in our country. So technology is a biggest game changer, and we are depending on very much focus on this area. India is bound to come out as a robust knowledge-based society in the next few years.
So I was looking at some data put out by the Income Tax Department, which essentially says that annually there are about 3 lakh good jobs which pay about 5 lakh rupees per annum, and 30,000 odd jobs which pay more than 10 lakh rupees per annum, which essentially means that we are producing millions of young college graduates who don't have adequate skilling to be able to land a prestige job and are yet now in the Indian marketplace, which is the biggest challenge for your government and any government over the next 2.5 decades. We saw when, for example, vacancies were put out for jobs in the railways in Bihar, the kind of queues of people that came out when the whole Agniveer scheme was announced, again because of all the apprehensions people had in their minds. We saw massive protests, which ultimately got quelled and stabilized, but it reflected the anxiety. Now this challenge of skilling, which is part of what you're responsible for, to what extent do you think you've been able to make meaningful headway to ensure that these youth who are graduating out of many colleges and universities are able to get meaningful employment, which keeps them employable and in the market over a 2.5-3 year decade horizon?
No, this is the area of concern. This is the area of opportunity also, because let me cite 2 examples. Where India will be scoring and where India is at advantage. Digital economy is a reality in present day, entire world. Today, if you go by the statistics, 40% of global digital transaction, India contributes 40% of digital transaction in the all over the world. This is our advantage area. There is I can cite you example, you might have vaccinated with the booster dose. You have used COVID, with fraction of second you are having your certificate. Who developed that? There is a report in World Economic Forum by next few years, half of the existing job will be abolished. Half of the new, there equal number of new job will also emerge through internet, through digital economy, through automation. India has the opportunity. Now, how Prime Minister Modi designed our missions. Now, he has given job to all the embassy, all the High Commissioner office in the entire world. Do one thing. Find out the economic opportunity, whether physical or online. Just see, Indian IT sector is contributing to global service industry in a big way. How it has been developed. When I'm talking about a knowledge society, looking into realizing our challenge, realizing our limitation and advantage, we have to map the global job scenario. We have to looking after a free trade agreement with different countries. We have to better our economic interests with the respective country. I'll do business with you if you take my service in this area. This is the approach of our government. We are trading of our employment opportunity, employment reality with the global market. So in India also, we have to design our education system, design our skilling system where whoever will come to India for business, because India is the only vibrant market in globe today, I can very confidently say. Whoever doing business in any trade in the globe, they are eyeing Indian market due to our aspirational society. Those who are interested to come to India, they have to go through this process. One limitation, where government is very responsibly dealing this area. Indian trade and industry, in media industry like you, also very conscious about your affordability, your profit margin. You don't want to take skilled certified person. The moment a skilled certified person is going to an industry, the employer is thinking, I have to commit this much of payment per sure. This is a very, very egg and chicken issue. If you hire quality people, if you hire skilled people, your productivity will increase. If you will not depend on skilled people, you are not doing justice to your productivity, your margin, to society also. Indian industry is gradually onto the discipline. They are also coming to the agreement in this area. We have to hire skilled people. This is a very transitional thing. It has to be seamless. We cannot create fear among the industry people. We cannot create a trade union or a right-centric situation. We have to take confidence to the market. Employing skilled people is industry's benefit. This reality has to be convinced. Now government has reformed itself. First, I'll cite one example. Apprenticeship was mandatory with employment previously. We have deregulated that. Apprenticeship is not mandatory for employment. Apprenticeship is in a way skill mechanism, skill training. Industry has to take route of apprenticeship.
Now, one of the opportunities, Minister, is to get the private sector more actively involved in different aspects of Indian education at different levels of education. But there the problem seems to be that the government thinks of education as a public service and therefore wants to impose so many regulatory curbs on what can and cannot be done, that when, say, an international university, for example, or some Indian group would like to diversify their education operations, they're unable to do so because of the regulatory environment. For example, at this moment, we have 6,500 faculty positions vacant in central universities. One of the things China did is that it sent its students to do PhDs, MPhils abroad, brought many of them to come and serve at Chinese universities and paid them top yuan to be able to make it worth their while. We don't seem to have that kind of an approach. You spoke of Sundar Pichai, Indira Nui, all of them unfortunately left. We need to bring them back to skill the next generation and obviously make it worth their while to do so.
Rahulji, for my as a same age group person, my sincere request to you will be never cite and never compare your country with anybody. You are a vibrant democracy. You can question Prime Minister. Just question Premier of the China. Nobody will see you after that interview. Please appreciate that thing. This is democracy. Number one. Number two, I am confused whether India Today is right or New York Times is right. Laddu cannot be in both the hand. My government is very clear. In this year budget, Honorable Finance Minister announced, please come to Gift City in Ahmedabad. We'll deregulate everything. You can put your university with your own condition. I have traveled in last week in Australia. My one issue with all Australian leadership was that, all Vice Chancellor of Australia, that, please come to my country. I am paying 6 billion worth of service fees into Australia only. Bharat 30 billion खर्चा करता है बाहर बच्चों को पढ़ाने में. कितने बच्चों को? 10 लाख बच्चों को. मेरे पास हायर एजुकेशन में कितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं? 4 करोड़. I want to open more university, whether it is foreign university, whether it is private university. Those who can afford, they should pay. All will go to Ajit Ranada's institution. It's a very quality institution. He is taking good students from all over the country. I know this year 2 bright poor students from Odisha, they got admitted in his institutions. India will offer all kind of institution, and India's state has responsibility to create level playing field. One section will be protected by government intervention. One section of society, those who can afford to pay from their own pocket, they should pay. So India has, this is the recommendation of NEP. Therefore, we have inviting all the foreign university to our campus, to our country, with Indian regulation, with Indian curriculum. Certain minimum regulation will be there. We are open. We want to de-bottleneck our education system. Nobody's monopoly should be there. But, as you said, vacancy posts. Some other day you invite me, I will tell you the real story. Who bottleneck the thing? Who doesn't want to respect the constitution? Those who are, you are not shouting on me, I am thankful to you, because those who are critical on me, why don't you appoint such person? I am only, my Prime Minister is only for 8 years. This country is completed 75th years of its journey. Which area, what thing divide them to appoint constitutionally sanctioned obligations? I am a very open-minded person. My leader is very clear. Our priority is to give quality education to the poorest of the poor. Simultaneously, those who can afford to pay from their pocket, they should be get opportunity in this country to have quality education.
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, बड़ी दिलचस्प बात है कि आपने न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स का जिक्र किया, क्योंकि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में तो हाल में एक आर्टिकल आया जिसमें वो अरविंद केजरीवाल और सिसोदिया के मॉडल ऑफ एजुकेशन की बात कर रहा है. वहाँ तो बीजेपी या मोदी ऑफ मॉडल ऑफ एजुकेशन की बात नहीं हो रही है, और उसी को दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर दिखा रहे हैं बार बार प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते हुए कि ये है दुनिया का बेस्ट एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर मनीष सिसोदिया. आप तो पीछे रह गए.
मैंने इसको एडिट नहीं करोगे तो मैं जितना कहूंगा उतना दिखाओगे तो
100%.
पक्का आज तक में भी दिखाओगे,
सब जगह.
वो ललन टप में भी दिखाओगे,
सब जगह.
मैं कहता हूँ एक बात को, मैं बहुत पुराना नहीं जाता हूँ, नहीं ये दिखाते हैं. मैं आई एम थैंकफुल टू पुरी साहब, अब दिखाते हैं, हमको कोई सेंसर नहीं करते हैं, हम झगड़ते भी ज़्यादा नहीं है, ऊंचा आवाज़ भी नहीं बोल पाते हैं. उड़ी आदमी आखिर कितना ऊंचा बोल पाएगा. मैं एक बात कहता हूँ, अभी एक नेशनल असेसमेंट सर्वे हुई. नेशनल असेसमेंट सर्वे में इस बार अभी आई, ये वेबसाइट में है, आप जाके मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन स्कूल डिपार्टमेंट में जाके उसको देख सकते हो. दिल्ली में 3 प्रकार की स्कूल है. दिल्ली में सरकारी स्कूल है, दिल्ली में सेंट्रल स्कूल नवोदय विद्यालय से भारत सरकार से चलने वाले स्कूल्स हैं, दिल्ली में प्राइवेट स्कूल्स भी है, बसंत महल भी चल रहा है, मॉडर्न स्कूल भी चल रहा है, डीएवी ग्रुप की स्कूल चल रहा है. तीनों स्कूल ग्रुप की थोड़ा आप 10वीं और 12वीं की रिजल्ट को थोड़ा आप देखिए. रिजल्ट तो सैंपल सर्वे हुई थी, दिल्ली सरकार की अनुमति से हुई थी. पिछले 2 सर्वे की कंपैरिजन आप करोगे, 10th और 12th में दोनों में दिल्ली की सरकारी स्कूलों की परफॉर्मेंस सब्सटेंशियली घट रहा है, सब्सटेंशियली घट रहा है। इसको काटना ना, इसको दिखाना। ये मेरा विनम्रता से मेरे मित्र अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब और सिसोदिया साहब को चुनौती
मित्र हैं आपके वो?
मैं तो सिविलाइज आदमी हूँ, मैं तो मित्र ही कहूँगा। मैं तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम कहने वाला आदमी हूँ, वो तो मित्र ही होंगे ना। अगर उनको एक्साइज पॉलिसी की चोरी को पकड़ने में वो गाली देंगे, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स दिखा के बचना चाहेंगे, वो जनता तय करेगी। दिल्ली की शिक्षा व्यवस्था खोखला है, नौटंकीबाज है। दूसरी ओर ये गरीबी को शोकेस करके संपन्नता को गाली देने वाला एक उन्होंने फॉर्मूला बनाई है। क्या भारत की राष्ट्रपति जी की पोती, अभी द्रौपदी जी की पोती जाएगी पढ़ने में थोड़े दिनों में, क्या उनकी फीस स्ट्रक्चर और आपकी घर में काम करने वाले काम वाले बाई की बेटी की फीस स्ट्रक्चर एक होना चाहिए क्या? अगर वो ज्यादा पे कर सकते तो करे अपने पॉकेट से पे, जो नहीं करना चाहिए उसको सरकारी चिंता करे। लेकिन आप एक एंटरप्रेन्योरियल कैपेसिटी को ब्लॉक करते हुए, प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को एजुकेशन में ब्लॉक करते हुए, देखो हमने गरीबों के बारे में चिंता किया, कोई आपत्ति नहीं, आपकी दायित्व है, वोट आपको इसीलिए मिला है, टैक्स लोग इसीलिए देते हैं। लेकिन अगर आप आखिर सिसोदिया जी को सीपीडब्ल्यूडी में गड़बड़ी हो रहा है, अपने सरकार में पीडब्ल्यूडी में पीडब्ल्यूडी में गड़बड़ी हो रहा है, उनको चिट्ठी क्यों लिखना पड़ा? सरकार तो उन्हीं की है। अगर घर को आप स्कूल मानते हैं, व्हाइट वॉशिंग को आप एजुकेशन मानते हैं, तो मेरे पास कोई
वो कह रहे हैं कि हमने सरकारी स्कूलों की स्थिति को बेहतर किया और आप अंबानी अडानी के दोस्त हैं, आप अपने मित्रों के लिए कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स को कम करते हैं और चूंकि हम गरीबों को अच्छी एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं इसीलिए आपने सीबीआई ईडी हमारे पे लगा दी। तो ये पूरा फ्रीबीज वर्सेस
मेरे साथ हिंदी में थोड़ा आपको समझा नहीं पाया। उड़िया आदमी हिंदी बोलेगा तो थोड़ा बहुत तो रह ही जाएगा। 10वीं और 12वीं में दिल्ली की सरकारी स्कूल की क्वालिटी परफॉर्मेंस क्यों घटी, उसकी उत्तर दे। क्या जो आपकी इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप की ट्रस्ट से चलने वाला बसंत वैली स्कूल अंबानी जी की पैसा से चल रहा है क्या? अभी तो पुरी साहब कह रहे थे कि धर्मेंद्र मैं कितना दिन मेरे चैरिटी को चलाऊंगा, थोड़ा फीस स्ट्रक्चर सिंप्लीफाई होनी चाहिए। वो आपको क्यों गाली नहीं देते हैं? क्या पुरी साहब एक्सप्लॉयटेटर है क्या? एक्सप्लॉयटर है क्या? वो अपने चैरिटी से चलाते, अपने जिम्मेवारी लेते, समाज की चिंता कर रहे हैं और जो पैसा देने वाले लोगों को देना चाहिए। देखो ये ढोकसलापन एक प्रोवर्ब है, यू कैन फूल ऑल द पीपुल फॉर सम टाइम, सम पीपुल फॉर ऑल द टाइम, बट यू कैनॉट मेक फूल ऑल द पीपुल फॉर ऑल द टाइम। ये स्थिति होने वाला है।
एक आखिरी सवाल है मेरा, when we talk about the vision going forward, the BJP politically has spread its wings across the northeast, towards the east, also in the heartland, heading towards the south. एक वो स्टेट रह गया उड़ीसा का। अब अभी वो आया इंडिया टुडे मूड द नेशन पिछले 2 हफ्ते पहले, उसमें नवीन पटनायक was the number 1 popular chief minister amongst residents in his own state, as his principal adversary in the state and the prime challenger. Why do you think he gets ranked as the number 1 chief minister amongst his people in his state? And as you talk about the vision for the next 2.5 decades, hopefully sooner from your perspective, are you hoping also as part of that vision to unseat him and become chief minister in Bhubaneswar?
एक तो देखो, मैं आपको बड़ा विनम्रता से कहूँ कि मैं आपकी से सहमत नहीं हूँ। मैं उनके एडवर्सरी नहीं हूँ, वो राजा है, मैं रंक हूँ। वो गोल्डन स्पून से जन्म होके बीजू बाबू की बेटा है, मैं एक सामान्य घर की व्यक्ति हूँ। और राजनीति में कोई एडवर्सरी नहीं होता है कंवल जी, राहुल जी, तो प्रतियोगी होते हैं, स्पर्धा होता है, ये डेमोक्रेसी है। मेरे पार्टी उड़ीसा में 3 नंबर की पार्टी 2014 में भी थी। 2019 में हमने कांग्रेस को छोड़ के उनसे सिर्फ 4% पीछे रहे, 4% पीछे रहे और हम 8 लोकसभा जीते, वो 12 लोकसभा जीते, कांग्रेस 1 जीता। हम विधानसभा में थोड़ा हमारी गैप बढ़ा रहा। और बाकी मैं सच कहूँ तो फिर इसको अनएडिटेड आप देखा ना, मैं अभी इंडिया टुडे की पोर्टल में अन्य किसी के नाम के कह रहा हूँ, इंडिया टुडे की पोर्टल में मैंने अभी एक स्टोरी पढ़ा कि उड़ीसा में अभी भी सो कल्ड 21-22 साल की परफॉर्मेंस के बाद जिनको आपने कंटिन्यूसली भुवनेश्वर में जाके बेस्ट राज्य करके अवार्ड दे के आते हो, वहाँ बेसिक हेल्थ अम्यूनिटीज नहीं है। इंडिया टुडे में छपा है, तो बेस्ट अवार्ड वाला सही है या पोर्टल वाला सही है, मैं कंफ्यूज हूँ।
वही तो मैं भी नहीं समझ पा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि वो
तो चलिए मिलकर समझेंगे।
इलेक्शन रिजल्ट वो आता है।
मैं आज उस विषय पे जाना नहीं चाहता।
अच्छा, गुड।
क्योंकि आज आपने शिक्षा, स्किल, 21st सेंचुरी, अमृतकाल
But what's
उसको
very
रखे हैं।
clear is that
इसमें-
the minister tracks what India Today and Business Today do very carefully.
I
and
do,
he
I
reads
do.
a lot of our articles, and we
Since
deeply
my college
appreciate
days, Rahul ji, when I passed class 10th, my father asked me, "You are not good in English. You read Sunday and India Today." In those illustrated weekly also, and Statesman. They're the 4 English magazine my father advised me to read. From that day, I am a great reader of India Today. ऐसा कोई सप्ताह नहीं है जिसे वो इंडिया टुडे को मैं नहीं देखा
Can we
होगा।
have a round of applause for that, please? Thank you so much. That is the most wonderful thing you could have said. It's made our morning, and we deeply appreciate the fact that you're such an engaged reader. आपने थोड़े से बॉल को स्विंग भी किया यहाँ वहाँ इस पिच पे, but that's fine. We wish you all the best. You also laid out a positive vision for the next 2.5 decades. So hopefully we'll be able to move on that vision, and we'll see more students staying here in high quality Indian institutes to make their future in our country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Our next panel looks to tackle some of the big questions that the Indian economy is currently facing. While we have managed to come out of the pandemic showing strong resilience, current geopolitical uncertainties, commodity and food price increases, rising inflation, fluctuation in oil and gas prices, and global policy moves are putting tremendous pressure on the economy. To discuss and debate the various possibilities, we have with us a panel of leading economists to share their insights on the future economic outlook that we see in India. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. R. Gopalan, former Economic Affairs Secretary, Ajit Ranade, VC, Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Shamika Ravi, Director Research at Brookings Institution, and Ramesh Chand, Member, Niti Aayog, in conversation with Siddharth Zarabi.
A very warm welcome once again. We've had 2 very interesting sessions, and all of those who are tuned in on our platforms, multiple platforms of Business Today and the India Today group, and here in the audience, it's a great privilege to have such a wonderful panel. It's somebody which a panel which represents the entire spectrum of what one would need to discuss an India in 2047 in economic terms. And before I start, I just want, Mr. Ranade, I'm coming to you, to tell our audience here in the simplest manner possible, from independence to now, 75 years, if we were to describe our economic evolution and economic growth, how would you quickly summarize it?
It is, thanks, Siddharth. It's nothing, it's a miracle, I would say. We have come from the bottom of the league. Basically, when India became independent of colonial rule in 1947, we were extremely impoverished thanks to the colonial exploitation of 2 centuries. Our life expectancy was merely 32 years, I believe. And of course, it was highly illiterate as well. So poverty, illiteracy, and short life expectancy. Today, we are the 3rd largest economy in the world. Our life expectancy is, I guess, 63, 65. And poverty rate officially is down to, I think, single digits, or you can quibble about that. It's nothing but a miracle, I think. And consistently, we have never had a negative...
I'll request the audience to do one round of claps for this miracle. We sometimes become very cynical. I think cynicism has its own place.
No, we take it for granted, Siddharth. In 1947, the United Nations, which existed, had about maybe 80 or 90 members. Today, the United Nations has 213 members. It's not like we have more real estate in planet Earth. Countries have broken up. The giant USSR broke up into 10 countries. As recently as 2022, this year, a new country was born called South Sudan. Our own twin, who was born on the same day, broke up into 2. I think that's the second miracle, because politics and economics go together. The political miracle is that India is not only in one piece, but thriving and flourishing. We must celebrate that. This represents 1/6 of humanity. And so I think it's nothing but a miracle, I think.
And a continent-sized country with 1/6 of humanity, and if 47 hadn't happened, at least the part of the partition, it would have been much bigger. And before I go to Shamika, again on the same question, just a bit more flavor to what Mr. Ranade told us. Output has increased 40 times in 75 years. Population has gone up 4 times. Given those pressures, would you agree that we are a miracle on the face of planet Earth?
Yes, Siddharth, we are a miracle. But as someone under 50, we want more. Dil chahe more. There's a lot. And we have a huge political and economic giant sitting next to us, whom we have to keep in mind moving forward. So looking ahead, we just cannot take our eyes off the growth ball.
Top 3 Dil Chahta Hai More items from you.
I think first is Atmanirbharta. I think Atmanirbharta is not just a pipe dream. The pandemic has made it very clear that whenever the global rules-based order is going to come in conflict with national interest will trump. This we have seen country after country. And you saw it in the form of vaccination, the way they were stockpiling, the degree of what we call selfishness, but eventually it is national interest. We will have to balance that national interest with the fact that in the first 50 years we suffered because of autarky. So that balancing act is something we have to keep in mind. And within that, I think food security. Food security, I think we have done a phenomenal job, and moving forward, we'll only do better. Second is energy security. I think that is our key concern, Siddharth. That energy right now is our biggest strategic challenge if you consider the economy. We are a young, hungry country. If you look at the per capita income, we are still 1/4, 1/5 of China's. And we have a long way to go. So the consumption of energy is rising very fast, but more than 30% of that is imported. We will have to therefore make this whole renewable energy movement has to become like the green revolution, mass movement.
Another green revolution, and this time a green energy revolution. Mr. Rameshan, I'm coming to you because when we discuss broad headline numbers, GDP, inflation, purchasing power parity, and the incomes of our countrymen, we cannot forget those countrymen who actually feed us, the hungry masses, as Shamika said, the roughly 400 to 450 million people, again continental-sized proportions, who are dependent on the agriculture sector for keeping India ticking. Sir, what will the agriculture sector look like 25 years from now? Because I don't want a history lesson at this point of time. Some note of optimism. Will our farmers be happy? Will their incomes be much higher than they are currently?
Well, Siddharth, I feel that agriculture has defied most of the forecast about it in the past, and I feel same is going to happen in future also, provided we are able to put in place right kind of vision for agriculture. To my mind, till now, we did very well in terms of addressing food security of the country. You mentioned some number. I just give you one number which surmise all those indicators. Between 51 and 2022, per capita production of food has doubled. Per capita production of food has doubled. And now, but we are having in agriculture, we are required to export 1/3 of our growth to other countries. So we are producing at a rate, our food supply is growing at a rate much higher than what is the growth rate in the domestic demand. To my mind, the future challenge which agriculture will be looked at or should be looked at to address are three. One is challenge of employment. Industry 4.0 or Industry 5.0 is not going to offer any kind of required job to people. Forget about decent job. We are already witnessing it. Industry is going for all kind of artificial intelligence, capital intensive production. So your argument of that Arthur Lewis, that labor will shift out of agriculture to industry, I think that is no more true. And we have to look at agriculture for decent jobs, not for mere job. The second is the big challenge of climate change. Again, there agriculture is both part of the problem, but it can be part of the solution also. We have to look at agriculture. And third issue is of sustainability. Whether it is water, whether it is air quality, whether it is forest, quality air, agriculture is going to play very significant role. So I look at agriculture, the sector whose contribution in terms of percent share of GDP, the way we measure it, will go down. But if you look at overall contribution of agriculture, I think it will turn out to be much higher in future than what it is now.
That's an absolutely brilliant point, and I would request the audience to reflect on what Mr. Ramesh Chand is saying. Industry will not be able to provide jobs to the youth who come from our agriculture society, and if they don't get those jobs, where will they go? So beyond the MSP, beyond the laws and that debate, there is a real societal issue. And what he said at the very end, while we live in our cities, in our gated communities, in our condominiums, in our villas, when stubble is burnt, that reaches you and right inside your chest. So agriculture is not something that is distant, it is within us. Mr. Gopalan, you have spent a lifetime in making policy, and for the benefit of this audience, Mr. Gopalan represents that rare breed of bureaucrats who started off in the license Raj era and who saw the transition to a delicensed era. Today, most sectors are delicensed. FDI, the levels that are permitted are amongst the highest if you compare it with any economy. We are a very advanced economy when it comes to those rules. But there is still a lot of regulatory cholesterol, and that gives our economy constant heart attacks. Mr. Gopalan, what is required over the next decade, 2.5, for India to fully and finally shed the skin of the license Raj?
Well, let me come to the question which you raised, and let me branch off into something else beyond. As far as the economic freedom is concerned, it has been very well known that we still have to travel a long way to ensure that regulatory blocks which are there to prevent entrepreneurs from making their real contribution to the society is not happening at this point in time. So, though we have crossed a huge set of regulations, we have from 91 onwards, we have done quite a good amount of work, but there have been very small baby steps kind of thing which has happened. What we really need to do is to ensure that we climb up in the ranking of the economic freedom, which I think has a whole host of things, except, apart from your regulations which you have in controlling industries, or your legal side where you want the courts to dispose of issues, commercial disputes in time, or you look at a whole host of things. There is an economic freedom angle involved, which I think is something which we need to really work on. But looking at the next 25 years, I would say the broad thing which we should look at is how we become very strong. Strong in defense, strong in economy. Now, unless you are strong in defense and economy, I think you are not going to be having the kind of influence which you are now, seeing to, have. You won't be having it as we go along, because there are a lot of countries which will overtake you. So these two are the areas in which we really need to focus on, and I will talk a little later about them. But there are various components in this which will require even defense industries privatization or joint sector operation, and welcoming a lot of industries, a lot of technologies coming into the country. Development of technology, innovation is another area where we need to really focus on. There are a whole host of areas in which we need to systematically lay out a roadmap for the next about 25 years, and pursue it with diligence and efficiency.
Mr. Gopalan, that's a good point. From Gore Sahab ki Sarkar to Mai Baap ki Sarkar, DC DM Sahab ki Sarkar. I take up another point, Mr. Ranade, and I'm coming to you and explain to our audience. You have seen two devaluations of the rupee. And when we talk about the rupee in the public discourse, its rate of exchange to the dollar becomes synonymous with national pride, with depending on which side of the political argument you are, that the economy is not doing well, or the other side of the argument. Mr. Ranade, will India need to go in for a third devaluation ever?
First of all, I think if we agree that the rupee dollar rate is determined by the market rate, तो कोई वहाँ पे बैठा नहीं है जो devalue करने वाला. मतलब, we should accept that the exchange rate is market determined. That's one. So the devaluation, if it will happen, hopefully it will happen through a market process, and no big boss is going to control like a puppeteer. And also remember, ultimately in the medium to long term, what is the value of your currency? When you have 100 rupees in your pocket today, 1 year later, that is worth only 90 rupees because 10% inflation hai. So if internally the value of the rupee is going down, surely external the value of the rupee can't be going up. There has to be some parity between the external value of the rupee and internal value of the rupee. In the dollar world, except for now because of Ukraine and other reasons, generally the inflation in the dollar world is 2-3%. और यहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ 10%. So this difference of the losing the value of the currency, it's nothing. We don't need to be so hung up, as you said. This is not national prestige. I used to travel in a taxi. Sorry, you mentioned my age, but anyway, when it was 1 rupee or minimum fare was 1 or 2 rupees or whatever, 3 rupees 70%. Today the minimum fare is what, 32 rupees or something, 25 rupees. So I don't get fret over this. This is Mehungai. This is the natural course of inflation. Of course, if we can focus the effort on going from 10% inflation to maybe 3 or 4%, that will be a real achievement.
Mr. Ranade, you know these numbers, but for the audience, share coincidence, like he said, market-determined coincidence actually. In the 75th year of our independence, the rupee was 75, but within a short period, it it touched 80. In 2047, what will the rupee be? And if you have a value in mind, also tell us what will the economic size of India be?
Economic size of India is easier to say because I'm going to assume it's going to grow at average rate of 7% or higher because that's what it's done in the last 40 years. The average rate for India's growth rate is 7% over the last 40 years. So in the next 25 years, if I assume 7 or 7.5%, it goes about 6 times bigger. So it will be $3 trillion, 20 trillion to aram se hoga.
Shamika, I'm coming to you. I'm following the same sequence. The rupee at 100 when India is 100?
A lot of it, I think, eventually, Siddharth, will depend on our export competitiveness. And
but I, as someone who actually deciphers numbers and makes them very, very lucid, is the rupee at 100 problem? Is it a negative thing, or is it the way the economy will function?
It is not a problem. I think this psychological warfare that I think media and politicians play on the people, this needs to stop. I don't think the value of the rupee is intrinsically linked with national pride, because remember, when it falls in value, there is a very large segment, possibly a competitive part of the economy, which actually gains. And those are the sectors we are trying to promote. We know that many Asian economies have grown on the back of export competitiveness. We have known that for decades China has maintained and absolutely manipulated currency for a reason. So let's not be so naive, and I think I hold media and politicians responsible, but we should be smarter.
I'm glad you didn't fully point towards me or us. That's not the media that we represent. Mr. Gopalan, I'm coming to you, sir. If you on the rupee, before I go to Mr. Cha. Mr. Gopalan, Shamika gave us a very important point, and sometimes we again lose sleep. Oh, China is doing this, China is doing this. But China is a managed economy. We are a democracy where there are multiple pulls and pressures. Mr. Gopalan, in your entire career working experience, was the rupee ever manipulated? For the information of the audience, he spent many years in the finance ministry as well.
Well, I don't think the rupee was manipulated.
Mic close. Just keep it closer, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I have not seen, I have not experienced any time rupee getting manipulated at all. It was, I mean, after 91 devaluation which took place, we really allowed the rupee to kind of, find its own level. There were times when we need to agreed for an exchange. So at that time, probably there was some distortion taking place. But beyond that, there was no question of any manipulation of the rupee-dollar exchange rate.
Mr. Gopalan, one quick follow-up before I go to Mr. Chand. This is to do with the strength of our financial and monetary system. There have been questions in the past by a certain vested interest, I would say, which tried to portray that, oh, things were not well, North Bloc was manipulating and managing Mint Street. Is that correct, sir? What would you say today?
There were always tension between the finance ministry and the RBI. Yes, there was some tension. The question is that how you view the economy in what manner and what are your objectives versus what RBI thinks is the way it's likely to pan out. So in that sense, there are always some tension going on. But the question was that both had the intention that we should grow the economy, we should have less problems in the real economy as well as in the financial sector, and we should ensure that the shocks which come from internal and external shocks, how do we handle them in a manner which is in a mature manner and less disturbance to a large number of people. So that's the objective which we had, though approaches may differ, but the objectives were the same.
Okay, we'll come back to Mehengai, our inflation management system, and how big an issue Mehengai is. Mr. Chand, I'm coming to you on a very important point that you said in your earlier remark. The youth from our agriculture sector and the lack of jobs and the societal tensions that will be created. Our land sizes are fragmenting, and many people talk about brain drain, but that is only of the classes. There is a brain drain in the masses. States, and I'll take the name of Punjab, has suffered. Families are broken. There is deep societal pressure in Punjab on account of sustained decadal brain drain from the farming society, and we sometimes in our drawing rooms forget about it. Will that brain drain ever get reversed? Do you feel confident that when we are meeting 5-10 years down on a subject like this, the situation will be different?
I think you have raised a very important issue of brain drain, but all manpower that is going out of country is not necessarily brain drain. Even in the case of brain drain, I think it was one of the member of former planning commission who gave a very nice explanation for it. His view was brain drain is better than keeping brain in the drain. So if you are not channelizing energy of people properly, then it is better to not to stop them from remaining in the country. So that aspect is very important, that you create proper environment. Coming to general kind of movement of people, you mentioned particularly about Punjab. It is not brain drain there. The reasons are totally different there. My fear is that we need to prevent Punjab now and other states subsequently from going the Latin American way. And that Latin American way is that it is not agriculture which is failing you, it is the non-agriculture which is failing you. Non-agriculture is failing you because it is not giving attractive or decent employment to people. So how we can do this? It is not that you can keep people in the field job, manual jobs. There are possibilities of creating jobs post-harvest agriculture. But then that will require a lot of private sector investment, value chains, packaging, and so many things. It is possible to do that.
Quick interjection, sir, but private sector intervention is required. Everyone, all economists agree on that. But the farmers themselves don't seem to agree about that. We know what has happened in the recent past. You, sir, and then Shamika wants to come in.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, sir.
Opposition is not everywhere. I delivered a lecture last week to Punjab, and there were some interesting things which I would like to share with you. This usual argument that our productivity is not growing because we have reached plateau. I gave them the example, Andhra has much higher productivity than you. Still, their agriculture is growing at 7% per year. So if you are not diversifying your agriculture and then putting blame, we are not growing because we are growing only rice and wheat, not fruit and vegetables. And if you then come, how fruit and vegetable would be grown? Linkage with private sector is very, very important. You look at Andhra. How come almost 1/5, 18% of total fruit production of this country happen in Andhra? How come 50% of growth of fishery of last 7-8 years happened only in one state? It is all private sector
Which
driven.
is that state, sir?
Andhra Pradesh.
Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, and it is just going on. It is all private sector driven. They are welcoming private sector. They are creating whatever required change in regulation is there. So this opposition to those formula, I would still say it was unfortunate. These laws were not appropriately understood. But now you find that private sector investment, despite withdrawal of formula by the central government, lot of interest in private sector in agriculture. That is increasing.
Right.
And investment are coming in agriculture.
Right. Shamika, you wanted to come in.
I think, the example of Punjab is a very important one where we have to learn from the failures there. I think I squarely blame bad policy making, Siddharth. We have to be very clear because we have this freebie debate right
Who's
now.
bad policy making?
Oh, the
Just to be-
government bad policy.
A center state.
Well, to a large extent it is state because
Okay.
when you study the state economy, the freebie debate, in fact, the example that we have to learn from in the freebie debate is that the state basically ran out of fiscal space because you are cross-subsidizing agriculture to an extent where you really are non-competitive when it comes to manufacturing and services. In fact, it's very important for everyone to know that Punjab is perhaps it used to be the richest state in the country 20 years back. It is the only state, very unfortunately, which has undergone rapid deindustrialization. Why did the private sector migrate to the neighboring states? They didn't go out to China. They went to Himachal Pradesh, they went to Haryana. Why?
To Rajasthan.
To Rajasthan. And those states gained because they had the fiscal space. They were not cross-subsidizing agriculture to an extent that you're not only doing damage to your ecology, but you are severely, severely killing your own economy. So the freebie debate that we have right now, you have to look at incentives. That it is not that if you have the money, you can give it. No. It has to be on the long term. What does it do to distortions within the state?
So, Shamika, I'm posing this question to you. India of 2047, freebies lesser, lower, or...
I frankly think I'm concerned about this, Siddharth. I hope it is good freebies, meaning you need state to give you education, you need state to give you health, you need state to give you clean air. The markets are not going to be very easily able to do that. We know there are market failures there. But now we are getting into the path of competitive freebieism. But the conversation has started. So hopefully, if this correcting mechanism happens, we'll have smart subsidies, not just rampant subsidies.
Mr. Gopalan, 2 rupees rice. It started from there and some other schemes as well. Today we have 5 kgs, a subsidy bill upwards of 3.7 lakh crore. Will it end?
Well, certain amount of, you see, you must look at certain externalities in some of these actions which we are taking. For instance, Shamika mentioned about health, education. We look at water supply, sanitation, climate-related issues. Then you have old age pensions, and you have people who are hungry, you've got to feed them. These are some of the things which we really need to do, where the freebies have a role to play. I mean, I don't call them freebies, they're essentials.
So you are a votary for the 5 kilo scheme, the Pradhan Mantri Anna Kalyan Yojana?
You see, so long as that set of people are not able to earn, buy on their own and then feed themselves, the state has to intervene.
Mr. Ranade, this is the point I wanted to take with you. Sometimes, again, drawing room economics, and we say, India should be subsidy mukt Bharat. Is that feasible? Because we forget 40% of our population, even growing at a slower rate, by that time will continue to need support. Is subsidy mukt Bharat required, essential or not?
First of all, the big myth, please blow it away, that all countries subsidize food. In fact, the amount of per capita subsidies in Europe is far greater than India. It is per capita, per animal, per cattle. So actually in France and all. So let's be completely free of this myth that there's no country in the world. Rice in Japan is 300% more expensive than the rest of the world. Nobody is complaining why the farmers getting subsidized there. Food is a very, that's one point. Second point is, please look at India's, while we are proud of our fastest growth economy, look at India's rank in the World Hunger Index. Child malnutrition, wasting, stunting, that means we are the world's largest producer of milk. Amul is a 50,000 crore company, but our per capita consumption of milk is barely half of world average, or little more. So we have a long way to go in terms of basics like nutrition, per capita consumption of proteins. Mr. Chand mentioned, of course, the fantastic achievement of the past 75 years in agriculture, but even today, if I'm not mistaken, we are heavily dependent on pulses. We are, per capita consumption of pulses is low. We import almost, 20-30% of edible oils.
Yeah.
So therefore, if that is the case,
$1 billion worth of sunflower oil from Ukraine, who could have imagined?
And one more thing on subsidy is, I think we are very soon going to go to a situation where we will introduce, it was talked about in the economic survey 5 years ago, universal basic income. If UBI comes, are we going to call it a subsidy? Of course not. The PM Kisan, is it a subsidy? And you mentioned...
no, I'm asking you, is it?
Is not, it a freebie? It is not, because these are ensuring basic rights of the people. Surely, for food, addressing food, hunger, malnutrition is not subsidy, Baba. It's not the freebie.
Ramesh ji, is the judiciary right in trying to get into this debate? Sarkar agar logon ko dena chahe, why is the judiciary having a problem?
You see, whether it is judiciary which is taking up or any other organ of government, I feel this debate is needed. We must have this debated because of a couple of reasons.
So you agree with the Prime Minister and the Revdi kind
I'm
of
for
debate?
the debate. I'm
Okay.
for the debate on subsidies, and I can give you one example. There are some circumstances, some situation where you need freebies. And there are some circumstances and situation where you are not only wasting resources, even freebies are doing a lot of damage.
Give us an example, sir.
Yeah, I'm coming to an example. Right now, we are giving free power in many states, free power for agriculture. And we all know that water table is going down. It is creating a serious issue in many states that future generation may not even have good quality water to drink. That is the kind of situation. And it is not that water is free. So you are encouraging that if you are extracting more water, we are fully subsidizing you. So you spoil as much water as you can. Same amount can go for conservation of water. That if in a particular area farmers are adopting water saving practice, as a result of which the water table is coming up rather than coming down, I am for that kind of freebies. So how you structure a particular kind of support, but effect it has on other sector, whether it is crowding out all good things, we need to take all those things into consideration. Lastly, you raised this issue of food at 2 rupee or 4 rupee. I agree with the Gopalanji that as long as we have poor people or people who can't afford it, we will need those kind of assistance. But is it that in India 2/3 of people can't afford that food? I don't agree with that. I would say that we need subsidized food, but not for 2/3 of population. We need to work out what is that population, whether it is 1/3, like earlier we were having APL population and BPL population. I will strongly support any kind of freebie for food for BPL population, those who are below poverty line, but not for those who are above poverty line.
Okay, that's a very important point. Shamika, any other points before we move on? Okay, I'll move on. Subsidy Mukt Bharat se, we come to the point about Mehngai Mukt Bharat. Now, as we have grown, output has increased, so have prices. And price rise means it devalues your assets. The example that Ajit gave at the very start. Mehngai Mukt Bharat, at least not completely, is that possible? Because again, it's a huge burden on the tax-paying middle class. The rich are finite, and there's a huge subsidy burden that we have just spoken about. Shamika.
You know, again, on the inflation bit, Siddharth, we have to be clear, food inflation. I mean, again, what aspects of food inflation? What, you see, I have a feeling it's the creditor organizations of the world like IMF, which are so obsessed with inflation that, you know, certain amount of inflation is also healthy inflation in a country. And of course, currently, a lot of our problems are imported in the sense it's coming with the energy dependence that we have externally. So I think the obsession with, first of all, let's not have the same debates that Washington and London are having, because our problems are not that, number one. So their problem with inflation is a very serious problem. Ours is not of that nature. Yes, if it's related to energy, it is. But many aspects of inflation are also good. Because remember, when food prices go up, it's really a transfer to farmers. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. So stop looking at inflation as all bad or all good.
Okay. Ajit, I'm coming on that point. Mehngai Mukt Bharat.
There was an RBI paper, by the way, many years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago, which said what should the optimum level of inflation be for India? Because if you have 0% inflation, you know, you're removing the producer incentives. And for a developing country, see, the US has inflation because it's a developed country, so 2% is okay. Japan has 0 or -%. It's a shrinking population. So for our country, what is the optimum rate? The RBI's estimate then was about 5 to 6%. And I think India's political economy is so sensitive. So forget about the current phase, which is partly Ukraine war, partly the Chinese lockdowns. So this should not be taken as a benchmark. Our last history of 75 years and even future, because our political economy is so sensitive, this is one thing that we have achieved well, much better than the South American developing countries or other parts of the world, is inflation management. Because I think our political system responds very quickly. We use monetary mechanisms, we use fiscal mechanisms, we also use administrative mechanisms. So I'm not so worried about inflation in the future. We have done pretty well, and let's not be, like Shamika says, I think 4 to 5% for a developing economy like India is okay. In fact, it's good because it provides incentives to produce. So she mentioned farmers. What about, industry? Imagine a guy, an employee in a factory, you say, "Aapko increment kitna milega?" 0% milega, 1%. I mean, there will be a rebellion. So if everybody wants an increment of 5 to 7%, I remember in some companies, if they get an increment of only 9%, there are, glum and sad faces. So if you're going to give labor, everybody 9% increment, you can't have zero inflation. So I think the short point is, for a developing economy, I think 4 to 5% or 6% is not bad at this stage of our development.
Okay, one quick follow-up on that. The current monetary policy framework, if it was up to you, what would you amend it to be able to project for an economy 25 years down the line?
I think we should consider going back as it is. As you can see in many parts of the world, the central bank is becoming subservient to the goals of the political masters. I mean, even in countries like Japan. And that's thanks to...
You think it's happening in India as well?
We can't say. I mean, it's possible. I mean, they call it coordination now. They don't call it subservience. But I think this inflation, just exclusive mandate on inflation control, is something we need to revisit, re-examine, and go back to the multidimensional outlook. See, the RBI used to be concerned not only about inflation. They used to look at employment growth. They used to look at adequate availability of credit. They used to look at financial stability of the system, about the NPA levels. This is called the multidimensional approach. Now people say, "Ye thoda bahut fuzzy hai, isko ek hi mandate do." And that I don't think has worked well, because even since 2016 when we had this, in the last 2-3 years, they've consistently exceeded inflation. The target was 2 to 6%. It's consistently above 6% for 2 years. Nobody's been taken to task. They have not come to parliament to answer questions. So let's go back to, I think there is a case to be made that we should reconsider going back to a system which is multidimensional. Look at all aspects and depending on the situation, balance the objectives.
Mr. Gopalan, on that point quickly before I move to the last topic for this panel.
Well, inflation is something which is a political decision, or what the politicians can think is affordable or bearable in this country. So that's how it is. But there are theoretical underpinnings for it. The social preference rate of capital is one area where you look into before you get into what is the optimal rate of inflation which you should have in the country. Well, under the circumstances, what the present range seems to be okay, seems to be good. But if the economy grows, if the productivity goes up in the economy, which there are many steps which should be taken, and when they are taken, if the productivity goes up in the economy, possibly that range may come down. But that once again is little theoretical than practical. But as everybody says, which is very important, that producer price, has to show some increase for profits to really pass on. Agriculturalists will have to have resources transferred to them so that there is some amount of inflation is essential. I'm not going to disagree with any of those points, but we should have, at what point in time we take a view on this is relevant.
Right. Okay. The panel discussion was walking on fire, shepherding the Indian economy through a battle-strewn world. And what the author of that perhaps must have meant, I recall, and it echoes in me, Mr. Arun Puri, the chairman of the India Today group at our Independence Day celebration, said something which stayed with me, which was about how hopeful he is for the future of this country. And I say this in the context of Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, minus the textile miracle, even Bangladesh, if I could argue. And of course, we are not even talking about small island nations. India, a miracle nation. I come to this panel for a final round. Sir, Mr. Chand, I am coming to you. If you want to also give us an estimate of how large will our economy be and what should we be hopeful about in the miracle that our economy and this country has been.
I would say that today, center as well as states, both are fully supporting and initiating different measures to accelerate our growth rate. Nobody seems to be content even with 7% growth rate. Everybody is trying that we should take it to double digit, because if something happened toward the later years of 2047, then you deny the gain to almost one generation. So therefore, we have to start growing at as early as possible. So like our PM has given a slogan of 5 trillion economy, corresponding to that, TN has a slogan of 1 trillion economy. UP has a slogan of 1 trillion economy. Other states are also taking, I think, some inspiration from this, and they are going toward it.
Right.
So I think immediately what we will be required is to put our growth rate at 10%, have that for almost 2 decades, and after that, even if we are back to 4% or 5% kind of growth, we will reach a goal of closer to what is the income in developed country. So that should be our goal.
Our national goal.
Yeah. Immediately we raise it to double-digit growth, then it can taper off after 2 decades or so.
Shamika, I come to you in the 5 minutes that we have left. Quick replies.
I think we need to refocus on the 2 key gaps, I think, Siddharth, which I think we are talking about it, but we have to identify these are strategically 2 of our biggest impediments. One is recognition that our biggest strength is human resource, the labor force, the fact that we are young. We are growing old, but we're still a young country. uneducated, meaning unskilled and unhealthy people cannot grow a nation. You will always have a huge monkey on your back, regardless of pockets of growth. So I think the recognition that our youth unemployment today is nearly 4 times overall unemployment. And do you know the graduate unemployment, meaning people who are holding graduate degree and above, are nearly 6 times more unemployed than the same youth with less than primary education degree. So clearly the quality of education is a very, very big problem. So skills of people, and I think basic healthcare, which I think the pandemic has dealt us a blow, and we're doing a lot of course correction across the states, but I think we have to go back to skills very, very, very fundamentally.
Mr. Gopalan, that same question to you before I let Mr. Ranade end today's session.
Yeah, I would look at 2-3 things. One is the labor force participation rate of women. How is it that we are going to increase it from 21 to where China has about 70? How are we going to increase it? That requires creating opportunities, and also there will be social issues within the family issues involved. How we are going to handle that is another area which a lot of people in the social areas, they should be in a position to look at and work on. Second, I should look at looking at consumption of those who are the lower half, about 500 million people who. How do you increase that? How do you ensure that labor-oriented industries, manufacturing really pick up? How do you make it efficient? How do you ensure law and order allows those kind of industry to set up in the areas where they are required to be set up? These are some thoughts which I leave with you, because these are areas where people are working on, but not enough is seen. So these areas I think is going to be very, very crucial.
Sometimes people lose sight of the fact that a well-lit bus stop, proper street lights, and a safe bus system or metro system is all that it requires for women to work. And if any of you have traveled in our industrial centers, one of the key things you will see about women's participation in the labor force is the basic 3 elements that we spoke about. Bharat Bhagya Vidata, Ajit Ranade, at the very end, the last comment on our panel today.
Thank you, Siddharth.
Where will we go?
Thank you. First of all, if Uttar Pradesh was a country, it would be the 5th largest country. If Maharashtra was a country, it would be probably in the top 15 or top 12 countries. So when you say कि India को क्या करना है, you're basically asking me to कि 15 देश मिलके कैसा करेंगे. I just told you that India is 1/6 of humanity, so it's not a simple problem. But growth comes from capital. And capital is not only physical or financial capital of new factories or new financial deepening and UPI transactions. It is actually human capital, and Shamika said that. Half the country is below the age of 27. 40% of the country is below the age of 18 or 20. In fact, in 25 years, they'll be barely in their 40s. That's where the action is. Human capital is that is the surest determinant of long-term, sustainable, high-quality growth. So I think if you ask me one magic word, and we had a session on that, education, education, education. That's the magic word. We need to really substantially improve or reform education system so that this capital, human capital, is unshackled and really realizes its true potential. And if you ask me what is the development status that I would aspire to, number 1, where I can open my tap and drink water from the tap. Everybody in India. Number 2, when I send my kids to the nearest municipal school. Number 3, where all the rich guys travel by public transportation. So if we can attain these 3 things, I think we have done it well.
We'll end with a round of applause for those aspirations. Thank you very much to this panel for this wonderful, wonderful debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, notable panelists. At the helm of one of India's largest companies, and one that sets the tone and the agenda for business, one that's also incredibly relevant in the aftermath of this conversation as it employs one of the largest numbers of human capital in the country. Right now in the news for issues such as moonlighting, but lots to discuss with Mr. Ganpati from digital transformation, AI, and really what it's going to take for India to leapfrog into the futures. Mr. Ganpati Subramaniam, Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director at TCS, in conversation with Saurav Majumdar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Subramaniam, for being with us this afternoon. For what is, as we've just heard in some of the earlier sessions, a very, very important subject of discussion, India at 100. You belong to one of the companies which is clearly one of the jewels in the crown of the Tata Group, the storied conglomerate of this country, and which itself has a very, very important history, aligned with the history of this country. We will discuss some of these issues around technology, around the growth of technology, and how technology can actually power the India ambition. First off, Mr. Subramaniam, I would like to get your views on how you think, today after the pandemic in particular, digital transformation is no longer a good thing to do. You talk to any company and we talk across the board, various sizes and shapes and sectors, and the one thing which is common is digital transformation. So tell me, how are companies like yours actually wanting to take this story forward, and then we will come to bits and parts of that story.
Thank you, Saurav, for having me here. First of all, I wanted to compliment the previous panel, very power-packed, very invigorating. The pandemic has taught all businesses that digital is the only way to go. People who were there in the trendsetters or who are in the fence, they're all advancing the digital agenda by leaps and bounds, no doubt about it. And the great thing about the digital technologies is not just one technology, it's a suite of technologies, keep on coming, keep on evolving. And unlike the previous generation of technologies, each technology which comes in, it seems to be nicely integrating and interoperating with whatever is already there. So that is what driving the whole digital ecosystem. So coming back to TCS, what are we doing is we believe that 50 to 60% of what we are doing today need not be done by humans moving forward, which means that we need not write code the way that we are writing today. We need not design systems the way that we design systems today. So the whole aspect of cobots, the whole aspect of embracing a low-code, no-code platforms, we see the future as some kind of a domain computing. There are computers which will do telecom much better. There are computers which will do banking that better. But for example, the interest calculations and all, you don't have to code. It will be embedded into the hardware. The intelligence will be there. You just have to say that compute interest and pay it off. So in that context, what will be the role of TCS? What will be the role of an IT professional? Is the thinking that we are developing. And it's going to be an all-pervasive intelligence, artificial or real, right? And I can't wait to see how that's going to look like.
That's a very important point you raised, Mr. Subramaniam, that the way we look at this whole aspect of digital transformation itself will change as we move along the next 25 years. Now, the other thing the pandemic has actually done is completely upend and change people's lives and the way we look at how we work. This whole future of work is a debate which is intrinsically linked with technology, with the advent of new technologies to make that happen. You at TCS are one of the largest employers in the business, and and it continues that way. We will come to some other aspects of that a little later in this discussion. But the basic point being that how do you see this whole hybrid workforce? How do you see that? How are we looking at this social capital changing as we move to these new ways of working, and how does technology get into it?
No, I think the hybrid way of working in certain industries and certain roles of the organization is probably going to happen. Or it's already happening, and in our own company, we saw it coming, and we said that we are going to be moving to what we call as a 25 by 25 operating model, right? Which essentially means that it's enough if you are there 25% of your time in the offices, but you need to be there 25% of the time in offices. And if 25% of our employees are at work, then we can make the whole 100% a lot more productive. I think that's also the belief that we developed. And we said the 25 by 25 operating model requires certain amount of change, both in terms of processes, compliance, regulations. For example, today, if somebody is working in Chennai or in Delhi, then there is a way of billing. There is a way of GST or VAT, or as it is applicable, or how do you comply with the SEZ and things like that. And likewise, if somebody is operating out of Mexico, there is a way of working. So all this will have to be settled in. So our intent is to see that, look, between now and 25, define all of this. And we already started to talk about what we call as a talent cloud. People are available, all of them, all over. The security aspect of it, not necessarily in the office, but every endpoint is the perimeter of the security today. Every computer, every laptop that's getting connected to our network is the security. So a lot of things have been done, but my view is that you got to figure out certain roles will have to be full-time in the office, certain roles will have to be better be in a hybrid way of working, and that is going to be certainly there. The social capital is very important because there is an aspect of business which is not business, even in our client relationships. In a Zoom meeting, you go and then you stick to the agenda, and then nobody talks about anything else. But when you go and have a face-to-face meeting, there are a lot of things that you discuss, which we build the social capital. In the pandemic, I think we have started to deplete the social capital and leverage the social capital to thrive and survive. And the onus is on all of us to actually rebuild that social capital. In that sense, some of us will have to work not 100%, 120%, in the coming years.
Aligned to that thought, Mr. Subramaniam, is a discussion. I have spoken to some leading technology companies where there is this whole debate where, while a section of people would not want to come to work and they feel, come to office and want to work from, remotely, there is also this need, like we just discussed, of people also having an interaction. So both the needs actually, there are surveys which have actually come out with these findings that both these things coexist. So while I may want to work remotely, I also want that physical interaction with my colleague. How does technology take care of this? And what is the way forward?
I think if I'm from an old school of thought, so I kind of believe that we all built our careers looking at role models, looking at people, seniors who are mentored, and how they built their careers, how they would have handled those situations.
And that can't be on a screen.
That can't be on a screen. So that's something that is there. But at the same time, there are companies who have come up in the last 5-10 years which do not have an office, right? That's very interesting, fascinating model, right? So you have to study that and you have to understand how does that work? How do they build their culture within the company? We have to learn from it. And we have to probably, in our situation, we have to, ours is a highly people-intensive business. So in that sense that the truth is probably somewhere in the middle and probably it's in the reverse, right? So we have to learn there. I don't have an answer for this, but we are moving into a model where people have to be physically show up at least 25% of our time. And that's important for us, at least for the current school of thought, right? Unless and until, we are also looking at how do we break the company into several small companies. And there are potentially this type of businesses that we are doing completely remotely, they can work. This type of businesses where I'm going to work for Reserve Bank of India or State Bank of India, they would need these people to be there on this side. So, it's a mix and match that we'll have to do, but certainly we have to go through a learning from the companies who are 100% remote, established as 100% remote in the last 4 years, and how they are building their products, how they are building their services, what kind of culture that they are building, what is the employee satisfaction there, how the employees are able to relate to each other. These are big questions that we have to learn.
So far, what has been your experience on this front? I mean, because culture is something you cannot, again, impart on a screen, ideally. You would need to be, have a physical interaction in person. So how does an organization move forward in such a scenario?
I'm fairly a positive person, so I think very positive, right? There are times where 99 to 100% of our employees were working remotely. So when I met somebody in the airport lounge about 6-7 months ago, he asked, how do you make $1 billion profit in this quarter without anybody coming to work? It was very hard. In that sense that, you feel very positive about it, you have to give it to them. No doubt about it, and the processes are great, it's working very well, right? But when you see that, look, we hired about 100,000 people last year, about 25,000 of them joined TCS remotely, working remotely, without even taking the ID card, without seeing a TCS office, have also chosen to leave this year, right, in search of another job, right? When you look at that, I feel sad, right? I'm sure that had they been in a face-to-face interaction, they would have valued TCS a lot better than working remotely, because for their mind is that, look, I'm seeing somebody in the screen, that's all, right?
Very true. We'll also, alongside this discussion is also this whole point about the new technologies which have developed. Now, as one of the foremost companies in the technology space, AI, ML, how are you and how is the tech sector, you think, moving forward to capitalize these new trends, emerging technologies which are coming forward?
I think, there are, everything that we do will have to be reimagined all the time, right? Which we do continuously. When I see what's happening around me, there are 3 or 4 things. One is that advanced connectivity, whether it is you attribute it to 5G, 6G, private networks, or broadband convergence, all of that. That's going to make telecom as a horizontal to every other vertical. That's one thing that we are realizing. So advanced connectivity is a big thing. The second thing is security. People are paranoid about security, and there are security products and services which keeps on coming every day. New ones are coming, and new threats are emerging. The third one is privacy. We are all paranoid about how my information is getting used somewhere else. So everything that we do today have to be reimagined for connectivity, which is advanced, security and privacy. And then in that span, how do I create a better experience for employees? How do I create a better experience for our customers and solutions and things like that? And as we get more and more connected, everything is going to become invisible. Banking will become invisible. With LB, you'll see branches everywhere. But at the time where I want to buy something or sell something or any barter that takes place, my bank need to see invisibly present there so that they can capture my business. Or whoever is there at that time, I will have to deal with them. I may not do that because I have a loyalty. My son, I don't think he cares so much about loyalty. Whoever is there, whoever is the best one, that he will go and do that business. So I think financial services, for example, or retail, for example, everything will become invisible, because at the time you define what you are trying to do, you need to make yourself physically or digitally present. So the invisibility will happen. And the last one is, it's going to be AI and intelligence pervasive. And, we need to be smarter. We need to be able to understand what does that mean to us. And, we are all using that in one way or the other. We are using technology, restaurants near me or anything that we want to do. Today we are using technology for everything. So I think that will be more and more of it.
You mentioned privacy and you mentioned data security. In all this, there is a huge opportunity for tech companies in terms of cloud computing. We talk about multi-cloud solutions as well. How do you think these two, sort of will converge? Privacy and data security as with cloud computing.
It has been proven beyond doubt that just because you are having your computing capacity in a room, data center, and I have the most sophisticated access mechanism, I have the keys in my pocket, you can't consider that that is secured. Right? I think people have believed that by putting more and more on cloud, it has become probably a lot more secure. And at the same time, it has become a shareable asset. Whether it's infrastructure, applications, data, everything when it is on cloud, it has become a shareable asset. And people have started to leverage that shareable asset from wherever they are. Right? So it has created a situation where we are able to interconnect with the ecosystem that which we are operating, whether it's in the supply side or on the demand side. And we are able to harness the data and the intelligence around it to take real-time decisions pretty quickly, right? And instantaneously. And whether it's our suppliers or our customers, we are able to provide today an instantaneous, intuitive and interactive experience. Thanks to all this technology because it's on cloud. And thanks to analytics, data, insights and algorithms, that we are able to provide that intuitiveness, interactiveness and instantaneous. You will see more and more of it. If you think that, look, what we are already seeing is great, you have not seen anything yet.
Mr. Subramanian, TCS is one company which has actually moved up the value chain dramatically from being a services company to a product company and now a consulting. The consulting, it's almost a consulting firm in every sense of the word today. Is that the journey you see Indian technology companies taking as they move up the value chain? How do you see this, this whole journey from services to consulting playing out in the Indian tech sector?
There are interesting anecdotes that, look, I was in US in late 80s. I was a programmer and assigned to one of the largest Wall Street firms. I was working in the basement. My office was probably this size, the table size. My batchmate was joined a product company. And he happened to install his product in that same bank. He was operating in the 51st floor. He had an office which is huge. And both from the same pedigree, right? So I just looked at him and then said, look, what the hell is this, right? So when I came back, I told Mr. Ramdurai, saying, look, why are we not developing products? Because for them, I'm a software programmer. I'm a coder, right? But we do enormous amount of value addition. We are great at what we are doing. And we continue to be great at that. But then, for their mind of them, oh, he's a product consultant, right? Same, 3-4 years of experience, right? So then, that instilled in us that, okay, we need to develop products. And products is something that we felt that, look, it's a means of consolidating the knowledge base that we have acquired, and we are able to articulate that knowledge base better, number one. Number two is that it brings in certain amount of non-linearity to our business. And the third is that when you go and install the product, it creates a customer lock-in and stickiness because they use the product for 10 years, 15 years easily. So what we started in early 1990s, today it has grown to be a few billion-dollar business for us with about almost 600 institutions using our products beyond the services. So I think it's a good natural evolution from services to products to consulting. And the value chain is growth. You call it value chain growth or you call it staying relevant to customers. That's a natural journey. The expectations are always there from the customers. And we ran a painting competition for the school kids recently. The title was India 2050. How you see it? Targeted about 5th standard, 6th standard, some of them are 4th standard kids. The one which won, one of the things that, I don't know it won, but I saw that painting that it said that, look, there are aliens coming and working with people, doing business on one side, carrying a AK-47 and fighting with each other on the other side. And then I saw that, look, there is something which goes, a network, or a communication link which said that TCS exporting software to Mars. So the aspirations are there. And if that's the aspiration of the 5th standard kid, I think India is in safe hands.
But the AK-47 is a bit
that's
of a
a worry.
concern.
So you don't get, you don't have the cake and eat it too all the time.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. The other point here is, as we move to the next 25 years, Mr. Subramaniam, I mean, you have, as I said earlier, you are one of the largest employers. There is a huge element of, one part of the tech story is this whole attrition, and you're on record as in earlier places as having said that, you're looking at, that is a concern in terms of margins, etc. The other point, first of all, do you see that as a concern as you continue to, sort of compete for talent with the best in the business? That's one. And number two is the issue which has now become a big debate of moonlighting. I mean, there are two sides of the debate, whereas, some people feel that what you do outside of your work is not something which needs to be worried about, and at the other side you have somebody very important, like Wipro, the Wipro boss saying that it is cheating. So we will come to the second part, but I want your thoughts first on this whole point about how you sort of want to do this.
No, talent is, if you look at it as a war, it's a war. And business is all about operating within the constraints. The talent war happened because of two important reasons from my perspective. During the pandemic, almost 90% of the enterprises did not hire. Few organizations like TCS, we went and honored everything, and then we kept hiring, built the bench, and then put this across. And pandemic taught everybody that digital is the important thing, so everybody wanted to advance the digital agenda, so they needed the people, and the pandemic gave way for economic growth. When that happened, everybody started to go and hire. Suddenly, 90% of the corporations which did not hire wanted to hire a trained talent. Then the only way that they can do it is come to wherever the talent is, right? And that created an enormous amount of demand and supply side mismatch for talent, right? And that's why you saw all this happening, right? And my own feeling is that it will stabilize in a quarter or so, because my interactions with clients, most of them feel that they've got their core talent that they wanted, right? So that's the one thing. Second is that India as a country, I think the previous panel also talked about it, abundance of talent is definitely there. And you got to hire them, and IT industry kind of took it on ourselves to train the talent and hold ourselves accountable for the talent that we need. That's why we succeeded. And we are continuing to do that. And so, we are confident that talent and supply side is not a problem for us. Yes, there will be short-term aberrations, and we'll have to find out. So whether someone else can do the heavy lifting, right, in that context, right? Moonlighting, we have to, it's an ethical issue, right? So we need to inculcate that ethics and being right. And if you make something like this for short-term gains, in the long term, you will lose out, right? And that kind of a message has to go to employees. And we have, when we come across that somebody having a 2 PF accounts, then we have to go and tell the government, why are you opening 2 PF accounts? So we have to figure out a way to prevent some of this. But more and more, I think, the people have to be told and educated about the value systems, ethics, how we have grown this business built by brick. Please don't shoot yourself in our feet.
And as the global slowdown sort of takes a firm grip, you don't see that sort of taking a toll on the IT sector and TCS in particular in terms of the value of deals, the number of deals? How do you see that panning out?
No, there'll always be headlines. There'll always be, headwinds. As I said, look, you have to take it and then keep it aside. And then, because that's for the customers to worry about, number one. That's for the economists to worry about. For us, quickly look at in each market, each customer that we are operating in, are there any subtle moves that they are making? Are they pulling projects away from us or cancelling projects? And have a frank conversation with them. Look, we see this war situation, we see this recession talk that's going on. Are you going to slow down on any of the commitments that you've already made to us? That's the first thing. And the comment that we are getting is that no, all these are important strategic projects. We are not going to do this, and we are making money. Most customers, when you look at it, we are making money, so investments are secured, we are going to do this. Second is the pipeline of deals that we are operating. That's another indicator that we have to constantly watch. Is it our book to bill is something like 1.2, 1.3x? If it is there, then that's better than the average that we have had for the last 5 years. So many indicators are looking good. We have no concern per se from what I see. But, these are quarter se, quarter tak.
That's right. Finally, Mr. Subramaniam, what are the top 3 trends, a technology company like you and somebody at the helm of it like yourself, what are the top 3 trends you see as India moves to the next 25?
I think, there are the advanced connectivity. I think that's a very important trend that we have to pick up and run with it. The element of transparency is going to come very, very heavily. Right? There are different technologies we have to employ for that. What I'm saying is, people talked about fisheries, the previous panel. From Andhra, one of the things that is that the shrimps, which are getting exported to Europe, that's one of the largest exporters, I understand. But European Union demands that what kind of feed that went in. What kind of, if you administered any antibiotics, then we want to know what is the source of the antibiotic. If you are putting a feed, what is the source of the whole thing? So which essentially means that, look, you got to, if you are running a fishery, then what feed that you are using, from where you come up, what is the composition of that, what is the batch number of that, and what is the quality control of that. All of that from the source, you have to put it in, everything has to be available in the barcode or the QR code. When at the source of entry, they would like to check and make sure that this is all foolproof. That's going to come in every walk of life. So the element of transparency and what you are trying to do, you have to be a lot more accountable in what you are delivering as an outcome, whether it is a software, whether it is any other product. So in that sense that the technology that you want to put in place have to be enabling all of this, right? Whether it is fisheries or cashew nuts. We have developed a blockchain-related solution to really cater to some of these fisheries to do that. Right? So I think many technologies going to come. Quantum is another one. Quantum computing or quantum security is another one. So all this have to be essentially make it meaningful from a perspective of connectivity, security, privacy, and transparency.
Mr. Subramaniam, we could have gone on. This has been a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much for speaking to us. And
thank you. Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subramaniam. Pleasure as always. And now I'd like to invite everybody for lunch. And before we do that, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Associate Partner Brahmos, Knowledge Partner Accenture, Sustainability Partner True Alt Energy, Logistics Partner Safe Express, Associate Partner GMDC, Insurance Partner Tata AIA, Radio Partner 92.7 Big FM, Media Partner Amar Ujala, and Trade Media Partners Media Infoline, Best Media Info, and MediaNewsForYou.com. We'll see you right after this break for some more Power Pack sessions. Thank you so much. Discuss the consumer at 100, retail, e-commerce, entertainment, and what a power-packed panel this is. Neeraj Garg, Chief Executive Officer, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages; Gaurav Gandhi, Country Head, Amazon Prime Video, India; Nandita Sinha, CEO, Myntra; Arvind Singhal, Founder and Chairman, Technopack Advisors; Naya Sagi, Co-Founder, The Good Glam Group; and Lalit Agarwal, MD, V-Mart Retail. In conversation with me, I'm Abha Bakaya, Senior Editor at Business Today. All right, let's kick this off. Great to have all of you here with us. I mean, it's a rare opportunity to have all of these heavy hitters together on one stage. And, you know, what we really want to do here today, because Gaurav called me yesterday saying, I don't know what you're going to ask me. I said, I really want to get your perspective as thought leaders, as experts, as those that are driving that inflection point of change for India over the next 25 years, what you see coming next. So let me start off with each of you one by one. Lalit, why don't we begin with you? Retail in itself is so fast moving, the constant question about omni, about what consumers want, about further distribution. Where do you see things headed and how do you see them evolving?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Definitely a beautiful environment here. And thank you for inviting us. See, I mean, definitely India is the nuclear bomb. And which is the consumer, the population, the aspirational youth and the young families, which has 50% or more than 50% of the population. I think we are about to blast. We are there as soon as our economy and our per capita income goes up by even 20%. The consumption is really going to dive up very, very superficially. And we have seen this even in the past. The moment we see the economy doing well, we see the consumption rate really goes up. And what we saw, largely V-Mart operates in value fashion across small town. And what we have seen, small town people's aspiration levels are very, very high. And they want to work more, they want to earn more, they do want to look good, they do want to consume more. They haven't seen the real consumption, they haven't seen the real what the internationally every people uses, or even in the metros what we see and what we have seen. So that is the real Bharat, which is almost 70% of India. And when that starts consuming, that's still consuming, but they have a very, very constrained pocket. They have a very, very constrained budgets. So still, even if their aspirations are high, they are not able to manage. And culturally, India is not used to taking debt and consuming. So they do consume only when they have money in their pocket. So that's how India is. But yeah, what we see, adoption across omniculture or digitalization is definitely very, very high. It is also very, very clear that whenever people are getting money, their saving rates are predominantly from the earlier times, it has gone down, but their consumption rate is going up. What we are seeing, more and more people want to come out. Urbanization is improving. Even in small villages, we are seeing small towns like tier 3 district level towns. A lot of people flocking from the villages to there. A lot of people from there flocking back to the capitals of the state. So that we are always seeing, and this is now strengthening as the infrastructure in India is growing up, as we are seeing more and more positive news coming in from the government, from the Prime Minister. We are seeing so much of hopefulness in the eyes of young and the youth across these towns. So we get more than 30 million customers every year. We talk to them, we learn what are their habits.
Sure.
And there is definitely more and more which is going to come in terms of technology adoption, digital adoption, and omniculture.
Arvind, let me get the layout from you, because you see it from a slightly larger, pulled out perspective.
Sure. So I wish I was so smart to think 25 years hence. I will venture only for next 10, which I think there is a certain amount of certainty. I believe India will be a $7.5 trillion economy, give or take 100 billion here and there by 2032. So from 3.2 trillion to about 7.5, we're adding about 4.5 additional trillion dollars to the size of economy if you convert it back to merchandise spending. We are looking at a delta of $1 trillion of additional consumer spending. Now today consumer spends about $800 billion on merchandise. Extra $1 trillion is a game changer because it's not only just an extra $1 trillion, but $5,000 per capita income. 1.5 billion people, $7.5 trillion. So 5,000 is more or less the number. In the past, we have seen that $3,000 per capita income translates to a different cycle of consumption. Inflation adjusted, maybe 5,000 would be when India will see a huge change. But the most transformational part about India, which I see in the next 10 years, is this all-round pervasive impact of digital. 4G, 5G is an enabler. ONDC is, in my opinion, probably the most transformational public utility government of India is facilitating, I would say, not owning it. Now, from product delivery, discovery to product delivery, if your entire pathway is digital, minus the physical logistics part of it, I think that is going to be the big transformation. It will impact all retailers. To me, just 2 days ago, I was somewhere else. Please don't use it as omni-channel. There is going to be no omni-channel as such. Manufacturer or brand and the consumer, you figure out for yourself what role you want to play in that. So that's my few.
Got it. So how does this affect a segment like yours, Neeraj? Because we've looked at change in consumer behavior, consumer tastes, diversification of product offerings, but also segmentization in terms of the kind of size of product offerings to cater to consumers, a much more wider array and to the masses.
So let me just begin by wishing everybody a good afternoon and thanking you for having me here. And it's interesting, as Arvind said, talking about 25 years ends, for us it's a little special meaning because we're celebrating 25 years in India as Hindustan Coca-Cola. So it's always good to reflect back on 25 years and then see what we're going to do. And to the point which was made by Lalit about how consumerism is exploding and consumption is going to go up and the merchandise value that Arvind talked about, we also believe that in the next 4 years, we'll be able to achieve what we've done in 25 years. So we've got great goals, but that is all driven by what we're seeing happening around us in the country. So truly, the skills, capabilities, and the business models and mindsets are changing. And not changing, they're transforming, and you've got to start thinking about at a completely different way about the business. Coca-Cola always talks about being available at the arm length of desire. You now need to talk about being available a click away, right? And that requires completely different business models. It requires completely different skill sets in the people. Simple example, when we look at our execution in the marketplace at the physical retailer, we have a measure called right execution daily, which talks about are we available as the right SKU, right quantity, right price point. And now that has got evolved to something we call IRED, which is in the digital world where a consumer is clicking and looking for a beverage, what do they see? How do our products get merchandised? So completely different way of looking at things. Go ahead. No. So in terms of the capability and the way we're working, and I agree that omni-channel is something that we talk about today. 25 years from now, it's going to be a choice before the consumer on how and who he wants or she wants to buy from. So we need to be ready for it. And for us, the critical piece is not to own the pathway to the customer or the consumer, but to make sure that our retailers and our consumers are able to find us online, are able to find us a click away, like I said. And how do we create those capabilities against it? So it's not about owning so we work with Udan, we work with different digital delivery systems. We have our own delivery system that we've launched called Wabi, where the retailers have a chance of ordering our products online. But for us, it's going to be a full suite of solutions that is going to get us where we want to be. So a very, very different world, and we are all gearing up for that.
Amazing. So natural segue to the both of you when all this conversation comes back to the tech boom and really how that's changing the entire landscape. Share with us, Nanita, let me come to you first, and give us a sense of the change that you've seen being part of it as one of the early players and what you feel the next 15 years, 10 years, 5 years will be like.
Sure. So thanks for having us here today, and really great to be in this panel. I think, if you just look about how the ecosystem has evolved, there are around 600 million internet users in the country. Close to 200 million or 220 million of them are actually shopping online. I think the next wave, as everyone talks about, is everybody actually, all of the 400 million actually coming online. And that consumption actually being driven by all of the ecosystem coming together. So it's not omni, it's not online, it's not offline, but the entire digitization influencing consumption of this trillion dollar, like $7.5 trillion economy that Arvind spoke about. I think the trends that will shape the future are definitely going to be two. One is the tier 2, tier 3, and the expansion of digitization in those geographies. More than 50% of the consumers will start coming from these geographies. I think the second one is Gen Z. We will have the largest population of Gen Z consumers in the world, and they will shape a lot of new innovations that all of us will be forced to actually lead or adopt as we go forward. The way we look at it as we go forward in the future as part of Myntra is that there is a trifecta which will impact all of these two sets of consumers, whether it's the Gen Z consumers or the tier 2, tier 3 consumers. The first one being, where inspiration comes from. I think inspiration today, especially when you talk of fashion, is not limited to what it was in the past, which was a few, inspiration itself has exploded. So whether there's social media, social commerce, influencers, all of that have become part of the inspiration, tray of the consumers. And everybody from Metro T1 to T2, T3 is getting inspired by the same set of merchandise and people. I think the second one will be convenience. How are we able to make shopping fun for people, make it convenient for them, and a lot of innovation in the supply chain, in Omni, and helping consumers actually across the physical and the digital ecosystem will happen. And I think the third is actually making consumption and shopping more seamless. So whether there will be digital tools like virtual try-ons or personalization, or even influencers and how we kind of engage with them through innovations like social commerce and MLive, which Myntra has pioneered, are all going to be part of the secret recipe. So I think it's going to be about how do we service the inspiration of these consumers, how do we make it convenient for them, and how do we actually make it seamless, the journey of consumption as they try out new things in their journey. So that's really how we look at it as we go forward into the next few years.
Okay, yeah. Some key indicators there. Naya, what Nandita just alluded to in terms of how things are just changing so fast. Share with us some key takeaways from your own journey, and as you're at the cusp of what promises to be a huge leap of growth at the group, how do you stay on top of some of these, very fast changing nuances in the industry and the landscape?
Sure. So first of all, a pleasure being here and wonderful meeting so many familiar faces. At the Good Glam Group, the hypothesis has always been, how do you build, probably for the first time in the world, a digital-first FMCG house of brands, right? Over the last year, we really accelerated. Abha, you know the story. We've made more than 12 acquisitions. We are now proud partners, and part of our portfolio is leading brands like Mom's Co, My Glam, Sirona, Organic Harvest, etc. I think the whole premise, though, which is now playing out beautifully, is the journey of content to commerce for us. And, I think it comes back to the point that I think every panelist has pretty much made, that as a brand, you have to be where the consumer is, right? And the consumer is now most definitively online. right? That is where they're finding inspiration. That's why they're finding aspiration. If you look at even recent reports, I mean, of course, the rails, right, if you will, of the digital infrastructure. So UPI was one massive shift in terms of the payments infrastructure, right? Now, if you're talking about data democracy, and 80% of all household consumption, fashion, beauty, personal care choices made by women, the data democracy is also, of course, now reflecting in the trends you see in terms of urban women being 68% of them actually having access to data, to mobile phones, versus 79% men, right? That shift, that has much greatly narrowed now. So I think you're seeing women come online, you're seeing the payment infrastructure, the payment rails come into place. And I think that is what is really helping us now create brands and sort of, instead of creating brands that would take us generations to make. Today you see in India, brands being created which now have the aspiration to not just take over the Indian retail market and capture the minds of the Indian consumers, but also go global. So I think that's the big sort of, I would say, aspirational shift in terms of where the consumers are coming from there. How do you shape their aspirations through content, through influencers? But equally the aspirations, the brands that are addressing this market, right? Not just playing to an Indian demographic, but saying this is a larger market today, yes, but how do you also play and become a global brand, learning what you are from the Indian retail landscape? So I think that's really where I see the trend go. And I think Indian brands today are really hungry, really ambitious. And I think that, by the way, is one of the biggest shifts we've seen over this decade.
We can see that. And we're super excited about it as well, to see the next set of unicorns and more coming out of this generation. Gaurav, of course, I've saved the best for last in terms of entertainment and how that's going to play a role in this entire landscape. Talking about consumption, talking about millennials, how are you shaping your strategy with the idea of the boom that's to come?
Thanks. First of all, thank you for having us here. It's a pleasure. I think the streaming industry and entertainment at large has had fantastic last 5-7 years. Some thanks to the tailwinds of ubiquitous devices, affordable data, young population, and some because of very deliberate efforts of high quality content, looking at identifying white spaces and then going after it with the variety of business models. So, I would divide it with the trends in 3 parts. I think one on the consumer level and choice of customers, one at creator level, because they're a very important part of our stakeholder community and there is no content without the creators. And then the business models that come into play. I think at the biggest change happening at the consumer level is the fact that today you have so much choice that the customers have from both local and international. And the big change that is sweeping us all is the fact that the linguistic palette of our customers is expanded. It's no longer about just 1 or 2 languages. It's about the fact that you're now consuming content seamlessly across 4 or 5 languages, and it's not just my first language of choice. Now that is quite a thing to rattle your head with, because when you look at that, as you look at your strategy to select content, you don't necessarily say, I want to only program X for X. Of course, we celebrate the heterogeneity and the multicultural nature of India, and that's the most amazing part for us. And therefore, we program in 10 languages. But now, you add a new power to that by saying, whatever I create for a segment of customers X can actually appeal to segment Y and Z as well. Suddenly, the force multiplier of that is of a different nature. And this is true for Indian languages. We've seen how Malayalam cinema, for example, has gone through the country and everybody loves it, and other languages as well. But you're also seeing international content this way, and you see Indian content go abroad. So that's one part of it. Second, this customer is extremely discerning, and therefore, if you then go and segue into the youth of that, and the youth is making very deliberate choices. They follow this whole piece about, like, we want highest quality, we want lots of variety, and we want experimentation. So how do you do that? So I think those things on the customer side. On the creator side, the opportunity is tremendous, because now this target segment and the market is expanded increasingly with streaming. You're no longer about, I'm only confining yourself to this. Second, on the talent side, it's not only about the biggest stars, it's about creating stars. And you're seeing lots of stars being created and new people coming in the space. And third, on the business model side, I think the way we look at it is that there's a variety of models. There's ad-supported, there's stream, there's subscription, there's hybrid, there's there are models which you have value-added services. But important point what streaming is doing today is that it's such an integral part of the entire industry. It's really fueling growth of it. The film industry has such a high contribution of not just the capital from this, but the reach this drives for them. Similarly, the telecom business, the data consumption, video is a very integral part of that, right? And therefore, I think it's playing a very pivotal role in growth of this and fueling hundreds of thousands of jobs across the board. So the force for good that the streaming is bringing in is tremendous. And yeah, it's just, we're just getting started.
So I want to ask all of you, because the Indian customer is a tough cookie, right? We all know that. We all know that they're very price sensitive. We know there's a lot of competition, of course, with so many brands and now so much access that's been created. So what are some of the key challenges you also face as businesses in the space when it comes to attracting, retaining, and driving that growth? Naya?
So if you'd asked me this question about 2 years back, I'd say the biggest challenge we face is the challenge of CAC. Right? Because you're right. I mean, the Indian consumer and the customer is extremely price sensitive, right? And they're looking for the best bargains, the best deals, right? And when you're a house of brands or a D2C company, you have a very healthy gross margin structure, but within that, the entire sort of construct, the highest amount that you pay is actually the marketing costs. Which is why most companies bleed. I think where we've been able to find a solve, and we continue to, of course, build on that, has been in our investments in content and creators. I think everyone has kind of talked about content and creators on this panel. And for us, post the acquisitions we've done in terms of the content assets, we've seen our CAC reduce to almost $50, which is the lowest in the industry. So every month now, I was sharing with someone else, every month we're acquiring close to 700,000 new customers on the group brands. Right? I think that for us has been a big, big unlock. Of course, now I think the challenge still remains in terms of, as we sort of, and we're looking for an acquisition actually there, in terms of if you want to be a 10,000 crore company, right? How do you actually also meaningfully reach them where the customer is, which is also offline? So I think in terms of finding a great partner or a great asset for us, which has the points of sale offline that helps us exponentially increase our 35,000 points of sale, is I think the big challenge that we're trying to unlock right now. From a group perspective, I would say that's where we are on a group basis.
Okay, Mr. Agarwal?
Yeah, I think we call right now, till now, we were calling ourselves a brick and mortar retailer. And to become an omni retailer, it's all about the culture. And the culture which is coming up in India, primarily driven by private equity money, towards digital shopping, is becoming a little difficult, where returns are coming up very high in numbers. There are a lot of frauds coming up. Logistic partners are not too aligned. And I think, largely it has to be alignment internally in the company, in the organization as well. Adoption in the organization, see change of culture within the organization. So I would call culture is a big challenge that we need to watch out for. Then definitely, if I just speak about the brick and mortar, it is a competitive world. Once again, as you rightly said, this customer is the toughest customer. And within the Indian customer, the customer who is at the lower and the middle strata of the economy and the aspiring customer wants the best quality, wants the best fashion, wants the best prices available and the most of the convenience. So we need to offer everything together with the profitability in our organization as well. So profitability is the biggest challenge which is going to come in for retailers and omni retailers and digital retailers, which is already there. So that's how we have to realize that what is the reality. We need to sustain whatever we do, we need to sustain and keep doing it. That's how we become larger and bigger in the next 25 years. We can't just keep losing money to build the businesses.
Arvind, what do you see as some of the biggest challenges, and which are the segments, in terms of industries or product segments or services that you feel will drive this growth overall when it comes to e-commerce?
So I think if I put to see next 2-3 years and then a bit longer, I think the single biggest opportunity from a merchandise point of view is in packaged food and food services. So if you again, let me drop some data. So if it is about $850 billion of merchandise spending, $550 billion, 550, nearly 65%, is on food and food services. Most of it is in the so-called loose, unorganized, semi-organized segment. The consumer wants a bit more packaging, a bit more branding, a bit better quality as income levels and aspirations increase. So the single biggest opportunity area for growth, according to me, is food in whichever form. Second one is the category which, of course, Naya is also in there. I think looking good, feeling good, so skin care, personal care, body care, indulgence for self. That's a new mindset shift as far as consumers are concerned. The young people and not so young as well finally don't have the guilt for spending money on themselves. We are used to in this society that, spending is not good, consumption is bad, look after your family, your parents, children, blah, 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 whatever else. I think finally we don't have to worry about saying, look, if I want to spend X 1,000 rupees on just putting a body wash, so be it. So skin and body care in some ways is actually, having said so, the absolute numbers are still very small. Let's not get too carried away from a data point of view. These are two areas which I see happening. If I were to look 3 to 5 years, a bit more, I think entertainment, and Gaurav talked about a bit more about this, he knows much more. I think it's also a society which finally says that, look, merchandise is for needs, entertainment is what I'm living for. Games, sports, travel, leisure. So bulk of the aspiration.
Even shopping is entertainment.
No longer, sir. I'm sorry to say that, but in my opinion, shopping would be a need there. But entertainment forms will be very, very different. So to me, I would be very closely monitoring which new forms of entertainment which are now catching the fancy of consumers. They will spend disproportionate amount of their time and money on just recreation in some form. Merchandise, yes, there is aspiration at times, there will be experience needed, but I think the center of gravity in terms of where money will be spent and you can charge value is going to be entertainment. So food and skin and personal care, short-term, entertainment in various forms is, I think, the bigger growth story for India.
You want to come in on that, Gaurav? Yeah.
No, I think I agree in some ways on the point. I think of the industry's challenges as slightly differently as the opportunity. And I think from our point of view, in a very fast-growing industry, we, and I can give you some perspective from what Prime Video sees it, we already see consumption from 99% of countries, zip codes, 4,500 towns and cities across the country. So this misnomer that actually paid streaming is only for metros and big cities is completely incorrect. It's already deeply penetrated. However, that comes with us the challenge or the opportunity of having to satisfy that customers' entertainment needs day after day, week after week, with amount of content that engages. So therefore, you have to create content and supply content continuously. You drop a season of a show, the show gets over, people want the next season next morning. So it takes time. So obviously, at the pace at which we can continue creating and acquiring and curating content is the challenge, but the opportunity to actually, sort of satisfy that customer need. Part one. I think the second one is keeping the quality bar high of that content, because it's not about the volume. And the fact is, there was a big change required, which we have all been working through, the industry is working through. If you looked at the Indian, shows, because of our business model in the TV era of entertainment only, all the shows were a particular structure because the commerce of the business required that. Episodic, serialized, hundreds of episodes, dailies, and nothing wrong with it, just that the commerce required backfitted there. But as you got to streaming, you could make this high quality, world-class, cinematic value series. It also, you could put that out, but it required the change in the technicians, art form, understanding that. And we have some of the most amazing creators in the industry who quickly adapted to it. So unlike the US, which were making these series for 25 years for the premium pay cable, we never had premium pay cable. We actually had the basic cable, right? So we had to adopt quickly, and we're all doing that. That's great. The third is, I think, in that comes the commerce and economics of it. We have to make sure the cost structures are sensible, as we go forward. But you also have to be very conscious of the fact that not only are we heterogeneous in terms of our taste, but also affordability. And therefore, the models we will use to have high reach. So therefore, for example, we have different models for different people, sort of packs for different customers. So we also offer, besides the whole Prime program, you can also have Prime Video Mobile Edition, which you only want the mobile plan. You work with telecom companies to offer packs which are, worked with data, and so on. So I think the interesting thing for us is the demand exists. How do you fulfill that demand? from great quality of content, sustainably, continuously keeping the bar high, and offer it in forms that customers can then use it and then love more and come in day after day. So it's the thing for the industry, and it's quite exciting.
I, if you don't mind, want to tackle it from a slightly different perspective. I mean, it's great to hear that, you know, you need to get consumers, affordability is important, productivity is critical with all the cost challenges, how efficient supply chain, that all remains part of the business. But those are decisions we've been grappling with over the last few decades. But as we look forward and we start engaging our customer, and now with the democratization of choices that's being made, what's the edge that we have? And what we believe is that we can only be sustainable for the next 137 years that we've been around if we actually create sustainable communities. So for us, the challenge in the business is how do we grow our business in a sustainable manner? You know, we are accused of creating mountains of plastic. But what people probably don't realize is in India, we actually enable an equal amount of plastic collection and that goes for recycling as we put out. We are supposed to be using water, but today we put back 125% of the total water we use across the country back into the earth. Now the fact is, it's not evenly spread. So the big challenge for us is how in the next 3 years, every aquifer we touch is 100% water neutral. Because we truly believe that the consumers of today and tomorrow are going to vote for the brand that they trust and they want to buy with their wallets. Only if you're able to connect with them. So sustainability is a very important part of the business today. And how do we continue to invest behind it and grow our business? I want to create another Hindustan Coca-Cola in 4 years, what we've done in 25. That means the challenge is even bigger. Carbon footprint, we're now planting 25 lakh trees starting this year, 25th anniversary, so we're doing that. 5 lakh going this year. We want to create an app where real-time geocoded, you can look at how the trees are doing. So it's not just a carbon wash, but actually you can see what's happening to the trees and are we doing a difference. And that is what we believe will start making a difference to our communities and to our stakeholders, and that is what will create a business environment for us to accelerate further.
Okay. Nandita, yeah.
I agree with what you just said. I think there is, of course, supply chain disruption and supply and democratization of choice. But I think what will allow for businesses to keep winning or keep being relevant in this environment is actually going to be innovation and sustainability. I think those are the two areas. Innovation for sure. I think for us at Myntra also, how do we innovate for the ever, expanding choices that the consumers have. So whether it is, we spoke about convenience. So, we launched something called Myntra Express, which is about a 48-hour delivery for fashion products, or social commerce, which we've, Navya also spoke about, which is content to commerce. How do you seamlessly integrate it as part of the shopping journey in itself? How do you help consumers with innovations like virtual try-ons or size or fit? How do you participate in the ecosystem that the D2C brands are creating? Because T2, T3 consumers really have very, very niche needs, and how do you really cater to them? So I think what will help you bring that edge is innovation and sustainability, because over a period of time, consumers will also start demanding this of us. How sustainable are we as organizations, as brands? Myntra for Earth, Better Cotton Initiative are all the things that we partner with. But our belief is that innovation is what is going to take us forward as we look at this expansion of choice, which is for the good of the ecosystem.
There was a time when you had to have one product to really, be successful. And today you seem to need a suite of things to cater to the consumer. While they have maybe several companies or brands to choose from, they still want to have a full suite or full stack solution wherever they decide to go. Is that a challenge as a business? How do you choose? How do you choose what to prioritize? Where to connect with them, which points to connect with them on? Because there could be so many.
I could give you an example of how we think about it. While we create a whole host of great programming and shows and movies and all of that, we also understand that our customers actually want lots of other content, and many other services and brands are creating amazing shows and content. So what we look at this is actually we build a marketplace model alongside our core SWOT service by adding Prime Video channels. So we've got many of our partners on board who actually come along, and we offer their channels alongside Prime Video. You can actually subscribe to them by a single click and so on. Similarly, we offer a whole host of rental films that you can actually rent alongside a catalog, because customers' needs are a lot, and while we all try to strive to do that, we have to respect the fact and offer the selection. And this country is all about the and not the or. So we have to keep, saying, what else can we do? So yeah, I totally agree with you.
Right. Naya? Yeah.
I do want to... Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. I do want to call out, I think, as a group, we're extremely particular, obviously, about the customer love, right, that we have for the products that we bring to market. And I think the way we've approached our brand strategy is that we need to be relevant. I'm talking about the personal and beauty care brand strategy, right? We need to be relevant to people at different points in their journey. So if you look at, for instance, MyGlam, which is a beauty brand. Now, within that, we have a portfolio of products that, works very well with early jobbers, right? There's a portfolio of product that works very, very well with teen girls, right? So I think, and there we basically, then we have Mom's Co and we have Baby Chakra, right? Those products work very well with mums, right? We have Organic Harvest. That's for a more discerning consumer who's looking at more organic solutions. It's actually reading the label and saying, these are nutrition-dense products for me, right? So we have products on sexual health and intimate hygiene with Serona, right? So I think at each point, so while, yes, in a way, you're right. I mean, maybe the same consumer is going through this journey and is looking at different solutions, and therefore you have to have this wide array of SKUs that you serve to her. But I think at each point, what we really track very closely is she moving from one sort of product portfolio to the other. And number two, while she's in that journey, do we have incredibly strong repeat and retention cohorts? Right? And I think that, by the way, is something we extremely, I think D2C brands really watch out for. And I think the big sort of benefit, perhaps, and the privilege we have is because we are genuinely D2C. We actually do most of our sales on our own platform. We're able to track these cohorts very closely. So we see more than 40-45% repeat cohorts on our product portfolio SKUs, right? So I think, yes, you're right. While people will demand an array, I think in different stages in their life, if as a brand you're able to generate strong NPS, strong consumer loyalty, and strong brand love, I think that's the holy grail for all of us.
Okay. There was, a little bit of, we've got the digital brand saying they're looking for offline. We've got the offline brand, wistfully talking about the advent of digital. Arvind, is there really, a one-stop solution that we're going to see, or is it going to continue to be a combination of some of these formats as we move forward?
So I think the trends are relatively clear in some categories. Yeah. The product discovery takes place typically online. Yeah. The fulfillment today is still being done either online and offline. But if I were to hazard a guess, other than food and grocery, a lot of things will be also then bought and got it delivered online. So the trend is not about saying, look, customers shopping online and offline. The discovery part is very clear, that it is largely moving towards online. Now, here the fun part is there. The moment a customer starts to leave a footprint of what she's looking for, if you're a brand, you are smart. You can tailor-made your product offer there. I know more than one company now which have stopped doing the forecasting of what the customer trends are. Basically, they're encouraging people to come to their website. They put trial products which are not in their physical stores. Based on the customer analytics in terms of what they're looking for, those products are then built to put in physical retail outlet. So that's what's happening.
Nandita, are there interesting anecdotes that are thrown up through the data that you must be tracking as well?
I think I'll just build on the point of two things, actually, which both Arvind and Gaurav spoke about. One is discovery being online. I think there is a lot of inspiration that's happening online, and therefore, how do you really seamlessly build that content to commerce? So Myntra Studio, Myntra Live are all examples in that direction. But I think the interesting part is about partnerships. As you want to kind of, like consumers are, fashion is aspirational, people want more. And that more can only happen through partnerships. So as you go into the area of content to commerce or that discovery, how do you partner with influencers, with brands to actually build that and create an ecosystem which is thriving in that sense? So I think for me, that partnership actually comes through in everything that you build as an ecosystem, because without that, it will be very difficult to live up to the expectations of the Indian consumer. I think that's where the Indian consumer is very discerning.
So closing comment, Gaurav, in terms of a forward-looking outlook, market size. I mean, we've talked about ambition today. We've talked about the enormous growth we're seeing across these categories. Where do you really see India in terms of opportunity and on the global stage? I think 5 years is a good enough target.
Yeah, 5 years is good enough target. I see three trends. One is the fact that there'll be, in 4 or 5 years, there'll be as many people streaming video in India as they are watching TV today, right? So that, and variety of models will emerge, that's one. Second, the fact that Indian content already is breaking through globally in a big way. We see 20% of our consumption of our original shows happening outside India. We see we'll be mainstream in the international market when it comes to Indian content, movies and shows. And this linguistic palette expansion will continue to go even further. And you will see this becoming more and more natural. Today we see half our customers streaming in over 4 language content in four languages. We'll see that expanding even more so, creating a bigger market segment for all the creators. Ultimately, it'll be about super serving that customer. And we'll all aim for that. And I think it's just the beginning. It's called, as you can say in Amazon, it's day one.
Okay. Thank you all so much for joining us today and sharing some remarkable insights into really how the ecosystem's shifting, and look forward to India at 100. A big round of applause, please. Okay. We have the Honorable Minister with us, and so I'd love to get started on the next session. Powering India towards energy security, a very important topic at a time when the world is moving towards different and newer forms of energy as we see skyrocketing prices. In conversation with Saurav Majumdar, I'd like to welcome on stage R.K. Singh, Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy at the Government of India. If everyone could please just take a seat, and if we could have silence before the session begins, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome, Mr. Singh, to the BT at 100 Summit. We've discussed several sectors, but none as volatile and as politically sensitive these days as the power sector, for various reasons. We were discussing some of those just before we came in. I'll start off right away. Power is a critical element which will take us to 2047 in the manner in which the government and all of us aspire to. Yet, there is this view that whether power as electricity is something which can be given away without a cost to people, a section of people, or whether there should be something which should be charged like an economic benefit, as all economic benefits are charged. First off, we'd like to hear from you. What is your thought? What is the government's thinking on this?
The fundamental thing is that nothing is free. Electricity is not free. It costs money to generate electricity. You need coal, you have to pay for it. You have workers in thermal power plants, they need to be paid. You have workers in transmission lines, people have spent money, invested money in setting up transmission lines, they need to get paid. It's not free. Somebody has to pay for it. Even if you are going to renewable energy, you have to spend money to buy PVs and set it up, buy inverters, set it up. It's not free. Now the question is, who pays for it? As far as I am concerned, I mean, if somebody pays for it, bluntly, I mean, I don't mind whether it's the government which pays for it or whether, the government charges the consumers for it. But I'll give you a picture. But be very clear. It is either the taxpayer which is paying for it. That means it's going from the budget. That means all of us are paying, all of you are paying. Or the consumer is paying. So that is one question which you have to ponder upon. It's not Mr. Kejriwal or XY, I don't want to take names. It's not the Neta, who says that I'll give free 300 units or 500 units, who's paying for it from his pocket. He's not doing it from his pocket. And it's your money. So that is one. I'll give you another aspect. The other aspect is, today our consumption is about 1,450 billion units annually. At the rate our rate of growth is good, which is great. Now that also indicates that our economy is growing. Now at this rate of growth, my consumption, our country's consumption in 2030 will be 2,900 billion units, more than double now. My established capacity today is 404 gigawatts. In 2030, it will have to be 820 gigawatts. That means we have to add about 400 gigawatts between now and 2030. That's an average of about 50 gigawatts per year. Now, currently, no bank is willing to lend for setting up generating stations, especially in the conventional generating stations. You know why? The banks lost almost about 60 to 70,000 crores when generating assets got stressed. You would be aware of it. The knowledgeable people would be aware of it. Many generating companies went to NCLT, and the banks lost 60 to 70,000 crores. Now, today we are in a similar situation. The outstanding dues, outstanding payables by distribution companies to generation companies is 110,000 crores, 110,000 crores. And that is because the outstanding payables by the state governments to their distribution companies is 130,000 crores. So no money is coming to the generation companies for the power. No money was coming. I have taken remedial steps. So now it will come. So no money was coming to the generation companies for the power supplied because the state governments were not paying the distribution companies for the subsidies which they announced. The outstanding out of this 130,000 crores, 135,000 crores, 76,000 crores is outstanding against state governments on account of subsidies which they have announced, which they have forced their distribution companies to pass on, which they have not recompensed. About 62,000 crores is payable by the state government departments to the distribution companies for the power which they have drawn. So, if this thing continues, no capacity will be added. If no capacity is added, we shall be in a state worse than Sri Lanka, because the growth will continue till it comes to a halt. Why will it come to a halt? It will come to a halt because you can't have growth without electricity. You can't have industry without electricity. Now you can't have anything without electricity. Everything runs on electricity. So you won't have growth. And of course, you'll have blackouts. So that's from this end. Analysis, global analysis. You look at it from the point of view of the state governments. Now, most of the state governments, barring 3-4, you can count them on your fingers, barring 3-4 states, most of the states are revenue deficit. That means their revenue receipts, their own taxes, the state share of central taxes, all that combined, does not meet their committed expenditure today. So they have to borrow to meet even their committed expenditure, which is salaries, pensions, repayment of loans which had been taken in the past, repayment of interest and principal. So for everything they have to borrow. Now if they are going a freebie, they are borrowing money and giving a freebie. Now if you borrow money and invest it in assets which give a return, then that can go to pay off the loan. If you borrow money for consumption, you all run households. Think about it. You borrow money and you consume, what will happen? So that's the other angle. So basically, that is the question before us today. That is the question before us today. What do we want our country to be? Do we want our country to be something like Sri Lanka? And do we want irresponsible netas who care for nothing for what happens in the long run to their state or to the country, to buy votes just by announcing freebies? That's the question which all of us have to answer. And we need to call these netas to account. We need to ask them that, okay, you want to give a freebie? Do you have any surplus in your budget to give a freebie? Or are you borrowing to give a freebie? And who will pay for it? The succeeding generations will pay for it. Now, why do you want to burden the succeeding generations just so that you can get votes? And what will happen if you don't pay for the electricity? We'll have blackouts, just like Sri Lanka and Pakistan have. We need to ask these questions because it's our country. It's not only their country, it's our country as well.
But Mr. Singh, this is a very important point you're raising, and a very, it's a very scary scenario when we say that, we can't even power our own growth and we might go the Sri Lanka way. The point here is, it is also, like I started off saying, it's a political question as well. Now, when you say, when a government or a state government is giving freebies or promising things which they then cannot pay for or have to borrow to pay, how does a government which, like yours, which does not believe in that theory, is there a political cost to this? And how do you account for that political cost? Or do you think the public is understanding?
You see, there is no such thing as a political question. All questions are questions which are relevant to national growth, state growth, national development, state development. This is what a political question is. That is it good for the state? Is it good for the nation? That is what is a political question. This is actually a sort of a question of whether he will get votes by, by hook or by crook. That's that question. Now we have to educate the people. Because what is the type of country we want? Do we want our country to grow or not? If our country has to grow, then investment has to come into the power sector. And how do we make sure that that investment comes into the power sector? But as I said, we have taken steps. I'm not standing by like that. I have put in place a system whereby now, if a distribution company does not pay its bills, its access to the exchange gets cut off.
Yes.
Till it's paid. You would have read in the newspapers that access of 13 states to the power exchange got cut off. So that is the system we have put in place. Thereafter, 11 states have paid. Now two states, two discoms in one state and one other state, they are still outstanding, so they are still cut off from the exchange. And not only that, their long-term access, if they don't pay, their long-term access will also get reduced by 10% every month. So what I am saying is this, plain and simple. To all these people who think that they can get votes, fine. You give electricity free to whosoever you want. You are not giving it free. It's the taxpayer who's giving it free, because you don't give any penny from your pocket, but you give free to whosoever you want, whatever you want. But if you want electricity from the national grid, you have to pay for it. And if you don't pay, your access to, your long-term access will get cut off, and your access to the power sector, the power exchange will get cut off. Now, so that hopefully will bring in a sense of responsibility to these people. What we need is another, instrument to bring in a sense of fiscal responsibility. Imagine netas borrowing blindly to give freebies so that they can win elections without any concern for what happens to the succeeding generation. Those loans have to be repaid. It's not that if the government borrows, it doesn't have to repay. Those loans have to be repaid. Most of these states, a bulk of their expenditure is repayment of loans. principals and interest. And that is going to increase. And that's going to increase to a level where they will become impecunious, almost bankrupt.
This point you mentioned was in fact going to be my next question about access to the grid. That move has actually caused a lot of interest because that has been seen as an important one where you flex the muscle and say that you need to have fiscal discipline, otherwise your access to the grid itself the exchanges will be cut off. So you think that is one way of starting to now explain to these defaulting states? It has worked. You said 11 out of 30.
13 states, you know, some of my officers were worried, you know, 13 states. So I said, I'm not concerned. You don't pay, your access to the exchange gets cut. Next, your long-term access starts getting cut. And I have made the system automatic. Some ministers rang me up, chief ministers. I said, I can't do anything about it. It's built into the system. It's automatic. Nobody can intervene. So now it's the system. If you don't pay, it's gone.
This point about indebtedness of states, Mr. Singh, is another very important one. Now, what is the way out? You can't keep bankrolling the states to pay their debts and then they do these fiscally irresponsible statements. What is your view on this? How does one... Can we let a state default, for instance? And what is the way out?
Yes, that's the question which has been troubling us. You know, what happens when a state defaults? Because it's a question of a borrower not paying installments of the loan which he has taken. I have not seen any provision which sort of mandates that the central government will pay unless the central government has guaranteed a loan. So basically, I think that is an area which needs legislation, I would think, and which needs a national consensus when we bring that legislation. That legislation, I think, is necessary, whereby there is some mechanism for ensuring fiscal responsibility. And otherwise, you have situations which we see every day of, netas using, chief ministers using public funds to set up huge banners and posters showing them, showing their photos. And you see it every day. And those huge banners cost money. You know, full-page ad in newspapers in Times of India, I mean, Hindustan Times. How much does a full-page ad on the head, on the first page in Times of India cost? I think it must be costing about 50 lakhs or 60 lakhs, something like that, not in the region of that. And just you have that photo of that chief minister or somebody and saying something that, take a, switch off your car on a red light or something like that. What is it? Ye kya aisa? And it's your money. Our money. I also pay tax, you also pay tax. It's our money. Ye kya ho raha hai? These people have usurped our money for their own political ends. Now that is the question which our system has to answer.
Mr. Singh, alongside this is the new move on the electricity bill. Now that is another issue which is being discussed over and over again. You have been a big votary of the electricity bill. It is linked to power sector reform. Could you tell us how you think it will be a game changer?
Now, basically, what do we have? What is the system which we have today? It's either a government monopoly or a private monopoly. You think that privatization is a great reform. What are you doing? You are replacing a government monopoly, like say Bihar State, South Bihar Distribution Company, with maybe XYZ company, Cisco or Torrent, but it's still a monopoly. Still a monopoly. That is not much of a reform. Since it's the private sector is more efficient, so its service will be more efficient, but still not a reform. What we need is competition. What we need is people competing on the basis of service and on the basis of tariff. Now our act, Electricity Act of 2003, imagine, 2003. I want to thank Suresh Prabhu, he was the minister there. He put in place a system whereby you can have multiple distribution licenses operating in the same area of supply. So that means competition. But there was a rider. And that rider was that those distribution licensees will supply electricity through their own distribution systems. That was impractical. You can't have multiple distribution systems serving the same area. One wire can carry a lot of electricity, so that wire, should be allowed to carry the electricity of not only X supplier X, but supplier Y, Z, A, B, C, D as well, and let them compete on both tariff and service. Now, that is the system in some developed countries. Now, that is what this bill seeks to bring. We are removing that clause. You see, multiple licenses have already been provided for. This is not something I am doing new. So, it was provided for in the 2003 Act, original Act. What I am removing is this clause, which says that the supply has to be through their own network. I have said that the existing network can be used by all licensees on payment of wheeling charges. Everybody will pay for wheeling charges. Whosoever owns the wire can transmit his electricity, and he will also have to mandatorily transmit that wire will have to mandatorily transmit the electricity of other suppliers as well. He'll get wheeling charges fixed by the regulator. So it brings in competition. That is one. The second essential thing is that in the past, some years that I've been here, I have seen numerous cyber attacks on our system. Numerous cyber attacks on us. We know where it is coming from. We have put in place mechanisms to ensure that we have an adequate defense, but those mechanisms need to be tested and need to be upgraded and need to be inspected. So we are empowering the National Load Dispatch Center, that they will ensure that the grid is secure. We have connected the whole country into one grid. Now that's great. Earlier, we could transfer, say, about 33,000 megawatts from one corner of the country to another. Today, I can transfer 112,000 megawatts, 112,000 megawatts from one corner of the country to another. We've added almost about 171,000 circuit kilometers, our government, 171,000 circuit kilometers. Now, we are the largest single grid running on one single frequency with one operator, one central grid controller. But that has a downside. If you have one grid, then if you have any collapse in one corner, the whole grid is in danger. That's the downside of having a unified grid. So our cyber systems have to be strong. So we provided for that, for the national controller to have the authority for that. We are strengthening the regulatory systems. We are adding one more member. That's an order of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that there should be a member of law. We are providing for that. And we are also giving them powers available to a civil court, which was necessary. And we also provided, incidentally, what used to happen was that some regulators, because these regulators are appointed by the state governments, some regulators would act at the behest of state government, even to the extent of contravening the existing law and the tariff policy. So we provided that if there is a deliberate violation of law in any orders, that can be one of the grounds for removal of the regulators. Then renewable energy. We have emerged as one of the fastest growing renewable energy capacities in the world. We are the only major economy, whose energy transition actions are commensurate with a sub-2 degree rise in global temperature. We achieved our NDC 9 years in advance. We had pledged in COP21, our NDC was that by 2030, 40% of our capacity will be non-fossil. Now, we achieved that in November 21. But we have a long way to go. We want to transition. Now, transitioning is good for us. Number one, it's good for the environment. Number two, it brings the price of electricity down. Number three, I'll tell you frankly, my requirement of coal goes down. And therefore, I can breathe easily. So, energy transition. Now, we have provided for renewable purchase obligations and penalties for that in this law. So, this law is for the good of the system. And of course, it makes payment security mechanisms mandatory, whether it is in the PPA or not.
There is a view that this move on stopping access to the exchanges is a way of implementing the Electricity Act by the new electricity bill from the other side. Do you buy that? Because
no, not at all. I mean, basically the rule itself is very clear. I mean, you may oppose the Electricity Act, but if you pay the bill, your access won't get cut. It's in the rules. It's in the system. So even if you shout against the electricity bill, but you pay for the power which you have consumed, your access won't get cut.
The other point you mentioned at the beginning, Mr. Singh, is that now banks also are wary of lending to power companies, power utilities, because of this indebtedness, because of this whole mess, in a sense, which is being created. What do you think is the way out? How does one get out of this?
These rules which we have put in place is the way out, and already the outlook has changed because of this rule being put in place. Now payment will happen. If any GENCO supplies power, payment will happen. There's only one, one sort of thing, drawback. That is that it does not take care of the state GENCOs, but that is the responsibility of the state governments. If their state GENCO is not paid, they will not have the money to buy coal. So then the state will suffer. Otherwise, any GENCO connected to the ISTS, if it supplies power, they will have to be paid. So that problem has been taken care of. And I feel that the financial world will now come forward to lend to the power sector, especially the generation sector. Incidentally, do you know, I was reviewing this situation. I have about 28,000 megawatts of thermal capacity under construction, conventional capacity under construction. Not 1 megawatt was private. Now that's scary. That's scary. Today, about 60%, slightly more than 50% of my capacity is private. 60%. So that is what we are looking at, Mr. Kejriwal and Mr. XYZ. That is what we are looking at. I mean, irresponsible politicians need to be called out.
Let's come to the renewable side for a bit, because that's really the big move, the big reform which the government is also very committed to. You have been a big votary that 500 gigawatts will be reached by 2030. What gives you that confidence, and how do you see that playing out at this point?
Two things. One, of course, that my demand is increasing. That gives me the space. That's a great thing. It's a great thing. So that gives me the space. The other is that renewable energy has become cheaper than conventional energy. It is still intermittent, so we have to add storage. If you add storage, then the prices come on par. Right now, renewable energy with storage will be more expensive than thermal. Yes. But that is a capacity which I can put up promptly. It is environment friendly. So and I have put in place 2 or 3 systems to ensure this. One is, I have now opened up the sector. So I have said, earlier what used to happen was that only capacities which were set up through open bid and only capacities which were set up for supplying to distribution companies were giving the facility of free, the free transmission. I have changed that. I have said that anybody can set up renewable energy capacity anywhere in the world, either by himself or through a developer. He'll get the benefit of free transmission for 25 years. And I have now asked the industry to now switch over to renewables. I have also provided for open access being provided in 15 days. I have put in place a mechanism which will ensure that the open access is provided. If you set up renewable energy capacity anywhere in the country, Rajasthan or wherever and you can transfer it to your industry, and you will get free transmission, and you will get open access. So now you can shift from thermal energy, from conventional energy to renewable energy. It will be cheaper. Your thermal energy prices are in the region of about, industry prices, for industry, power costs are very high because of cross subsidy. And that is one of the reasons why our industry is not competitive, because of this cross subsidy. So the industry has to pay somewhere in between 8 rupees to 12 rupees per unit. That's what the industry has to pay. Renewable energy, solar today is available at 2 rupees 30 paise, 2 rupees 40 paise. So if you switch over to renewable energy, solar, wind is about 280, 290. You will reduce your power costs. And I have exhorted the entire industry to announce dates when they will go green, entirely green. I've also given an option to the industry that, one, you can set up capacity yourself. Second, you can set up capacity through any developer. Third, you can give a request to the distribution company, and the distribution company will have to comply with that request, where you can say that I want my electricity to be 50% green, 75% green, or 100% green. And for that, you will have to pay the sort of cost of green energy, and it will only be the cost of green energy plus the distribution, transmission and distribution charges. It will be cheaper than conventional energy. Now, so after that, I have exhorted the industry, Indian industry. I am writing to all the industry captains. And Mr. Puri, I'll write to you also. I'll write to India Today also, group also. Announce a date for going green. Say that by 2030, 50% of my sort of consumption, I'll be 50% green. And I announce a date that by 2060 or something, the India Today group will be totally net zero. And let's do that. That's the only way that will become net zero. So one thing which I put in place is this: opened up the sector. And the other, of course, is green hydrogen. Now, for green hydrogen, for 1 million tons, you need 25 gigawatts. And we are going in for green hydrogen in a big way. That's the fuel of the future. So I'm quite confident that I'll achieve my target.
But Mr. Singh, it is still a journey. It is still, and coal is not going away anytime soon. Last year, we saw one of the worst problems for the power sector because of this shortage of coal. What are you doing with the other ministries? What discussions are you having so that we don't have that problem repeat again?
Yeah, you are right. Basically, coal is something which does concern us. It's concerning me now, even now. I mean, if you look at only domestic coal arrivals and my consumption in terms of domestic coal, the consumption is about 3 lakh tons. Yesterday, my consumption was about 3 lakh tons more than the domestic coal arrival. So if we had not started blending, I mean, we would have been in darkness. So it's a matter of worry. Now, one, of course, is, you see, there are 2 or 3 things. One is expanding the mining. The second is logistics. There are many areas where coal has been mined, but transport has become a bottleneck because the railway lines need expansion. That's the other thing. What I am doing is I am building insurance. You would have seen a bid for 1,000 megawatt hours of storage. That's one of the largest bids in the world, mind you. So I am doing 2 things. One is adding storage with renewable energy. So I'll have round-the-clock energy. That will replace coal. The second is I am, the sort of adding to my hydro capacity. I already have about 14,000 megawatts under construction. I intend to have at least 25,000 megawatts under construction. So I'm adding to my hydro capacity. I am adding to my pumped storage capacity so that I have round-the-clock renewables. So battery storage, pumped hydro. Now that is something which will sort of ease the pressure which I feel. During the time when there was a crunch, almost from 25 to 30% was coming from non-fossil sources, mind you. That's because we added so much of renewable energy capacity. I'm adding renewable energy capacity. Coal is an issue, but basically we are doing energy transition. We are doing energy transition because we believe in the environment. Our government believes in the environment, irrespective. Our government believes in the environment. So that's why energy transition is good for me. It is good for the environment.
So hopefully 2023 summer you will not be worried.
No, I don't think that I should be worried. I should have put in place mechanisms. There's one more thing which I am doing. And I have about 25,000 megawatts of gas-based capacity. The spot price of gas is about $50. Now that will translate to the power cost of about 11 to 12 rupees per unit. So if I buy on the spot, it won't work. But if I get into long-term contracts, it's just about $16, which will come to about 6 rupees, 7 rupees, which will work. So that is again something which we are going to put in place. So we'll have gas to meet the 2 periods of crunch which I face, which is around April, May. That is one. The other is August, September, October. So I am I believe in having multiple insurance systems. It is necessary if you are dealing with power. So I'm putting in place multiple insurance systems.
More power to you, Mr. Minister, and hopefully that we will be definitely much better placed on the sector as we move to the next 25 years. Thank you so much for speaking to us so candidly.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. But one thing, if you want a country which is developed, if you want a country which is lighted up, which is bright, you'll need to fight for it. It won't happen by itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Saurav. Well, no economy is complete without the growth of its MSMEs, and there is therefore as much focus being put on the development of that segment of the economy as there ever was before. I'd like to introduce the next panel today. Millions of sprightly, mercurial entrepreneurs, the MSME path to national economic glory. Let me introduce my guests, and we'll invite them onto stage in just a moment. Gurpreet Chatwal, Managing Director, Crystal Ratings. R. Narayan, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Power to SME. Sanjay Bhatia, Managing Director, Hindustan Tin Works. And Riju Jhunjhunwala, CMD, L&J Bhilwara Group. Good afternoon, gentlemen. So let's get started by really understanding the scope of opportunity that you find. How can MSMEs be an integral part of the story that we now paint over the next 25 years? There's so much attention currently on the techpreneurs, and we've already had a conversation on e-commerce and some of those other industries. But how does one address the core, the backbone of, of the national growth as well? Let me start off with you.
So, if we just go by what's happening worldwide, if you look at the worldwide statistics, anything between 49 to 51% of the entire world's GDP is actually contributed by the MSMEs, right? If you look at the developed countries, maybe, a little bit of US and other places, you will find the GDP contribution to be close to around anything between 65 to 73%. So the levels have been set that, how an MSME the percentage of the economy can
Sorry,
be.
could I just request the audience to settle down a little bit, please? It's really distracting if you're on stage. All right.
I mean, now if you look at India, and I'm talking to you of a period from, let's say, 2012 to today, the MSMEs were contributing anything between 15 to 18% of the economy. Today, we stand at 31%, and the whole idea is we'll get to 40%. So yes, the numbers tell you that it is slowly becoming the backbone, and the backbone is hardening, and it's doing it well.
All right. So continuing to strengthen that ecosystem, Riju, let me get your perspective as well. And, as a company or as a group, one that's also pivoted to keep in sync with the changing times, changing demands as well.
So, what Mr. Narayan was saying, that India today is around 25 to 30% of its GDP when it comes to the MSME. And we need to grow to that level of 60. And, for that, there are challenges to finance, challenges to HR, R&D, etc. And I think, large corporates, I was reading a statistic that it contributes MSMEs contribute 97% to the total employment of the country after agriculture, of course. So with such numbers, we really can't afford to ignore it. We need to, as responsible corporates also embrace it, have kind of systems wherein, we build channel partners wherein our suppliers are, you promote more of MSMEs. I don't know whether I'm going out of line when I say that, government could come out with certain guidelines that X percentage of your supply chain needs to be brought from, the local produce, like you say, MSMEs close to your thing. Because there's really so much of talent sitting over there. And I mean, like you said, I mean, if a country has to grow, developed countries like USA have 60% of their this thing coming from MSMEs. So we have a long way to go as far as that is concerned.
I don't think you're out of line at all. I think it's a really important question. Gurpreet, let me come to you on that, because do you feel perhaps they have been ignored? I mean, on one hand, everyone's growing, right? Along with India's growth story, everyone's seeing some growth. But do you feel that perhaps if there was a little bit more attention on how MSMEs could truly contribute, it would actually see a multifold effect?
I guess it's, as a country, I think these are hard choices. I think we've periods of time where the government came and supported, the ecosystem supported. I think what happened during the pandemic, the 2 years, what I think was exceptionally hard for the MSMEs, because they didn't have the tech backbone which the larger companies had. We saw across industries, market share shift was the larger companies. But I think what was very heartening to see the way the whole ecosystem came and supported. We had this whole, the RBI came and gave a moratorium, gave the scheme. The government actually put out what we call as ECLGS scheme, which I think was very, very successful in the sense what it could contribute. And I think we would need to see some more of this to kind of help them grow. As the other gentleman talked about, I think we have a long way to go. And what we've seen, if you have to grow as a country and we have to do this 7% growth, we can't grow with a few set of corporates. It has to be a large, broad-based approach for us to grow. So I guess that's part of the chain.
Yes, Mr. Bhatia, I can see you smiling at all the comments. So, yeah.
No, I think I would absolutely agree with what has already been said. You see, if I see from the point of view of that, to retain India as the fastest growing economy, to achieve $5 trillion target, and to do something which is employment creation. I mean, keeping these three things in mind, the answer is MSME. I think these are the MSMEs who would really take the economy to that level, provide more employment. But there are issues which needs to be really addressed to see that how they can, I mean, we just call them engine of growth or engine of the economy or whatever. I think it's important that we keep on nurturing them. I mean, MSME were the worst hit for in this COVID time. I mean, three things happened which really put them back. One is the demonetization, second is GST, and then third is the pandemic. I think these were the three things which really hurt them the most. Now, the government has to see that how how they can help with their policies, with providing more funds to them so that they come out of all that. I think these are the key things which I would say that are important for anyone to address.
Okay, I'll come to finance in a moment, but Mr. Narayan, how do you feel some of these MSMEs have been adapting post some of these extremely challenging and strenuous times?
So the answer is, look at the local vegetable vendor. Yeah. He's, at the end of the day, some form of an MSME. I mean, the way he's adapted to getting his orders on the WhatsApp and doing all the digital payments, etc., and starting at the lowest rate. Sure. And as you go up, systems have evolved, modes of communications have come up, and they've all evolved pretty well. I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking about 63 million enterprises. And some of the latest numbers that are getting thrown out are that 6,000 enterprises finally shut down. So the numbers are not that bad as it looks. And the MSME is the typical way the MSME, they don't go through a structured formal training, etc. Right? They're the kind of people you just throw them on the deep end of the pool. Some of them sink, the rest of them start swimming. And they've swum pretty well, according to me, in these days. And then, of course, all the some great work has been done on the infrastructure. Like if you look at it, while GST has been a bane in some cases, it's become a boon because businesses have become smoother. Right? Today, when you look at a platform like Threads, for example, right? See, if Threads and GST work well in tandem, the concept of a lack of working capital in India as a concept should disappear, because it just says that every bill can be financed through the Threads platform. Banks are waiting with their wallets bulging. All these have to become available. We just need to create some more teeth around the right infrastructure that we have to put up. We have to make it mandatory that, GST bills get published on the TREDS platform. Banks look at the TREDS platform and start discounting it. And, whatever the little bit word that you used, finance, in between. Those problems just disappear.
Just that little word, Okay, so let's talk about that. Access to finance, some of the SOPs perhaps that were announced post the worst of the pandemic, incentives for MSMEs. Are we seeing enough? Is there more on the wish list? Are there things that you'd like to see for particular sectors? Riju?
So I think one thing which is very heartening to see is, there in the last 2 or 3 years, COVID was one of the negatives. But the level of entrepreneurship that you're seeing from the, the smaller companies and all, and like Mr. Narayan mentioned, I see this around myself all the time, that I have so many people with so many ideas, but lack of finance. Now, if we could, what the government is doing and what is things happening, if, bills could be discounted, working capital could be provided to them, there is such a large scope over there because, the kind of talent that we have sitting in our B and C grade towns, we have not even explored that right now. English speaking and all of them enabled today because of technology. I mean, earlier there was a huge gap between someone sitting over here and someone sitting, let's say, in a remote part in Rajasthan. Their gap is no more anymore. I mean, he has the same mindset as you and me. And just with the right systems, with the right kind of, credit systems in place, I think there's enormous scope over there. And I think the government is doing with, a lot of steps that the Prime Minister has announced. I was reading 12 or 14 of them, trying to kickstart the MSMEs. These things will be there. I mean, GST was an issue. Demonetization was an issue. But now I think it's the time we've really come out of these. There's some amount of economic stability. COVID is behind us. All these, we've got these tailwinds behind us. So I think in the next 4-5 years, if the right focus is given and all of us are forced to support MSMEs in a particular way, I think we can really see a big boom over there.
Okay. Gurpreet, what role do you feel we can see MSMEs playing in the manufacturing space? And like Riju mentioned, perhaps even when we're looking at, India from a tier 2, tier 3 perspective and, the burgeoning of newer companies, younger companies feeding into that pipeline.
No, I think thanks. I guess what we are seeing from a structural, I would say tailwinds, there are 3 or 4 areas which as India, I think we would see strong growth. One is India's consumption story. I think we are, as an economy, transitioning. I mean, now, while our per capita is 2,000, but if you see purchasing power parity, it's about between 5,000, 10,000 is what it is. And that set of countries, or what we've seen in the other countries, is that we have a good amount of what you call mechanization happening, because of there's a demand for infrastructure, consumer durables, all of that, the chain sets in. Then the other thing which at least I'm seeing is that we have this China plus one kind of is actually happening. It's been talked for about 5-6 years, but now after COVID and what we are seeing it happening in China, we are actually seeing movement of various companies across the world coming in India, trying to actually work, set up supply chains. It isn't only helping us, it's the whole of Asia, but I think we are one of the votaries. The third thing which I would kind of club 3 or 4 things is what are the prerogative, I mean, what we've set up as a country is infrastructure development, the whole renewable space which is coming up. These are new age industries. So if you were to, today we have solar panels being done, imported from China. And with all this PLI schemes which the government is putting out, I think there are many of them which will actually spawn the MSMEs. So when I'm talking about all these examples, I think what is it that the underlying theme, while it will, some of these aspects will do favor larger companies, but a good bulk of that will come with MSMEs. MSMEs are going to support the larger companies grow. So I think that's what I broadly see as opportunities for them.
Absolutely. Let me get you in on that, Mr. Bhatia, in terms of the kind of capex that's envisaged, the kind of role that MSMEs can play in the growth.
Well, as I mentioned that I think they are the ones who would really be at the ground level. And if we have to see the developments in the rural, or, the kind of population we we have in the rural areas. I think the MSMEs is the only answer to provide employment there and to set up small and cottage industries there. He mentioned about, so there are various skill products which are there, which have not really seen the market. So I think this would, one, improve their income, and secondly, even the migration to the urban areas, I think that would also be addressed from that point of view if there is a focus is given on the rural areas to develop that. As I said, issues, of course, is the working capital and finance. It has been mentioned. It comes not only from the banks, or it comes from their payments get struck. The delayed payments is one of the major issues which MSMEs are facing, whether it is from PSUs or whether it is from the big companies or whatever. Although there is a law existing that 45 days you have to pay, but still, whether the implementation of that is there, no. Similarly, you mentioned about, you talked about the tax incentives and other thing. I think most of the MSMEs are either partnerships or sole proprietorship. Now, they do not get the kind of tax incentives because they are a partnership firm or a sole proprietor, which is given to the companies or a corporates or whatever it is, where 25% tax is there or 15% is there. It is not given to them. I think that's something which would really encourage them to see, because they don't want to go to set up a company and to run it and to go into all those formalities and all. Finally, I would say that for them to grow, the way ahead for them, I would just say that I would like to touch that. I mean, they have to get used to the digitalization, which is the next level. They have to go up to the next level. They have to have given the kind of training, vocational training, skill development, all that. I think these programs have to be done at the ground level. And this can be done very well by the educational institutions or the government or both of them together. I think this would really help them to really come up.
Okay. Are you seeing that, Mr. Narayan? And you have a good perspective of the ecosystem. Are we seeing enough of that skilling, training from the ground up, digitization? Is there still resistance or delayed adoption?
See, I mean, the movement is definitely, it's on an uptrend. It's all moving northward kind of stuff. Would we want to see some more speed, some more implementations, etc.? Yes, I mean, the more is always welcome. Now, there is this gap between what you intend and what you actually implement. So let me just pick up one of the points that Mr. Bhatia said, that you're not supposed to delay a fellow's MSME's payment beyond 45 days. Now, the whole implementation is that on the 30th of September and the 31st of March, you take a letter from your MSME saying that I don't owe you anything. But, if you actually, during the audit, actually list out all the transactions that delayed more than 45 days, and list it at the pass of the audit, then nobody will dare delay an MSME's payments, right? So the whole idea is about implementing it to the T and, sharpening the teeth and, making sure the MSMEs actually get a lot of benefit from it. The intentions are good, but the implementation still lacks teeth, if I may say so.
Do you think as a cohort, Riju, going forward, MSMEs can hold considerable clout in terms of the way they grow, the industry size that they constitute, and the influence they're able to have on some of these subjects?
So most definitely, I think, we need to just see it industry by industry. Like if you talk about large industries like steel, cement and all, of course, MSMEs can only play a very limited part in that. But like sir mentioned about like China plus one, I belong from the textile industry. Yeah. Believe you me, in the last 2 years, the kind of things you are seeing, actually China's textile industry, let's say, is 10 times of India. And even if 10% of that has to shift to India, you are talking about doubling of the Indian textile industry. Now the large-scale industry cannot do it on its own. Yeah. Large-scale industry will prosper, they will keep putting up plants. But ultimately, who is the beneficiary? The cotton farmer, the cotton ginner, the small sales sector in the garment industry, because this is again a very labor-intensive industry. So you are seeing a lot of investments actually happening on the smaller sector in the MSME side. In our industry, we are seeing, before this, the Power Minister was talking about the renewable energy space, energy storage. We've invested in an energy storage company right now. Again, it's a registered Government of India MSME, getting all the benefits, etc. And over there, we don't bring in the capital as the value. The value is the skill set that the set of people get over there. Now over there, whether you are an MSME or belonging to a large corporate really doesn't matter. The right platform with the right opportunity, which we are seeing now in certain industries. So I think if the government can also, focus on a few industries and kind of package the incentives, etc., thereon specifically for the MSME, I think you can really see a good boom in that.
Is there a way to do that, Gurpreet? Is there a way to cater, to specific industry needs?
No, I think we are doing it. If you look at, I think it's probably the next step in the area. So if you saw what the government did with the PLI initiative 3 years back when they started, I think we have 15, 16 of them. Many of them with 30-odd people participating in it, investing in it. I think if you do something similar on SMEs and put that up as incentives, I'm sure that they will come in. But I personally believe, I think a better way on a large scale, when you have people with so many numerous MSMEs around, I think a better way to do probably would be a guarantee fund, where you could, we did this ECLGS, now we could have an SME guarantee fund with a large enough base and with a little bit of an altruistic motive. We can decide which industries, and in that you could actually pinpoint and decide which industries you want to really focus on. For us, traditionally in the MSME space, which gives us the export competitiveness, was the labor-intensive industry. I think that some of that could also be nurtured, but yeah.
Okay. So, you touched upon sustainability, renewable energy, going green, and a lot of these important themes which we've seen filter through all the conversations today. I just want to get a perspective from each of you in terms of whether it's, in your industry or in the ecosystem around you, how you're seeing this at play, what you feel could be done, and how important this is going to be as a factor going forward. Mr. Bhatia.
No, you see, each and every industry, you said rightly, has its own problems. But let me talk about, I belong to packaging industry, metal packaging. So, our raw material prices are linked with steel prices. So the steel went, the prices went, almost 100% increase in the steel prices. So all of a sudden, my turnover goes up. I have to increase the price. But from where do I get the working capital to fund the raw material? Because, these are the kind of issues, and this happened in, let's say, 6, 7, 8 months. The kind of increase which has. So these are the kind of issues which we do face on the ground on day to day. Banks are not there to support to that extent. I think there was an RBI instruction that you give 20% extra. So to that extent, it helped. But then if the prices go up by 100%, so how do you really address that? So, the customer is still paying you in that 45 days or 60 days or whatever that the credit period is. So the working capital requirement is extremely high, and there's no way for the MSME to really look from where he arranges the funds. So these are the kind of issues I can just think of, which is there. But I would also like to say that during COVID, it is the packaging industry which really stood by, because we were allowed to work from the day one. Because the packaging which goes into food packaging, I think that's food and pharma. I think that's something which was really required during COVID period when everyone was sitting home. So you were looking at packed food or canned food or whatever it is. So we know that how we worked during that difficult time, how we got the workers, employees to the workplace, and then ensuring them they go back safely back home and keep the hygienic conditions and following all that COVID protocols. I think we have gone through that, but I think the industry has benefit from that point of view.
You wanted to add something?
No, I think you're also talking a little bit about the environment and all of that. See, to my mind, I think that is one of the big challenges in front of us, how to manage growth and keep the environment that equilibrium. Because if you've actually seen in the last 40, 50 years, any economy which has grown, whether it is the US or the China, they've had a free hand. their MSMEs or their big industries and all have really not had to go through the tough times that we guys have to in the last 10, 15 years. Because this whole, the environment, etc., all these have become buzzwords only in the last 10 to 15 years. So now, obviously, as a country, as a responsible country, big corporates obviously are doing their part. But for an MSME, it becomes all the more difficult to, kind of comply with all the environment, health, safety, all of that. So I think over there, the government really needs to come out with a lot of support for them because they are really in an uneven kind of fighting battle when it comes to this. Because, the other countries have just progressed in the last 30 years without having anything to do with the environment, health and all, and now we have to do. So I think to my mind, that is one challenge I think if the government could probably address specifically for the MSMEs.
So access to capital, a lot of growth opportunities, of course, adoption, but also some support from the government would be key. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. A big round of applause, please. Our next session today, the regulatory cholesterol that is getting in the way of doing business. To take this conversation forward, I'd like to invite our next set of panelists. Manish Sabharwal, Vice Chairman, Team Lease Services. Sanjeev Krishan, Chairman, PwC. Mukesh Bhutani, Founder and Managing Partner, BMR Legal. Gautam Chikarmane, Vice President, Observer Research Foundation, in conversation with Siddharth Zarabi. Gentlemen, a huge welcome. Thank you. Guys, round of applause, everyone. Come on.
Good afternoon, a very warm welcome once again. I'll request people at the rear of the room if you could have the doors closed, please. And if you could settle down, thank you very much once again. Wonderful afternoon, and this is an absolutely power-packed panel. And in case you're wondering about the title, I don't know how many of you have seen that, I'll just read it. The regulatory cholesterol, and that word cholesterol rings a bell with many, many Indians. That is getting in the way of doing business. And in some ways, the person responsible for that session is sitting on my extreme left, Gautam Chikarmane, my colleague also, former journalist. He's still a scribe, and he and others wrote a very good report, which was released earlier this year on the regulatory cholesterol. And the rest of the panel experts who I would say in some ways are doctors who can tell us what is the bad cholesterol and what is the good cholesterol. But I have to start with diagnosing the disease. And Gautam, what is the disease? Just one headline number from that disease, more than 6,000 different, I would say, nails in the neck or in the back. Why don't you take it from there and tell us what is the regulatory cholesterol that India faces at 75 years of its independence?
Yeah, so give me a minute to finish my numbers. There are 1,536 laws that govern doing business in India. These laws are enacted at the union level and some of them in rules at the state legislatures. Together, they add up to 69,233 compliances at an aggregate that businesses have to face. Of these, of the laws, half of the laws, of the 1,536 laws, half of them carry imprisonment clauses. Of the compliances, 2 out of every 5 compliances carries a jail term, an imprisonment clause. All told, there are 26,134 imprisonment clauses that businesses at an aggregate face while doing legitimate business. As a result, even though we have 6 million, 6 million enterprises in India, 63 million enterprises in India, only 1 million are in the formal sector. The system is such that it pays to stay below the regulatory radar. You don't want to grow. Manish has articulated this very often in some of his articles, where we say that we make dwarfs out of our companies. We don't want them to scale up. The economies of scale that companies, for instance, in China, Japan, or other industrialized nations enjoy are kept away simply because you want to stay below the regulatory radar. Now, what does that mean? The moment a factory, let us say, of 150 people gets formalized, immediately, overnight, the company has to face between 400 to 900 compliances. For that, they have to spend around 12 to 18 lakh rupees a year. Which small entrepreneur, which small company has these kind of resources? So when we did this research, Siddharth, it came because, it came actually, we thought that 4 of us sitting out here and we are discussing some college history can be put into jail just for being here. And I'm sure there'll be some law somewhere, in some corner, some danky dark corner of India, of Indian legislation, where 4 people talking can be put in jail. From there, we went on to doing business, and this is what our report then finally came out with. Of the 26,134 imprisonment clauses for businesses, about 5,200 are at the union level. We believe that if some of these laws get rationalized, they will have an effect down the line on state laws.
Gautam, I'll hold you there on the solutions from the
not solutions.
Good doctors on the panel.
The last bit. There are 5 states, the last numbers, so that we can have a solider discussion. 5 states have imprisonment clauses of more than 1,000 each. Maharashtra, Punjab, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. Among all of them, you would wonder, why is Punjab there? And this is perhaps then we can discuss later on.
Okay, Gautam, I'm not letting you go before I go to the doctors because you've diagnosed the disease. I also want to know, where did it start? Did it start with the British? Did it start with their moves on the opium regulations? Did it start with the salt tax?
It started with the Defense of India Act 1930. And then onwards, right from the Factories Act 1948, the Capital Markets Act, you keep going.
What about 1955? The Awadi resolution. How
that was an ideological embrace, which the politics of India took and made him hardened.
And since you talk about politics,
laws.
who is responsible for the regulatory cholesterol? Nehru Gandhi?
I don't think so. I think every leadership has been guilty of increasing the number of imprisonment clauses. Look at the current government.
In the last 8 years?
Even the current government, when the CSR amendment had come, they had wanted to criminalize
But that amendment started in the UPA government.
No. In this government.
The lack of CSR compliance that companies...
It began in the UPA, but the amendment came under this government. And thankfully what they said when there were protests is that we will not notify the law. And now I think it has been amended and things are going on. In fact, the Companies Act is one of the laws that is forward-looking among all the other laws. Factories laws is the worst.
A lot of work has been done. This is not to say that ease of doing business has not improved. And this is not an ideological political debate, because I'm going to the doctors who are stellar, the top of the top in the country in their respective fields. And just to add 2 things, as a cub reporter, I realized that you couldn't have more than 1 landline. There was a penal provision in the Indian Telegraph Act for that. And those of who drink and store wine and alcohol from all over the world, there is still a law which caps the number of bottles that you can have in your personal premises. Mukesh Bhutani, good doctor number 1, how bad is the disease? Is it more bad cholesterol, or have things changed?
I think you need to contextualize the debate. Mentioned about some of the old laws. We certainly have a legacy which dates back to independence. So if you look at the Criminal Procedure Code, Civil Procedure Code, and many of the procedural delays in the courts are attributable to that. Second, you also have reforms or laws that came in the economic reforms era post 1991. Some of them have worked, some of them have not worked. Let's take the efficacy of regulators. 60% of the regulators came in the last 30 years of economic reforms. How many regulators have worked effectively? In my view, the test of efficacy of a regulator is how many other regulations have folded in it. So we didn't want a regulation for commodities market, Forward Markets Commission merged with SEBI. There are good examples of good regulators and there are equally bad examples as well. Mr. Puri a while ago was talking about some archaic regulation which I wasn't aware of, which is applicable to televisions in the context of what TRAI regulates. Certainly, a plain listening suggested to me that this is really not the order of the day. So I think you need to contextualize. I don't think you can generalize cholesterol. Many good things have happened. I just wanted to give you some examples how when regulations are thrust because of crisis, they are far more effective. So you just look at so many subjects in the COVID era. One direction of the Ministry of Home Affairs on subjects which are dual controlled by the state and the center, whether it's environment, whether it's pollution, whether it's factory, labor, all of these work very effectively. So what happens when you have to take a pollution control approval or you have to deal with the inspector at the factory level? None of those applied because you have to actually physically apply, go and grease somebody's palm over there and then make it work. In COVID era, none of that was happening, which means that lesser regulations have been far more effective than otherwise. So I think there is something to be learned from how regulations have worked more effectively in the crisis era than otherwise. There are many, many examples of that. I think as a nation, we are over-regulated. Certainly there is need for us to avoid regulation. Right. But more important than that is a point that was made earlier as well. How are we reforming the bureaucracy? I think that's the elephant in the room, in my view.
That's a very good point. And before I go to Sanjeev, Manish, I want you to take the mic and take off also from where Gautam had tossed to you. How bad is the disease? Because these numbers from the ORF report, and Mukesh put some of it into context, how would you comment on that?
I mean, for big companies, it's a thorn in the flesh. It's not a dagger in the heart. For smaller companies, it's a dagger in the heart. See, the costs of this level of regulatory cholesterol are really long-term. India doesn't have a jobs problem. We have a wages problem. India's unemployment since 1947 has been between 2 and 8%. But we have, obviously, poverty of 40%. So this is important because if you think India has a jobs problem, you'll throw money from helicopters, you'll mandate a 3-day work week, you'll take away people's shovels and give them spoons to dig with, right? Because if bhuka nanga pyasa hai, then, patient is in the ICU, why are you telling him to lose weight or quit smoking? But if we have a wages problem, the only solution is formalization, financialization, urbanization, industrialization, and human capital. You have to think about productivity. So the regulatory cholesterol in India, I mean, there's such huge transmission losses between how the law is written, interpreted, practiced, and enforced for big companies that this is not stopping us from doing business. I think it stops multinationals because they read the law as it is written, not how it is interpreted, practiced, and enforced. So I think the costs of this regulatory cholesterol are formal enterprises. I think they are productivity. I think they are wages, right? All 5, there's a 24 times difference in productivity between our biggest and smallest manufacturing companies.
So Manish, can you put a monetary number to what does it cost the nation and its economy in terms of this cholesterol?
In 1991, India and China had the same per capita income. Today, ours is 1/5 of theirs.
That's cost number 1?
Yeah, that's the most important cost, right? I mean, we may be 5th in the world in total GDP. We are 138th in the world in per capita GDP. And so while reforms have done a lot for total GDP, I think if you agree that per capita GDP matters more than total GDP, which is what we learned in COVID, then you will think about formalization, urbanization, industrialization, financialization, and human capital rather than NREGS. Is my view. Now, so the cost, where does this come from? It comes from civil service capacity. The human capital in civil services has declined to a point where they don't know how to enforce laws smartly without a jail provision.
And perhaps, if I may add to that before I go to Sanjeev, that the lawmakers also don't know how to make effective laws, including drafting.
Who is the lawmaker?
Oh, okay, that's a good. Go ahead. I know what
No,
you're.
civil services, right? Civil servants now write laws. The parliament and politicians have outsourced law writing to the civil servants. I mean, I was born and brought up in Kashmir, so I wish Patel had won the Kashmir argument. But Patel framed the civil services as the steel frame.
Yeah.
Right? But Nehru responded, the Indian civil service is neither Indian nor civil nor a service. and we need to reboot this system because it's an elite system for 2 lakh people to manage 300 million people. And I think our jail provisions are a reflection of
that colonial mindset.
Well, there are only 6,700 IAS officers in this country out of the 25 million civil servants. I mean, civil servants in India would be the 50th largest country in the world, right? By population.
That's a wonderful point. Sanjeev, the cholesterol in the human body is manufactured in the liver, travels through the arteries, ends up clogging your heart. Our regulatory cholesterol has clogged up our economy and our nation in many, many ways. Let's now start talking about the solutions and what is required, because we can spend the next 25-30 minutes on the solutions. Please.
So I think the first thing that I'll do is to go and count the number of scotch bottles I've had at home because I don't want to be caught on the wrong side. So, I think first, just a quick point. I think it's all relative, right? I mean, from where we started to where we have got. I do want to put this in perspective, right? Even in the US, and we all enamored by Western economies, it takes up to 10 years to get all approvals for a power plant. So let's not beat ourselves too much. I know that we can do much better, no question about it. But, even in certain states, and there have actually been businesses which have told me that they've taken 10 to 11 years to get all environmental approvals in an American state to set up a power plant. And between the time that they thought of setting up a power plant to the time that they actually got down to doing it, economics had changed completely. So I think at times we beat ourselves too much. I just want to put it in perspective. Now we're talking about what can we do more and better. I think we started talking about, for instance, to me, I think a number of those things are already in process. So for instance, you look at, we're talking about, yes, there has been incentivization for being small, right? But there is this MSME code which is now being proposed. Earlier this year, it's been proposed. If it comes through, I think that will be in some ways solving part of the problem, not the entire problem. I think Gautam himself said that the Ministry of Corporate Affairs possibly is one of the most forward-looking ones at this point in time in terms of saying what all should change both in terms of decriminalization and otherwise. So I think it's a journey that we have undertaken. There are few things which to me stand out. I mean, for the last 15 years, I've been working with foreign investors largely. I think if there is one issue which every investor continues to be bothered about, it is really contracts. And how do we honor contracts, and how much time does it take to get a commercial dispute sorted in Indian courts? And again, possibly it comes back to how are we staffing some of these courts, for instance. I mean, there are conversations which happen where people say that, okay, this NCLT, this court is very slow. So let's go to another. Let's do a transaction in another state so that NCLT will actually help us do it in 3 months, will get us the approvals in 4 months and 5 months, not someone which will take, let's say, a year or 2 years. So I think that is one of the biggest problem. I would say if we can actually get more people into staff. We saw the same thing incidentally on the insolvency code. I mean, today we are talking about insolvency code. 4 years back, we were saying that insolvency code was one of the best things that happened to us. Today, many of us are saying that, well, I mean, it didn't do us much good.
Yeah, it's also clogged up.
It's clogged up. Why is it clogged up? Because, things are not happening. And today, if you ask any M&A practitioner, he'll tell you that, people are taking in NCLT courts are taking frivolous IBPI issues or insolvency issues, and that is why real M&A is not happening. So again, it goes down to how we are staffed and how quickly can we actually get to those approvals that we need. So I would say contract compliance, staffing our courts a little better. And I think the one other thing which has really been a huge problem all this time is that every time that we start looking up, we start looking backwards. Okay? And I want to make that point. Today India is in a position like no other country. Why would we want to take 2 steps back? For instance, I don't want to be critical of any specific item, but today I think we shouldn't be inward looking, we should be outward looking. We have everything working for us, the economics is generally fine. Why should we make any policies which might seem to an investor, we need more capital than less for our next phase of growth? Why should we come up with any policy which may constrain an investor, whether it is a windfall tax, whether it's an export tax, so on and so forth? Why would we do any of that? Unless we were to say that it's for a very specific period of time. Because that in some ways tells the investor that, okay, can I trust? We have gone through this whole thing about retrospective taxation. We came out of that. But then again, how do you build confidence? How do you get consistency in policy? I think those things.
Consistency. Mukesh, I'm coming to you and then to you, Gautam. One of the heart attacks that the Indian economy suffered was on account of the Vodafone retrospective. I think it's a great example of regulatory cholesterol. Even putting a basic stent took many years, till I would argue open heart surgery was conducted by the Modi government and things seem to be fine. Is it all bad or have substantive improvements been made? And to the point that Sanjeev made, aisa nahi hai that it's just in India. In the United States also it takes you 10 years for approvals.
I would like to believe to a larger extent the government has stuck to that commitment. No retrospectivity, but we shouldn't forget the constitutional framework. Parliament is all supreme. So government will bring laws which are retrospective if they feel that the laws that were legislated did not deliver onto the intent, or for that matter, the final court of law interpreted the law very differently than what the intent was.
May I interrupt you? The Supreme Court on the PMLA, just to throw that in the mix also for your comments.
But then you have the same Supreme Court yesterday said that the 2 principles have to be reviewed, for which a larger bench has been constituted. So I think that way the 3 arms of the government, judiciary, legislature and executive, are fairly balanced, and we should, as Indians, be very proud about the rule of law. I think the challenge is on the manner in which we go about legislating the law. We have very limited consultative process. Third-party stakeholder consultation is missing. We have a fairly weird parliamentary process which says money bills are confidential. I wonder why. Just a simple finance bill that is presented in the parliament, it presents the balance sheet for the entire country. Why are important changes pushed through the finance bill when they ought to be debated? So I think we require more debate. Even after the laws are legislated well, creativity of law officers from the government of India, creativity of the citizens at large. We are a country, as Mark Tully said, with no full stop. The litigation goes on and on. We don't have basis to stop the litigation. Our tribunals are manned by the best quasi-judicial judges. Why can't the government accept the decisions of the tribunal and say we are not going to go further? So I think we have a lot of challenges on the manner in which our laws are legislated with lack of consultative process, doing an impact assessment on every law. You take a case of UK, even if they want to legislate a general anti-avoidance law, they will debate it for 4 years. There will be parliamentary committees. Of course, we do that in the context of new laws. But how credible is the consultative process? I think there is a lot that we can do on stakeholder consultation. If there is a change in the income tax law, every strata of the economy, including the pensioner, should be consulted, in my view. And that cannot just be a mere formality. Secondly, after the law is legislated, I think we should be open for course correction. I must confess in all candor that insofar as insolvency and bankruptcy code is concerned, it's still a major reform after the GST reform. The government has responded to 7 amendments for the 2016 law. Let's take a case of arbitration law. 1964, we know that enforcement of contract is a big challenge, not just for foreign companies, but even for domestic companies. We've seen 4 amendments just in the last 5 years, which we never saw from 1964 to 2020 so far. So I think to some extent we are responsive, but I think in many aspects there is a lot that needs to be done.
Okay. Gautam, you heard Manish quickly rattle off I think the 5 mantras: financialization, formalization. And the way I would like to describe it, India has 4 levels of government. You even need a panchayat level permission for something. And then you go to municipalities, then you go to state, and then of course the state. And then there is the invisible hand of the government, as always, Gautam. Will these solutions work, or is the ground just being laid for future reports from the ORF?
I think I set the ball rolling on a pessimistic note. Let me turn it around and give you some hope as to what's going on behind the scene. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has cited our report thrice, or the numbers from our report, and has said that he is reducing, the work is on, and committees are being set up, and they are going clause by clause, trying to finish it off as soon as possible. So the legislative intent, the executive intent is very clear, at least from where I study this phenomena. Second, and you'll be surprised to know, 5 state governments have approached us to work with them to reduce these compliances in the states. We are telling them to hold on for a while because, as I was explaining earlier, it's a little complicated because, for instance, if you look at the Factories Act, if you change one particular compliance, let us say, so let me make it, give you some interesting stuff here. If you don't lime wash the inner walls of the toilets every 4 months, or if you don't reconstitute a canteen committee every 2 years, the jail term for that is the same as for sedition. Now, such ridiculous laws are there, compliances are there, and I can rattle off many more.
Gautam, please do rattle off 2, 3 other examples. I was noting the audience response, I think.
Okay. If you don't have spittoons, you know what a spittoon is? Thukdan. If you don't have a spittoon within a certain distance from the factory plant and it is not cleaned, there is a jail term of which is equivalent to assaulting a woman with the intent to disrobe. That's the precise clause.
Does that apply to pawn shops as well?
They are below the radar, like I told you. You got to be a factory. And so what I'm saying is these are ridiculous laws.
For a couple more examples, at least.
Some more examples, okay. If you, I've done the lime wash, if you don't label a particular gas in a certain way, that this is the weight of the gas in that cylinder, this is the price, and this is the quality of gas. If you mislabel or don't label, the punishment for that is the same as, I don't recall, but it's 5 years. 5 years jail. And you know, whenever we're talking with the government at the union level, they ask, "Kisko jail dala aaj tak? Ek naam dikhaiye humko." They're very annoyed. Please tell us one person who has been jailed for any of these.
हमारा intent तो केवल डराना है, डंडा दिखाना होता है, लगाना थोड़ी होता है.
So this went right up till the top, and my answer was consistent all through, which is that if you haven't jailed anybody and you are feeling proud of it, actually you should feel ashamed because you're not doing your job. If there is a law and that law is being breached and broken and you are the authority to implement the law, irrespective of what the law is, you are not doing your job. And why are you not doing your job? Because this is rent seeking. There is corruption. And after which, and which is the fact. The kind of costs that are required, the kind of extortion that the boiler inspector or the labor inspector or the
controller of capital accounts.
There are 20 kinds of inspectors can extract from a person who has no recourse but to pay, because if you stall his factory for 1 month, there is interest on capital that he needs to pay. He will pay. Hold on. So let me tell you the good news. So 5 state governments have come and they want this change. We are saying you hold on, because the union government is already working on this, and many of these will get leveraged. Once those leverages are done, then we will work with state government. So the executive intent, not only at the union level, not only from Prime Minister Narendra Modi directly, but also from state governments, is being very optimistic, and we are very hopeful that within this year you will see some changes.
Can you just tell us quickly the 5 names of the states? Are you in a position to disclose?
No, I can't.
Okay, Mukesh, you wanted to come in.
I just wanted to say that the draconian law that he spoke about did not apply in COVID times. That was the
you mean the Spittoon law?
That was a liberalization driven by crisis.
Okay.
One Ministry of Home Affairs circular which applied to all states on dual subjects of labor and environment, none of these applied. So that's an example that when you want to liberalize, nothing happens.
Okay. Manish, okay, once again, and with the challenge that how will it be possible, the 5 things that you said, to me it seemed, and you were extremely articulate and quick about it, there are 4 levels of government. There is politics at every level. There are elections that are basically the big laundry machine. How will it ever happen?
I mean, there's just 3 phases of this project. There's rationalize, there's decriminalize, and there's digitize. Rationalize is the project which Gautam is involved in, and that's the discussion, which is just make a list of what you want to keep and get rid of them. Then you decriminalize the 26,000, the penal code equivalence, 5 years for disrobing a woman, 5 years for this. So I think the decriminalized project. But finally, the legal culmination is the digital public goods that we have created, say, in UPI or in CoWIN, or we're creating in ONDC. We need a national open employer compliance grid. It has to be architected like UPI, which is that there's an NPCI layer, which is non-profit. And every government department will have the ability to build APIs. And so then the private sector can innovate on top of that layer. I mean, Google just wrote a letter to the US Federal Reserve that will you please copy India's UPI. And essentially that is the innovation which we are doing, right? We're creating digital public goods at population scale in various aspects. I think if we do ONDC right, I mean, that will not just be that will just be a unique gift to the Indian economy. So I think the final destination of rationalize, decriminalize is digitize. And digitize is an equivalent of a NPCI kind of open architecture platform called the National Employer Compliance Grid, onto which you'll be able to build APIs, and then, we will just digitize this, and that'll make enforcement much easier. Today, if you're paying EDLI, nobody knows whether you're paying LWF. If you're paying EPS, nobody knows whether you're paying ESI. So my case to the government is, in India, if you follow a rule, you feel like you missed a deal. That's a little stupid, I should have, why am I following the rule? I should call somebody, I should call PwC, I should call Mukesh, and then find out how the transmission losses between how the law is written, interpreted, practiced, and enforced. So I would just say, let's just calm down. I mean, rationalize, most people in government accept. Decriminalize, there is obviously some challenge, but it's happening. But the final destination is an National Employer Compliance Grid, which is architected just like CoWIN, or like ONDC, or like GSTN, or like UPI. And these are the innovations where we can just skip the learning. So paperless, presence-less, cashless is the destination for compliance. Once we get there, corruption and automatically will come down.
I can see a glimmer in Gautam's eyes, and perhaps another working paper for the government. Manish, the mic back to you before I go to Sanjeev. You mentioned 3 Ds. I'm posing a 4th, basis what you said earlier. Demonetize the Sarkari Babus.
I mean, see, you don't need 74 ministries in Delhi, right? Japan has 8 cabinet ministers, the US has 14, UK has 22. What's the Ministry of Steel do? It's just Vela, right? I mean, they don't really do anything. So you don't need 200 people with the rank of Secretary to Government of India in Delhi. You should have 20 people. You have 200 people in the rank of Secretary. So the cylinder, the pyramid has become a cylinder. So I think civil service reform is absolutely part of this broader concept.
But if they're making the laws like you put it, then who does this reform?
I think it is politics, right? I mean, civil servants are the waiter, they're not the chef. I mean, right now the waiter is deciding the menu, but I think the chef should decide the menu.
Everybody maintains that in the Narendra Modi government, things that were never thought possible have been done. Can it not be possible in this government?
I mean, the Capacity Building Commission is a WIP right now. Its objective is exactly that. It is to increase lateral entry. It is to create some performance management. See, the heart of the problem is 99% of all IAS officers, Indian Audit and Account officers, and IRS officers are ranked outstanding. So when you treat Gadha Ghoda equally, the Gadha celebrates and the Ghoda gets frustrated, right? Any organization that doesn't punish its bad performers punishes its good performers. So I think at the heart, I completely agree with you. This is a reimagination of how the civil service is rewarded, how it is punished, how it is promoted, what kind of jobs they do. I mean, we bought Air India for 2 crores. We spent 1.5 lakh crores in the last 10 years putting into Air India. And for me, the Ministry of Skills budget is only 12,000 crores. You put 5 lakh crores into nationalized banks to recapitalize them. Their risk-weighted assets are lower than what they were 5 years ago. So I think the broader discussion of the government should do less so it can do more. Why are only 45% of kids in India in government schools? It's the most embarrassing number of this country. There are only 5% of kids in Japan in private school. There are only 10% of kids in UK in private school. There are only 15% of kids in the US in private school. So the government should do less, which is it should do primary health care, it should do primary education, it must do regulation, it must do competition commission, it must do SEBI, it must do monetary policy. But it must not do all this crap that they do.
In cricketing terms, what Manish is saying, you can't have everyone a Sachin Tendulkar in a cricket team. Sanjeev, I come to you, and this is to do with our taxation architecture, and we'll move away from B to B, if you permit me, to B to C. For many years, and Mukesh, I must have done like maybe 50 interviews with him on the direct taxes code. And when I say the direct taxes code is not because corporate India got a big tax break recently. I'm talking about the sheer difficulty that an average taxpayer may still experience with the taxation system and the way things happen. A lot of digitization, and this is very important what Manish is saying. It's not theory, it's actually happening. A lot of digitization has changed the interface of the common man with the taxation architecture. In terms of the regulatory cholesterol left as far as direct taxes are concerned, and I don't want to talk about GST because it's completely clogged right now, what is the scope for improvement?
So I think, from a consumer standpoint, I think it's been very, very progressive. I think when you look at things like, for instance, the equalization levy or the place of effective management, right? I mean, most of those start because people want to tax the digital world, right? But then, over a period of time, what happens is that you get into the physical world. And I think that's the challenge which happens. I mean, obviously, we are all doing a lot of digital trades today, right? And, you want to tax them, right? So the intention is right. But then it's slowly as some of those things start happening, and I'm just giving this as an example, then you get into the physical world. And that is where you start challenging the reason that they came up in the first place, whether it is, as I said, the equalization levy or the POEM and so on and so forth. I think that's something which continues to be a bit of a bother. I mean, we are obviously talking about further changes, further shifts. 2024, the whole OECD regulations will come into play, and there is this whole thing about, again, taxing the online world, etc. And what is the minimum tax that corporations will have to pay, global corporations will have to pay. I think that will be another pivotal point in the journey. So I think some of these things will incrementally challenge us. I mean, when you make a regulation, you actually define its boundaries. I think that's something which will help.
Mukesh, I don't know if you want to comment about the direction. Yeah, Gautam,
Can I just come in here? Sorry. I think as far as corporate taxes go, totally with you. But look at what's happening to individual taxes. I think we had a very good equilibrium in Chidambaram's 1997 budget, which subsequent finance ministers kept reducing. Basically a 3-slab structure.
And that still prevails?
No, it doesn't. Now we have an 11-slab structure.
You mean
so I think we have complexified individual taxation law. We need to revert to 1997 in terms of structure and perhaps lower rates in terms of looking ahead. Just a small point.
So on individual taxation, if you really as an economist look at the principle of what we call it horizontal equity, high rates are very prevalent in major parts of the world. Corporate taxes have been brought down, but it's still complex. So I agree with Gautam on the multiplicity of the structure. To your earlier point, do we need a tax code? Certainly, yes. I think we should get rid of the archaic 1961 law. It's most complex. Though many of the recommendations that came from the successive committees, including the 2009 working group, 2017 when we thought that the new taxes code is going to be ready, have been carried out in some shape and in some form. But I certainly feel that it's time for us to have a modern law. We cannot live with the 1961 law.
Will we get one by 2047 at least, India at 100?
I am confident we'll get one in the next 5 years.
Next 5 years. Manish, you wanted to come in.
Siddharth, can I just,
yeah,
because
please.
I think time is going by, and
Yeah,
there
yeah,
is one very important point which is at the essence of all these discussions that we are having right now, which is that I think the first 44 years of our country were spent we invested in something called poverty. We couldn't fix the wealth, so we decided to equalize it through poverty. 1991 opened it up, but the thought continues to linger till 2022 today. That there is something very virtuous about being poor. हाथ का मैल है, पैसा तो हाथ का मैल है. We somehow anybody who makes money, we suspect that that person has made the money not through legitimate means, but definitely through some wrong. I think, but the next generation that's coming, if you look at them, through the gig economy, through the people who are saying, we don't want to study further, we are here, YouTubers, influencers, you look around, there is a new energy, and that energy is being directed towards wealth, unabashed, following wealth. I think that psychological change, which the next generation is coming up, needs to be picked up by policy, by tax, by regulation, etc., so that this transition of India from a poverty to a wealthy nation over the next over the next 25 years, becomes smoother rather than keep colliding. You have an ideological collisions. I think that time for povertarian ideology is now behind us. We need to aggressively go out and embrace wealth.
Okay, Mukesh.
No, I entirely agree with Gautam. The question is, how do you get to that journey? I think as a nation, we are terribly short of independent think tanks and institutions. I think we probably need 100 times more than what we have. And I'm laying emphasis on the term independence. I also feel that the manner in which the laws are evolved need more participative democracy rather than just democracy, because that's the only way we'll come out with sensible regulations. And finally is the point that all the panelists made, is the manner in which the bureaucracy goes about administering those laws. And the other point no one's talked about is the court system. I think we need to do a lot more in our subordinate court system. We have 6,000 judges vacancy in our entire country. We were supposed to have a target of 20 judges every 5 million. I think we have 1/5 of that. So I think there's lots to be done on the subordinate judiciary. I'm not talking about high courts and Supreme Court, which most of us in the city of Delhi are familiar with.
Manish.
So I just wanted to frame it that the regulatory cholesterol debate is a role about the role of the state. It is not about no state. Many of us were delusional and said, this grass grows at night while the government sleeps. We have hit the limits of the government sleeping. And it's all three who have to work together. The private sector has a trust deficit, the government has an execution deficit, and non-profits have a scale deficit. So I think the regulatory cholesterol debate should be framed as what is the role of the state? It's not to set things on fire. It is to create the conditions for spontaneous combustion. We have to remember that, right? And the second one about taxation, I think all of us should be mentally prepared that tax to GDP ratio must go from 18 to 30%. A modern state is a welfare state, but Norway, Sweden, and Finland have a 40% tax to GDP ratio, but they are also 3, 4, and 5 in ease of doing business, right? So how you finance your welfare state, a modern state is a welfare state, how you finance it is not by borrowing. How you finance it is by creating a private sector from whom you can tax the resources in a consistent way. So I think we have to recognize that in the next 20 years, tax to GDP ratio has to go up as a policy objective. You can only do that with ease of doing business or making life easy for genuine wealth creators who make profits and pay taxes. And the regulatory cholesterol debate is not about a good state is a zero state, a good state is an invisible state. A good state does things that the private sector can't do. See, I'm sick and tired of manufacturing my own employees, of providing my own transport, of generating my own electricity. I mean, these are not things that employers should be doing. So my submission is, let's not frame the regulatory cholesterol debate as anything other than swimming in your lane. You know, I'll swim in my lane, you swim in your lane. There's a role for regulators, and the tax to GDP ratio will go up, and all of us should be ready for it.
Final word today, Sanjeev, to you as we wind down this debate.
So, well, I mean, I would say that we have made fairly good progress over the years. I think the whole digitization focus that we have launched, I think is incredible. Let's be clear that a lot of these things started only in 1991. So effectively, we are 3 decades into it. While we are 75 years, it's really been a 3-decade story. So I think we shouldn't beat ourselves too much. I mean, we are also a very, very populous nation. So we are actually, this is the voice of, you know, so many people, right? So we also need to take that into consideration. And at times, I think obviously there'll be more things to deal with if we are so popular. So I think at times we do not consider that enough. And the one other thing that I would say is that execution. I think we all sit in podiums like this, give a lot of gyan. Today also we are saying that contracts should be better. We have been saying that forever. You know, we can say that, okay, you should have consistency in policy, etc. But what is it that we are doing, as Mukesh also said, to say that, okay, how should that actually happen? I mean, take up thing one by one. I mean, you know, we're, for instance, talking about GST, 47 committee meetings, etc., but still we are where we are. You know, we talked about insolvency code. You know, it's made progress, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Take things one by one, etc., and then say that, okay, this is how it is. And then don't look left and right. I mean, you know, that's the way I think about it. Execution is the key to my mind.
Don't look left or right, swim in your lane. Final words from this panel. Thank you very much for that very engrossing and enriching debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, everyone, for an energetic and thought-provoking discussion. Ready? Our next conversation, Atmanirbhar at 100, Science and Tech, Defense, Space. To discuss this, I'd like to invite on stage Atul Rane, DG, BrahMos, Anirudh Sharma, CEO, Digantara Research and Technologies, Ankit Mehta, co-founder and CEO, Idea Forge, Vikram Singh, CEO and founder, Tech Eagle Innovations, in conversation with Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing at the India Today Group. Over to you, Raj.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If there's one session that's important for India at 100 to reach where it should be, which what the Prime Minister said was Vikasit Bharat, or a developed country, it's technology. And in the last couple of years, we've seen quite a dramatic shift in the way the government approaches technology. For many years, it was in the domain of the public sector or government. And the 3 crown jewels that was there, and Dr. Atul Rane represents one of them, DRDO, atomic energy and space, was heavily dominated by government, though private sector had come in. Sometime in the midst of COVID, Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, came out with reforms, particularly in space and atomic energy, and subsequently in this budget, as well at that time in defense, where these sectors were opened out. Now, for space, for instance, ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, outstanding public institution, is now opened up in the sense that startups and others can launch their own vehicles. They can use the ISRO facilities, build rockets as well as satellites. And in defense, the private sector has been encouraged through a policy where you have put a certain number of lists that can only be made in India. And we've seen in atomic energy, one of the toughest commissions and in terms of departments where we've never allowed anybody to come in. Private sector is allowed to come in terms of building reactors as well as in medicinal purposes. So this is quite a reformatory process that has happened. And today we have a very interesting panel to look ahead and see what can be done in the next 25 years at this very, very critical sector. I'm delighted to introduce the most experienced. We have a great blend of experience and youth in this. Dr. Atul Rane, who's Chief Executive and Managing Director of BrahMos Aerospace. In fact, to their credit, they've built BrahMos in collaboration with Russia, and it is now considered to be the world's fastest supersonic cruise missile. It goes at speeds of Mach 2 to 3, if I'm right, and a distance about 300 meters, gives Indian armed forces a real punch. Whether knocking submarines down, ships, anything, you name it. Now they've got land, air, as well as, of course, they started with sea at this thing. So delighted to welcome you on this. Next to him is Anirudh Sharma, Digantra Research. His startup was created in the dormitory of lovely university in Jalandhar. And today, he's developed one of the first in-orbit space debris monitoring and tracking system, apart from looking at low Earth orbit satellites. I'm quickly going through this so that we have time to talk. Ankit Mehta, co-founder of and CEO of IdeoForge Technology. He calls himself the next generation drone manufacturer, drone company, and has advanced unmanned aerial vehicles that's there, and probably one of the largest in the country that's doing that. So welcome, Ankit. And of course, Vikram Singh Meena, who's probably competing with him, also a drone specialist, but looks at different kinds of things in terms of logic and everything else. So we have a fabulous panel, as I said, with a great blend of tremendous amount of experience that has dealt with the public sector and government institutions and a lot of startups that have come up. So let me start with Atul Rane. You have now, you've been with the DRDO for a long time. You've actually worked with Dr. Kalam on guided missiles, then branched off, become BrahMos. What would you say would be the 4 or 5 things that you think, as we head to 100 or next decade, in your experience, that we need to change or push towards making sure R&D becomes tops in the country?
Thank you, Raj. Thanks for the interesting introduction. I've not been talked about in that manner for a long time. 4 or 5 things. I have maybe a bigger list also. The policies are in place, as you have said. Maybe few more policies, which we will look at as we go through the discussions. Streamlining all the policies which are there. The education policy is another thing which we need to really look at. There's some areas there which we can look at. The industry is one thing which I would say needs to get their own R&D. It's not that DRDO or R&D institutions should be working with them alone. That synergy anyway is required. But I would say that the industry should have their own R&D force. After all, any of the so-called developed nations have their private industries who do the R&D, but not, we don't have it yet. Yes, Tata's and Baba Kalyani Group have gone ahead and done the ATAGs, but it's just a flash in the pan. We need to do this more with them.
Very good point.
The youngsters here have started it off. So the next one would be incubation of the startups and the getting them up. They've already got up. These guys have got up without the policies, actually speaking, and they've bucked the chain. But now we need to create policies so we get more of them, more of these type of people. We also need to look at how we can synergize not just industry, R&D, and academia, but the society in total also.
Now, coming to BrahMos itself, how much of BrahMos is privatized? And, over the years, have you involved private sector industry, and what has been your experience in dealing with it?
I like to say this, I may be wrong in saying it. But BrahMos started what was known as the military industrial complex as a first in the country. We were truly Atmanirbhar Bharat even before these words were coined. We have a huge backup. I call them industry partners because we ourselves are a private limited company. We have about 6 major industries with us, one or two PSUs. We have about 200 SMEs and MSMEs with us. They create the supply chain. And of course, we have our production partners across the seas also. The whole thing is done through, the supply chain is totally through private industries, let me put it that way, with the exception of 1 or 2 PSUs.
But tomorrow, can a private sector industry actually build the BrahMos and do it itself? Does it need a government entity to do it?
Only for the permissions. It's possible.
Okay. But otherwise, there is technology available right now in the country.
Absolutely, absolutely. May not be a BrahMos, maybe something close to a BrahMos.
Before I request the next speaker to make his points, I have to ask this question because it's bang in the news. It is about the fact that one of your missiles misfired, went into Pakistan, and created almost an international scare, including in Pakistan, which still doesn't accept it. Who was to blame? Was any of your, we read in the papers that 3 Air Force officers had to go because of this. Was it the fault of, did any of your officers have to go, or what is the inside of this?
Out of syllabus question. But anyway, a court of inquiry was held. SOPs were not followed. Let me put it, proper SOPs are in place. SOPs were not followed. Maybe it was riding a bicycle without hands. Let me put it that way.
Riding a bicycle without hands, okay. But none of you all, in the sense, you have now exporting to Philippines. Did this have a problem? Because people must have been concerned. So are you saying that from BrahMos' side, from the company's side, there was no issue with the missile? It's not like this was a malfunctioned missile that went.
No, absolutely not. In fact, that is one thing which our customers abroad, potential ones as well as the current ones, they are very clear, and even our users are very clear that there was no technical malfunction at all.
And you did a thorough review of this to check?
Absolutely. It's been going on over the last 2-3 months.
And finally, I mean, I'm not going to dominate this out of syllabus question. What are the checks and balances does the BrahMos ensure that it should not do what it did at that time?
No, there are these standard locks, standard procedures which are there. And over and above whatever software and hardware locks we have put in, the SOPs created by the users, that also is there. So there's not much change required.
So it's really the user that has misused this in some senses?
I leave that for interpretation of someone else.
Okay, I won't push you on this thing, on another forum maybe. But let's come to Anirudh Sharma. Now, we've seen space being a very close-knit sort of group. You've broken through. There are a lot of other startups like it. What has your experience been, and what would be 2 or 3 things that you would say in this particular domain that if we have to become world players, we have joined the big boys, but for private industry and others, what is the big push you think is required?
So I would say, 3 important things. The first thing is policy, which already has, a lot of changes right now, and we've seen government doing a tremendous change in the policy making as well, and we'll have the space policy coming out in some time. Even before that, there has to be an entity that is, that can guide startups. So basically towards how they can launch and build satellites, because this was more of a state-run thing before, right? So now is the time when things are changing and startups have to build satellites. Now it's not just ISRO's supply chain, it's more than that. So startups are starting to build a full stack development where they build satellites, they launch satellites, and also build sometimes launch vehicles as well. For such things, there has to be a hand-in-hand support from the government as well. And the last thing I would say is for such companies to grow, even before the private equity or venture capital comes in, it has to be the government support to develop indigenous capabilities, which we've seen already. And in our case, at least since the time that we started in 2019, we've been able to launch 1 satellite, and we were one of the first companies to get authorization from InSpace. We launched the satellite on PSLV C-53. It was a payload that we launched on PSLV C-53 on June 30th. So this was the kind of support that startups require. This will, propel innovations as well. So this will be the things that I would think is important for startups to grow.
Now, Anirudh, your experience with ISRO, because after all, IncoSpace is there and there are various institutions. Are they still the big brother, or now they're very open about allowing their laboratories and their facilities to be used? Do you have to knock a lot of doors, or it's much easier now?
So I would say the kind of support that we got, I mean, just to set the ground here, in fact, in our case as well, when we launched our first satellite, we built and launched this in under 4 months. So the sensor that we built, and we had to integrate it, test it, and then launch it. It happened under 4 months. If not for ISRO, I mean, ISRO supported us a lot till the end stage, I mean, till the time we launched. If not such a support, we wouldn't have done that in such short span, I would say. And this helped us to build credibility in the market faster, right? So for space companies, there is already a large horizon of time to build and mature technologies. If such things happen, this will hasten innovations. And this has happened with us, so this is actually a remarkable example that I can give you how ISRO has changed right now. And they're pretty much open and supporting startups, and they're doing that. I think they'll do it in near future as well. We've seen 2 companies launching, and we've also set up our first observatory for space situational awareness.
That's wonderful. I mean, let's get to Ankit Mehta. And does he have a similar story? Because drones, the policy, I think Jyotiraditya Scindia was there in the morning, talked of the fact that it's a much more open policy. He's actually made space for drones to operate within the airspace. Now, because this was in some senses a virgin technology, it was there around for a long time, but for India to develop it and do it, how much of this are you relying on, say, collaborations internationally, or have you developed the drones yourself and the kind of development that you've done? And what are those lessons that you can derive from that in a general way so that the rest of us can follow?
So, we started actually building quadcopter drones, the ones that you now commonly see in all the weddings, since 2004. It was actually a desire to build an innovative helicopter that made us come up with the configuration independently and build it. So for us, I think it was always about building something innovative. We fell in love with wanting to build something that will fly, but is innovative, and something that we can do and build on our own. And I think, in a way, the journey has been all about building at a time where there was no open source technology available in this space. There was absolutely no tools available to just pick up off the shelf. In fact, the first drone we built did not even have what is usually required, which is counter-rotating propellers. We did not even have those available off the shelf. So in a way, we had to actually develop everything from grounds up, make sure that we know very, very deeply where is it required to innovate, to push the boundaries of what's possible. Thankfully, the kind of exposure we received at IIT Bombay as a founding team, we were able to very quickly realize that it's no value in being best only in India, particularly because we had won a competition hands down in our country. But when we went to participate globally, we realized that some of our ideas were also short of where the imagination already was. And I think some of these exposures, these quick insights that you get when you get exposed more, help you realize that there is very little merit in doing what's best in India. And I think that's a good segue into my lessons and learnings here, is that I think we'll do very little if we just try to match what's possible globally. BrahMos is a great example. It is the fastest missile in the world. And that's what we need to do. We need to build tech that put us out there, that makes sure that we are able to put a stake in the ground and claim the best in the world, and not just best in India or just made in India. And I think for us to accelerate towards innovation, we have to take those bold steps. We feel a lot of pride when we compete with some of the incumbents in this space and are still able to deliver technology which is more contextual to our environment, our needs. And therefore, when we build for our needs, particularly given the diverse geography of the country, we are able to build something which is more meaningful, better performing, because our conditions are actually some of the harshest in the world, particularly where we operate some of these tools. So that is one area. The other area I feel is very important is that we are very less collaborative. as a country, I think, and as companies, as even individuals, we don't like working together as much between organizations. And I feel that it's a shame because, the tallest trees, the redwood trees in the world, grow the tallest because, not just because their roots are deep, but because they are all so well intermeshed together that they are able to, and you look at all the large corporations in the world, they are all cross-leveraging pretty much everything. And they are all giants that we believe will be unlikely to be shaken from their pedestal. So I think collaborative work is, I think, going to be very important going forward. And I feel that in our academic setup, so our industry, I also agree, is not very pro investing in development, particularly because a lot of them probably don't have the technical background that is essential for it to be pro development, and very risk averse as well, given the low margins and the focus on the bottom of the pyramid in many cases in our country. So I feel that at the academic level, we cannot stop at doing technology at the technology readiness level of 4 or 5. Some technology examples from academia have to go all the way up to technology readiness level 8 and 9. And I think when we do that, we will be able to accelerate a lot of this journey.
I'll come back to you on this. And rather than the redwood trees, let's say we are too many individual Shanai players and you really need an orchestra to come
Absolutely. That's a great example.
Let's come to Vikram Singh, Meena. And you've also dealt with the thing, and now you're using a lot of practical uses for your drones. 2 or 3 things where you see things need to be made differently, where we can progress, as Ankit was saying. He had a lot of points. What more would you add to that?
Definitely, on certain points, I agree with other panelists as well. As a India, and when we are saying India at 100, we need to transform, right? We need to unlearn the old ways and learn the new ways, basically, to even think and take bigger risks, not just from the startups and not from the employees and the people from the government, from the academia, from the R&D institutes and everyone. So that appetite of taking risk, and then, so if let's say we need to go even from point A to point B on a Google map, we need to know where we are and where we need to go, right? So we need to define it, India at 100, where we need to be. Now, India needs to move out of this particular framework of the service-oriented mindset. Why Ankit, or why maybe some of us as a startups are able to have in-house R&D and development, which leads to indigenization of the products? Because maybe institutes like IIT Kanpur, IIT Bombay and other institutes are actually giving certain kind of a platform. Though still there is a lot of gap between academia, R&D institutes and the industry. And this particular collaboration, as Ankit was saying, definitely needed. And West versus India, this is the, I think, big difference that we have. We do not believe in collaboration. Somehow we want to always be in silos. And then we are not open to changes also. So this is one. Then when we talk about the education also, so education is important, skill is also important, but what will work in real life is more important, right? That needs to be taught during from early days as well as in the graduation time and post-graduation time as well. That will be bridged when the collaboration between all these entities will flourish. Now that can be done by right policies which are coming nowadays in the new regime. And along with the policy, there needs to be the supportive, as I think Anirudh was mentioning about the first step of the funding should be from the government. It can be a grant, it can be some different kind of a modality. That funding will give a lot of confidence to the R&D people, right? I mean, the startups in initial days. And in India, we always think that what is the ROI, right? Immediately, we cannot think of ROI. If we are thinking of ROI at day 1, we can't actually change even after 25 years from here. So if we need to change after 25 years from here, we need to invest now and then see the fruits at the India at 100, basically.
Well, that's a good point to take off and look at education, which you also mentioned, and we've got only about 5 minutes, so we'll do a quick round and the answers need to be much shorter. But do you think, when you look at the structure that is in the US, where you talk to this military-industrial complex, a lot of that you could also add a university complex over there. How much of Indian education system needs to change, where research and development is happening at the university level rather than at department level and institutional levels like this?
No, actually, it's already started. Let me tell you that we would like to say it should start. It started. We have these centers of excellence. We have these technology parks which have come up. STEM is already become part and parcel of Indian education. I mean, all of us have come through that. Maybe a little less earlier, but today it's become actually something. The technology parks are going to nurture the mind processes of the students. There's no doubt about that. In fact, just yesterday I was in one of the institutes in Mumbai, and the type of questions which are coming out from the students, I mean, they're way ahead of what I was at that age. So things have started. It's only that we need to now channelize these things. On one of the points which they were saying is that looking for, these three guys have managed without funds from the government. I mean, that's really wonderful. But at least the policies are out there that now the people can get a faster start. So these guys have to zoom a little further. Main thing is that our policies are in place. We just need to streamline them. And education, the universities are already in. The IITs, the NITs, and all the big universities have already got centers of excellence, either from the government, either from S&T, either from MOD, DRDO. Even the industries have started a lot of tie-ups. DST has started a lot of things. So the academia is in. It's only a matter of channelizing that. The only danger which I see among the universities, I'm sorry, we are time bound, is that our universities should not get hijacked by the foreign hands. Because the funding which may be being given for these incubation centers may not be equivalent to what the American universities or the Western universities are getting. That is something which we may need to look at very carefully, and how to hold it back in that.
Which actually comes to the gross expenditure on R&D, which is India is among the lowest spenders when it comes to R&D. And you could talk about that, Anirudh, in terms of the fact that you set up a startup, and what was the difficulty you had, and what is the kind of response you're getting from private industry or investors to come in and invest in your company?
So first of all, I would agree with the points that he said, which is India is changing in terms of the university level research. So if not the research that we did in the university, we wouldn't have had a company today. So we built everything, even the patents that we have granted, we built it during our university days. That is one validation that you can give for investors. And the second thing in deep tech, like I said in the previous discussion, is that it has the time to mature a technology is much longer than any other sectors. And investors' interest, I mean, they have to be very patient enough to wait for the returns here. It's not like a SaaS company or a consumer internet company. It's totally different scenario here. So I would say that the R&D, the R&D activity in India, in fact, even in terms of funds, I would say that we received a lot of grants from the government initially, even before the investors came in. That helped us, to build some sort of a prototype for us to be able to demonstrate that this is the credibility that we can bring onto the market if this product is out. So with that, support that we got from the government, we got investment from the private equity firms. So this is a great example to start with. And there are a lot of schemes that have come up right now, both from the central ministry and state, where they're encouraging deep tech startups to build technology in India. And there are a lot of incentives that you get as a startup even to have an IP or a patent.
Coming to you, Ankit, you have been in business now for close to 2 decades. What is the opportunity you see to take what you've done abroad? What is the kind of level, say, to compete with China and others, so that you could become a global player, not just in India selling what you're doing?
No, we've actually just started looking outside our country. We are trying to go to other countries, and we've started to ship as well some of our systems. So we do believe that all those years of hard work is something that will pay off. What is important is to build something differentiated. You have to stand apart from the crowd when you go out there, and I think India very uniquely, like I mentioned, gives you that opportunity to build in a very tough environment, both from capital, from business, from environmental perspective as well. So we hope that we are at a reasonable pedestal now to.
Are you getting any incentives like the PLI companies are getting? Anything that you want so that you could shoot to be a global player?
Yeah, so we are one of the shortlisted beneficiaries of the PLI scheme, as well as, like what Anirudh mentioned, we've been actually a good beneficiary of a lot of government grants in the initial part of our journey. So I think government has played a great role. The institute that we were a part of played a great role in making sure that our passion stays alive and we are able to continue to build brick by brick and come up to here at least.
And coming, Vikram, quickly in terms of when you look at the kind of industries that you're servicing, what is the response you're getting? Because you're looking across healthcare. Are people responsive to the kind of drone technology that you're offering? Are they willing to change? Is that something that you have to change the mindsets in the country?
So within the drone segment also what we are building is little futuristic from the customer's point of view. What we are building is for drone-based logistics, delivering of healthcare items and medicines, parcels, etc., etc. And we have been working with multiple state and central government agencies as well as the private players. So the receivingness of these technologies are very welcoming, though we have to basically prove on ground, because India as a price sensitive market is there, right? So you have to build best, deliver best, but at a cheapest price available, right? And that's what the real innovation is, what these startups and companies have to do. And that's what we are able to do. And we are already delivering these products with the different state governments for empowering the healthcare basically, and then building resilient healthcare and logistics ecosystem for next decades to come.
Okay, we've got about a minute and 20 seconds. So I'm going to make a wish list. Each one of you all, just one big thing that you would wish for to change for us to get, India at 100. What would make the difference? One thing from you, Atul.
Education. Okay. STEM education at all levels, with universities participating at school levels also.
I would say government handholding and transparent policy framework.
And?
The mindset to back really bold ideas.
Start celebrating the failures. That is the kind of mindset we need to bring in, basically.
And I'm going to give you the last word, Atul. 30 seconds. Firstly, let's give a very warm round of applause. BrahMos, our pride of India. What would we say the thing that you learned from BrahMos?
India is not behind. We are right there, step to step, shoulder to shoulder with the world. And we are just on the pedestal of going out into the world. And all these guys are going to help us out in exporting more and more.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Joining us for this next session on manufacturing and ESG, realizing the trillion-dollar pot of gold in a sustainable manner, a theme that we've seen reflect through all the conversations today. I'd like to invite Saurav Majumdar, Editor Business Today, to take forward this next discussion with Anil Chaudhary, MD and CEO, Schneider Electric India, Ashish Gaikwad, Managing Director, Honeywell Automation India, Vivek Bhatia, MD and CEO, ThyssenKrupp Industries, and Mahendra Singhi, MD and CEO, Dalmia Bharat, as well as Vijay Narani, MD, MRN Group. Welcome, gentlemen. A big round of applause, please.
Given the subject, this is as power-packed a panel as it gets. The 1 trillion pot of gold and realizing that in a sustainable way. These are the exact two things we were discussing just before we came. So we shall carry the informal conversation now to a more formal setting and look forward to your views. There is a lot of chatter and a lot of talk, a lot of policy push on manufacturing. There is a lot of policy push on Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is no longer just a slogan. We are seeing it playing out in various aspects of business. The question, therefore, is when we start on the Atmanirbhar journey over the next 25 years, the journey has begun. When we continue on that journey, how is India Inc. going to achieve that in terms of putting up manufacturing facilities, taking that manufacturing export story forward in a more sustainable manner? Because if we don't do it, there is possibility of serious trouble, as we are already witnessing in various ways, in terms of climate change and various other aspects of business. So I'll start off first with you, Mr. Chaudhary. Basically, first, we will divide this discussion into two parts. One is the manufacturing story, where you see that heading, and then we will sort of intersperse it with the climate change, the ESG agenda. So first off, I would like to know from each of you, and starting off with Mr. Chaudhary, what is your sense of the way the manufacturing push, the manufacturing story, and the export story is being built out? Where do you see that happening?
Thank you, and good evening, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here today. So I think this is a very important aspect which you asked, because I represent Schneider Electric, and we play both sides. We are manufacturers, as well as we help a lot of colleagues here to set up the manufacturing facilities. I think the focus which is there today as part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat program, companies which are like us, which are in India, as India, and face of Schneider in India, but we are today setting up the facilities not only to cater to India capacity, but more so balancing the manufacturing capacities globally of Schneider Electric in India. I think what also is changing with the way government has provided that initiative and accelerated PLI and a lot of other programs is that the manufacturing facilities which are being set up today in India are actually helping India leapfrog the worldwide manufacturing facilities which are coming with the latest technologies. Take an example, because today, we are one of those players, together with many which are available in India, for Industry 4.0 and smart factories. This is first step toward going toward what we call as ESGs and sustainability and all efficiency. And we have established 2 of our factories in India as smart factories, and one of them is recognized at World Economic Forum in Davos in May as Lighthouse of Manufacturing. Very proud moment for us, for sure, but for India, because this is done by India team and all. And I think we encourage, and there are a lot of interactions happen with our colleagues from CIE, FICCI and all, we encourage our customers, other industry veterans who want to establish new infrastructure to come and visit, see that how the factories of the future are being built in India, which will take India much, much at a faster pace, compete globally, not only in terms of the products, but also in terms of more sustainable, more green products being manufactured from here. That's the way we are contributing on both sides of the equation.
I'll throw the same question to you, Ashish. Where do you see the India manufacturing story, the export story, with all these, the government push by way of PLI, by way of the FTAs, for instance? Where do you see that heading, and how are we achieving the $1 trillion dream?
Absolutely. Good evening, everybody. I would concur with what Mr. Chaudhary just mentioned, and we also sit in the same spot where we have our own manufacturing setup, and we also serve the manufacturing industries, right? And it's a unique position, and the world will watch companies like ours because we need to make sure that we walk the talk. What I mean by that is, when we are talking about sustainable solutions, when we are talking about manufacturing with goodness, which kind of makes it green, makes it more environment friendly, are we doing the same thing in our own facilities? I think that's going to be a very, very important point to note. Because it's easy to preach, but then it's difficult to follow the same thing. So as a result of that philosophy, even before the whole set of jargons that we use today in the last 4 or 5 years, Honeywell started looking at this particular aspect of manufacturing and how we need to therefore make it green starting 2004. And it's about 18 years now. We've started looking at how do we monitor our greenhouse emissions, the energy consumptions, etc. And the advantage of that, while doing it globally, as Mr. Chaudhary mentioned, we can adapt to those technologies and leapfrog. We don't have to make the same mistakes and therefore go through the same curve, but actually accelerate. And I see a huge opportunity. I'll give you 2 examples why I say that. If you see the newspapers nowadays, of course, the fuel of the future people are talking about is hydrogen, for example, right?
Yes.
A lot of mobility will go towards hydrogen. Of course, electric is one part, but the hydrogen would be the other part. And the ambition of a country like ours is to become a hydrogen hub for the world, not just for India. And so that's going to take a lot of technology, that's going to take a lot of adoption of that technology to sort of serve the world and bring the price of hydrogen from, let's say, $7, $8 a kg today to about $1 per kg. And that journey is very exciting. And I believe the second aspect is all of what is required, because everybody is getting pushed towards the limits and therefore is forced to innovate. That needs talent. And one of the biggest talent pools that is available will be in India. So the companies like ours, if they invest into a country like India, train the young minds, make sure that they get into the mainstream, and then leverage that brain power, I think that's the other advantage when it comes to the manufacturing of exports, as you're talking about. So just wanted to add to and build on to what Mr. Chaudhary said.
Vivek, do you see the same trend playing out in your area? We were discussing earlier that you had last 2 or 3 of the best years even despite COVID. So how do you see that story playing out?
Yeah, definitely, Saurav. We've doubled over the last 4 years. 2 of those years were COVID years. But before I get into the topic, let me congratulate India Today. I think it's I've had the chance to go through some of the sessions, very interesting. And I think the statement that you have, achieving global leadership, is really, it's the apt statement, apt topic to be debating, and it really reflects the aspiration and the mood that we have in India. I think from an economic perspective, and we see this, I'm in conversations with other markets as well across the globe. We are exchanging notes. I think India is at a place where there is tremendous positive momentum. The numbers show it. And also from a sentiment perspective, I think there is a lot of positivity in the industry, whether I look at customers, whether I look at my suppliers, or connect with peer groups. And, this is last 10 days, I would say this is the third event I'm in, speaking as well. And really the vibe is very much visible. Now, we tackle the core sectors. We are in mining, power, cement, sugar. And I think after a long time, what I have seen is each of those sectors, very unrelated, but each of them, because of their own individual dynamic, are booming. And not just growing, but booming. And I think definitely if we maintain the momentum, if we maintain the spirit, then we are in for a wonderful next 10 years from an economic growth perspective.
Mr. Singhvi, you must be a really happy man given the push on infrastructure, the kind of activity which we are seeing, the kind of activity the cement sector itself is witnessing over the last, I speak to cement CEOs and they're really a happy lot right now. Tell us about your experience and how you see your sector playing out in this overall manufacturing story.
Happy evening, ladies and gentlemen. I must thank India Today and Business Today for motivating global Indian leaders to talk about how India is going ahead, how India is embracing global leadership. First, I would say the way now Indian leadership has been able to understand that what future is, the way things would be moving on clean technologies, the things would be moving on space technologies, things would be moving on defense technologies. So government is able to understand that and roll out various policies which would be helping in a big way. And if anybody who would try to talk about India after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, they have to say that, yes, India would be the global leader. Now, from cement sector point of view, I would say, one, we have been always global leader. Indian cement sector has been global leader since decades. One, because of their entrepreneurship. Second, their concern about energy cost. And today, we may say that India might be better from Europe or US by 25-30% in terms of energy efficiency, and maybe sometime Snyder can confirm that. But point is that India is poised for a great growth, and the initiative now which our government has taken, one on International Solar Alliance, and then a commitment of 500 gigawatt for renewable energy, then green hydrogen, then now new area of gasification of coal, etc. So whatever resources we have, we are now trying to use that in a big way. Like the biggest resource India has in comparison to the whole world is the availability of sun. Sun is available maximum in a day in India than many countries. So now 500 gigawatt would take a big energy transition, clean energy transition. Second, the way this renewable energy would support hydrogen, green hydrogen, which according to me would be reducing the import of fuel, import of energy in a big way, which will make India more stronger. So now PLI schemes have been rolled out, and the way Indian corporates have been able to take up that, I think it will go a long way. From Indian cement industry point of view, we have been always Atmanirbhar also. And our dependence on outside world is just for some coal or petroleum coke, which slowly would also come down when we try to move more on green fuel or green power, etc. Or if we are able to do gasification of coal also. So that way I look India in a very bright way, and that's why our organization is also trying to go in a big way on capacity expansion also, so that we are always able to feed Indian need for cement.
Vijay, your group is a multi-diversified kind of a group. You're in various businesses, sugar, cogen, cement. How are you seeing all these factors, all these things playing out are you seeing the positive benefits of each of these sectors? Tell us a little bit about some of the sectors you're witnessing really big activity in.
Absolutely. So at the outset, thank you so much for having us here. And I must congratulate your group for, it's not India at 75, like you said, outside. It's India for the next 25 years. I must give you great compliments that you've already started talking about it. And the subject that we are speaking is about sustainability and ESG and all these. I think it's the best type. I think we are already seeing implications as we spoke. And when it comes to manufacturing sector, so I just completed reading a book which is written by Bill Gates. It's on how to avoid a climate disaster. It's more of a handbook than anything else. And it speaks broadly about the most important things for any sector, for any transition to happen is markets, technology, and policy. And for example, let me speak more of sugar industry. I think Saab also will accept this, that sugarcane as one product has got multiple benefits. I mean, we can create more than 36 products, out of which we are creating about 18 products as on today. So just about 2018 and prior, we were a dying industry, and all of a sudden there is glam and glitter in this industry. So earlier we were called just as a sugar mill or a sweetener, and today we've started to rebrand ourselves as a bioenergy park, right? So to give you perspective, so just from one product, we are creating multiple of these products. For example, ethanol, which is one of the greenest energy possible. We are betting heavily on ethanol, and we have scaled up to about 2 million liters a day and counting. So we are scaling up even more. And cogeneration, again, is a green energy. So we're doing about 232 megawatts there. And in continuity, there is press mud, which used to be an absolute hindrance, which comes again from sugar industry. So now press mud is a very good potential for methane, so CH4, and it is the cleanest source of methane. So it's a carbon neutral, we're not creating extra carbon, so it's just CH4 that is being created from absolute waste. And along with that, so again, ethanol is C2H4 and OH, so we've got about 5 hydrogen atoms in ethanol, and we've got about 4 hydrogen atoms in methane. So going forward, sugar industry can be a very big source for hydrogen as well. And so just one product itself, our country has so much of potential to create. And I must give great regards to the government that they have woken up and they've been supporting us left, right, and center. And there is a big boom. So the world is looking at India. There have been tremendous growth in exports. There have been phenomenal achievement from the industry side. So I'm definitely, I mean, we are at a very good position here. So, and there is a realization, and all of us are investing heavily. And I must congratulate all the leaders that are on the podium that have spoken earlier today. I mean, everybody is creating change, and that transition is real. So.
Mr. Chaudhary, I want to come to you to understand what are the 2 or 3 triggers from the government in terms of policy, which you think will power the manufacturing export story in over the next few years?
In fact, I think first, of course, the slogan of Atmanirbhar Bharat itself is really very motivating, very encouraging for all industries to keep on exploring. I think the other one is the PLI has gone a long way. Of course, there are, as an industry, one of the things which we keep on debating, and we have asked, the government to consider that, because if I have an established industry and I'm expanding capacities in that for exports, that doesn't fall under PLI. So you have to go to a new legal entities and all, whereas, there could be different ways of doing that. But also at this moment, because, many big pandemic has made many big corporates, global corporates, to relook at their whole supply chain.
That's right.
And what is many companies are calling in different terms, so power of 2 is one of that. There was one particular zone which was manufacturing hub of the world. I think the way the pandemic has shown, because with the way the supply chains were linked, one zone getting affected at one point of time, the other zone getting affected at another point of time, the other zone getting affected at another time. Supply chains are disturbed for long. We are still not normal. You all know semiconductors and all those things, ICs, electronics, but there are many things. And that is why big work is going on, that how we go with the power of 2. And Indian government policies, ease of doing business, and also I will say the perception about India, which has positively changed quite a lot in the last few years, is helping many of the corporate to look at India as additional base for manufacturing base. So I think that itself gives a lot of boost for this. And of course now, because when you have to be global, you have to be green, you have to be sustainable, I think the government policies around how They want BRR reports for top 100 to for top 1,000 companies, listed ones to be done. But I am sure that the way the benefits of this is there, even we see a lot of our partners which are in MSME category coming to us and trying to be part of that. And that's the momentum which is also happening there.
Ashish, we had a very engaging session prior to this about regulatory cholesterol. Now, I want to hear from you now as we keep talking about the, how enormously possible, enormous possibilities of manufacturing hitting the 1 trillion mark and the exports and all of that. What are the, sort of pitfalls you see in terms of this regulatory cholesterol? He spoke of ease of doing business, but that's there can be there can be a debate about that. Where do you stand on this?
Well, I think first of all, there is enough that is opened up by the government right now that we need to, as corporates, start getting aligned to. These are recently announced policy changes, and we need to make sure that we are maximizing those, right? So before we start complaining about it. So, and all of us, as you see here, the tone is such that everybody wants to now go forward with these. The second thing I would say is, I was reading a very interesting report that many of these companies, many of us have come out with pledges, right? Companies are going to be net zero or carbon neutral by such and such date. Now, the interesting part of that report was, let's say if everybody meets all the pledges in the world, okay, even then, the temperature, the average temperature of the Mother Earth is probably not going to stay at 1.5 degrees. It's going to go exceed, probably over 2 degrees. And that is catastrophic, right? So what I'm trying to get to is, there is a lot of work, even after all these pledges that everybody has taken, that needs a lot of push on innovation, and that needs a lot of push from all the governments, not just us here. For example, I think my friend talked about ethanol, right? If you look at the Western Hemisphere, there most of the fuel, which is the SAF they call it, which is the sustainable aviation fuel, is getting made out of the oil that comes from food, right? I don't think that's a viable solution in India. In India, we may have to take the route of taking ethanol and then converting that into diesel or SAF. Now, this is a new technology. It's going to need some investment. It's going to need some, incentivization. It's going to need the companies to come forward and put facilities, development and research type of activities, which is, again, something that the government can look at and therefore, make the route faster and therefore leapfrog, right? So things like that is what I'm looking at.
From a ThyssenKrupp perspective, he mentioned a very important point about, the need for innovation. And therefore, there is a lot of, there is expense, there is investment attached to it. How do you think corporate India is reacting? Do you see corporate India actually starting to become much more conscious in terms of innovations which can bring down the cost of some of these things?
From our point of view, I think innovation is non-negotiable. And even, during my tenure in this role, I have completely moved the focus away from project to product. And the whole idea was that, for a project, then you're trying to always cut costs. But for a product, you're always trying to improve attributes. And how do you create more value for the customer? How do you create a pull? And that is a very critical and strong part of our DNA, and that is something which, I've consistently pushed. And that could mean digitalization, that could mean, developing better performance attributes, that could be reducing weight, whatever it is, but at the end of the day, what creates value for our customer. So having said that, I think the Indian mindset is still towards finding a collaborator somewhere in the world and bringing that technology and just copying that with the license and delivering it to a customer. And that is where I think we have to move a bulk of the industrial mindset towards saying it's not that complicated. It requires a bit of discipline, But once you get the innovation engine fired up, once you bring that into your DNA, then I think, it's the same Indians who are sitting outside and creating all the innovations. Why can't the Indians sitting here in India do the same, right? And it's just that mental block that we have to remove, right? Now, also, I just wanted to very quickly comment on your, earlier question as well. I think from a India manufacturing growth perspective, I think there are two things that are extremely important. One, I think we have to continue on this journey of infrastructure creation, because infrastructure is critical for having strong competencies in manufacturing. And the second thing is we have to continue to work on reducing our factor costs, which means at the very basic level, steel and power. If we just focus with a single-minded passion on having the lowest cost of steel for industry in India and the lowest possible power for industry in India, I can tell you, despite every other constraint and challenge, India will become the #1 destination for manufacturing for the world. We don't have to do anything else, right? And that's where I am seeing some movements. I am seeing the right intent, but I think we really have to take it up as a mission.
At the Dalmia Group, for instance, you have been, as we speak about ESG, let me focus on the ESG part a little more now. Cement is, has known to be a polluting industry, and yet you have taken the pledge much earlier than most others in terms of converting yourselves to net zero. Tell us a little more about what made you arrive at that, and how you're going about achieving that objective.
Great question. So what I would say, that it was our vision which could motivate us to do more and more. Like in 2014-15, we created a vision to be leader in building materials, to create pride in all, evoke pride in all stakeholders through sustainability, innovation, customer centricity, and values. So at that time, we could think that yes, sustainability will make a sense, innovation will make a sense, concentrating on customers will make a sense. And then we created a philosophy which is clean and green, is profitable and sustainable. Now, based on that, we started acting that what can be done on E part, that it becomes sustainable, it brings down carbon dioxide emissions also, and at the same time, doesn't add to the cost, but reduces the cost. And whatever actions we have taken since those years and pledge of 2018, we can proudly say that we are today having the lowest carbon footprints in global cement world, and at the same time, one of the most profitable cement company also. And the way we have taken up our stand, that we will be going for 100% renewable by 2030, for power, 100% non-fossil by 2035, capturing whatever carbon dioxide which goes out, and then use it for some right purpose. So that is helping our organization to concentrate more on E part also. And at the same time, along with E, S and G is also very important. So this has been our in DNA since decades and decades. And working on society, and more particularly when we could understand the need of the nearby society about the water. So we acted in a big way to, one, create better livelihood of nearby society, conserving water there. And today we can say that we are 13 times water positive, which means it assures the villagers also, because the level of water has gone up, and then they are assured of their whatever agriculture work they can do. Thirdly, on governance part also, we are quite conscious of it, both internal governance also, external governance also, and whatever reporting we do, that is all done as per global standards. Even the, as per Companies Act, the reporting which was required to be done as a recommendatory, not mandatory, but we started implementing that. Another thing I would say is that we were the first in Indian industry to come out, or one of the first in the Indian industry to come out with the integrated report, which means that we talk of financial performance also, we talk of sustainable report also along with that. And we came out with the how to define 6 capital, whether it's a finance capital, human capital, social capital, technological capital, so that we are able to now foresee in our organization that what's going to happen after 10 years and 20 years, and trying to adapt those initiatives. one of the good things which recently has happened is that FL Smith, Denmark, which is one of the top cement technologies provider, they have entered into an agreement with India, Dalmia Cement in Denmark in the presence of PM Modi ji to decarbonize the cement world. So whatever we would be doing, both of us, that would be available to the whole world. So we are a big follower of collaboration and innovation. And innovation, like what our Prime Minister has said on Independence Day, also Jai Anusandhan. And day in, day out now, he's talking about that how to promote innovation, and this is what has been talked by my friends also. So this would go a long way, and innovating on ethanol part, so like using, just setting a standard for 10%, 15%, then maybe quarter by quarter, year by year, it's going up. Similarly on electric vehicles. Now the way it has taken up the speed, it's mind-boggling. Nobody was thinking before 2 or 3 years. So this is what the trend in India is, and this is what Dalmia Cement is. I would say that we have been able to foresee the future and have been able to collaborate with all global meaningful organizations, have been able to report all those numbers. Somewhere if we are not doing well as per those expectations also, we do share so that we start learning. And I would say that sharing more and more has helped us to learn more and more.
Mr. Singh, I want to also ask you a supplementary question. Do you think we are at a stage now in the markets, for instance, where shareholders are recognizing this and rewarding companies which are, sort of looking at carbon neutrality and moving up the green value chain? Are you thinking, do you think that this is now actually happening, or are we still not sort of open enough on that?
You are so right that fortunately now investors have woken up. Few companies had woken up earlier, but now investors have woken up, and now they are posing the right questions also, which many times forces companies to think of that what more can be done so that I can be better off than X, Y, Z. And sometimes competition in these areas does help innovation also. So there are now specific needs, specific questions, specific scoring, which anybody would like to do that. And I would say that this has happened, once one of the biggest investor, BlackRock, he announced that companies who are not targeting certain ESG numbers, etc., we would not invest. That was done in Davos, in World Economic Forum, and thereafter we have seen, not globally, but Indian investors are, and that's the right way of doing it. So last I would like to say is that now the Indian government has also changed its mindset after the announcement of commitment of 2017 net zero carbon by our Prime Minister. And now slowly policies are being rolled out, whether it's a gasification, whether it's a green hydrogen, whether it's a renewable power, etc. Now, little bit more ease of doing is required in terms of creating green corridor for renewable power or a few more things, but that would happen. So I don't have now doubt that these things would not happen. It's just a matter of time, and we have to bear it.
Vijay, do you think the BRSR for the top 1,000 companies, the new reporting system, which is now mandatory for FY23, do you think that will make a difference, or do you think it will be a tick mark and companies are still not warming up to it enough as they should have?
Absolutely. So just before we go on to that, I must say on a lighter note, when we speak of transitioning and getting cleaner, so I was jokingly telling Sahab that, Sahab, we have got this power of scale. So I have got a very small cement plant right next to his. And thanks to him, we met in Davos, and he was speaking more of going clean. And, going clean has a big profitability as well. For example, what we did in our cement unit is we offset our power imports with windmills. So that is absolutely clean now. There is a replacement of 8 rupees a unit to almost 2.5, 3 rupees a unit. And it's absolutely clean. And I was happy that I got to be his neighbor again here also. And so with that said, of course, sir, I think the way Dalmia Group reports as well. So now it is a mandation, and now that the Himalayan Group is also looking at getting ourselves listed in the very soon. So, of course, reporting is a mandation, and we are in the governance part. So, it is a very important aspect. And I believe there should be a little more stricter norms, because You see, there needs to be a iron rod for us to transition also. So now that we have the suites, so there are, for example, there is the PLI schemes. There are many ease of doing business. For example, in Karnataka, we are ranked #1. And there is support left, right, and center, like I said again. So, there must be a little from governance part as well. So the more we start exposing ourselves as what we have done, and they have done this voluntarily, I think there must be an iron hand, so where we start doing it just for the greater good. With an underline, I mean to say that there is a good profitability in going clean. So with that underlining, I mean, of course, the reporting should be there, of course.
Do you think the India Inc. generally is waking up to it, or like he says, there should be a danda which now is becoming very, very important and imperative? Yeah.
No, I think you're right. It's not that danda, because what Mr. Mahendraji said and what he has narrated it, that there is a movement happening. There's a need from all stakeholders, whether you are a user, whether you are a supplier, whether you are an investor, or whether you are a government, there is a very strong focus of that. And I think that is what is very, very important. Now, just to accelerate that, as Schneider Electric, for our small contribution, we have launched an initiative called Green Next, and which is a JV, which is businesses selling sustainability, and then to create the movement that people are aware about that climate sustainability, which is very important part of the environment. Last year we have initiated another movement called Green Yoda. This is a awakening call for our calling all corporate, individual institutes to come and join the platform to share how we can, collectively work toward creating a sustainable environment and sustainable world.
But, scope 3 is still not mandatory. I mean, you may do it yourself, but what about the third party? What about the supply people who you don't have direct control over? How is that going to sort of, Ashish, would you like to take that?
Yeah, certainly. I think that's a tough one, the scope 3, right? Scope 1, scope 2, people can perceive, they can touch and feel, and it's good. But I would like to take this discussion to a level where everybody should realize that this particular movement of ESG, especially the E part of it, that juggernaut is not started by a particular developed country or a particular leader or a world agency. The good part is the public, Aam Janta, is going to drive this quite a lot. And I think that awareness has increased multifold because of, let's say, social media or in general internet, and it's unstoppable now, right? So we will all be forced to do it. And when we are all forced to do it, I think innovation will come out of it. We talked about a lot of innovation, and that, I think, is a good part. Since you asked about, is it a danda? My view is it's both. It's carrot and stick. It cannot be one or the other, but it has to be one and the other. And therefore, we need to start talking about and making more and more clarity around the carbon pricing. Those kinds of things which are really going to be a good part that will play on to the economy and its future development, right? So,
Vivek, closing comments from you on where you see the ESG agenda and therefore the manufacturing story heading?
So I think both of them will converge, and they have to converge. We are already seeing that. And definitely on the one part, there are the financial investors who are saying that, you won't get capital, or the cost of capital will be higher if you are not ESG compliant. So that's one big push. The end, social environment, social setting, people are getting more activated around this topic, especially with what we are seeing in terms of environmental effects. Then on the other side, I think when we tackle at each entity level, scope 1 and scope 2, automatically I take care of the scope 3 for my customer. And this going forward will become extremely, extremely important when we talk about exports. Make in India will require a very strong element of ESG play, because the acceptability of a poor ESG or non-compliant ESG product in global markets is going to decline extremely sharply. So it's in everybody's interest. And the best part is, as we also heard, this is not adding cost. In fact, this is making businesses more competitive. And we heard the minister also talk about that. Power off the grid is at 8 rupees, 10 rupees. Power from your solar plant is at 2.5 rupees. You know, the economics are just so good. There are no two ways about it. So I think all the elements are in place. We have the motivation to go ahead and do it. Now it's just incumbent upon us to just step forward and just take the bull by the horns and just do it.
And if we don't, the heat in more ways than one will be on. So we need to really be mindful of that. On this note, thank you very much to all the panelists for an absolutely engaging session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a power-packed schedule for the remainder of the evening, so don't go anywhere. If you need a quick shot of coffee, just grab that, because you have to see what's coming next. From Shashi Tharoor to Sunil Bharti Mittal to a whole host of esteemed guests, it's going to be a closing that is definitely worth your while. So quick tea break and we'll gather back here again in a few moments. for our next session with Saurav Majumdar, and I invite on stage Shoma Mandal, Chairman of Steel Authority of India Limited, to talk about women in leadership and representing a new India. Over to you, Saurav.
Thank you, Abha. Thank you, ma'am, for spending time with us and being with us this evening. It's an absolute privilege talking to you today. First up, Chairman Sale. I remember having a discussion with Arundhati Bhattacharya, who was then Chairman, State Bank of India, and she said she couldn't do anything about the designation chairman because it was mandated under the State Bank of India Act that it would be Chairman, State Bank of India. Chairman Sale, what is your take? What's your experience?
Very interesting question, because this is a question I've been asked right from the day I got selected and then I took over office. But for me, it is different. I somehow believe chairman is a very gender neutral word. So whether it's chairman, chairperson, it doesn't really make a difference, I feel. And for me, the PSB selection, the PSB is the selecting authority, and they selected it as chairman, so I continue to be the chairman.
And as long as you get the work done and take SAIL forward, that's good enough.
It's good enough.
So basically, we were just having this discussion before we came in here, and one of the leading lights of the cement industry just said that he's a client of yours and he has seen the kind of changes you have brought in ever since you took charge in January last year. And he said that, it's like a breath of fresh air and the kind of changes. Tell us a little about what are the key things you've done since you've taken charge at SAIL.
See, one of the most important issues which we have is decision making, is the delay in decision making. So for which it's very important that we empower. So when I took over, I think the first step which I took is giving more empowerment to my directors, my functional directors who are there, and of course, naturally down below also. So that way you empower, but when you empower, you should have the trust. It's not a one way. First is you have a trust, and you also have a system of a feedback mechanism. So that if that is well installed, if that is there, then there should not be a problem. This empowerment has been taken very nicely and it is working well. Something else which I also did when I took over was we started having a functional directors meeting every Monday for 45 minutes, not more than that. And this was a clear chai pe charcha. On the COVID taught us that video discussions are very easy. So what happened is with the functional directors, because as SAIL, as you know, is a very complicated, complex organization. We have so many plants in different places, and each plant has its own typical issue because each plant has grown at separate times with a separate social background. So in the morning when we have this discussion, I feel most of the issues which we have get sorted out. And what we need to do later, we don't have to really wait. What to do, which way to go ahead, issues like what to do so far as ESG is concerned, what to do so far as productivity is concerned, or even the infrastructure problems we face, that gets sorted out. Informal discussion in which way we need to take the company forward. I think that has been helped a lot.
So people are much more open to coming up to you with solutions, suggestions, and just, reaching out to you now?
Yes. I believe in clear communication. I am there available for any functional director or even executive director that is one level below and two level below. So they can walk into my room anytime when I'm free. Absolutely.
Ma'am, through the day, we've had several discussions on the topic India at 100. It's a very important journey next 25 years where India will, looking at achieving its rightful place as a global leader in the economic world. We wanted to know how you think, and yet when you look at women in leadership, particularly in manufacturing, the situation is not great. Whether it is on the boards of manufacturing companies or generally, in fact, the representation still leaves a lot to be desired. What is your thinking on that, and what are you doing in your company, in a large PSU like yours, to change the narrative?
See, women in general, they are few at senior levels, and that I would believe would be one of the main reasons is the pool, which is not available, from where you can take them to the director level. And why does it happen? It happens mainly because in the initial 10 years of the life, the challenges are different. Because of the societal pressures, the societal thought that the woman is the main homemaker. So in that case, what happens is the woman somewhere either goes a bit slow or gives a gap, and the environment is still not mature enough to take that woman back in the same speed later on. So women do give up. They give up at 2 levels, 2 points. One is when they start a family, or even they become slow when the child gets around 10th or 12th standard. So that is where it gets slower. But you still feel in businesses, in finance, as well as in IT sector, there are plenty of women. And I would believe in the next few years, maybe in 5 years or a decade, you will have at least a fairly good representation. In manufacturing, it is less for various reasons. One of the main reasons, I would say, manufacturing, the units are placed in generally remote areas, and the women find it difficult to go there. And even if they go there after they get married, and if they don't get married within the same place, the relocation, the societal thought process that the woman is the person who needs to relocate, that becomes a major issue. So we do not have too many women who are really would be interested to join manufacturing. And second, I think, which is more important, that in manufacturing, we are generally very protective about the woman. So what happens if there's a challenging role, we tend to not give it to the woman, but ultimately, without understanding, it is going to impact her growth in the longer run. So I keep on telling women that what you do, if you feel there's a challenging role and you can do it, please go up and speak to your boss. Tell that, look here, I want to do this job. And that is where it will make her growth much more easier. Women lose out here also. Because in sale, at least, I don't see a director from the works coming up in the next 3 to 4 years, and which is sad. So this is something we need to look at.
Are you sort of changing that? What are you doing at SAIL?
As a company, yes, we have a lot of women-friendly policies. We also try to take more during the management training, technical or management training, administrative positions. But the main problem happens when they join. See, in companies like SAIL, we generally take at the entry level. Later on, lateral entry is very little. So to continue to have them is when we need to adjust ourselves to agree to their transfers, and that becomes a bit difficult. But otherwise, ours is a very women-friendly company, women-friendly policy, so that's not an issue. The issue is, how do I keep them with me?
Ma'am, you have come from an aluminium industry background into one of the largest steel makers, that to a public sector company. Tell us a little more about your journey to the corner room of SAIL, and how that you think can motivate many more women to come into manufacturing roles like you've done.
See, I joined NALCO, that's public sector, way back in '84. I grew in the company and became a director commercial in 2014. Subsequently, within 3 years, I thought it's time to look out for a change, look out for a more challenging role. So that time, the SAIL advertisement of director commercial came up, and I applied, and luckily I got it. But it was a challenging role. When you said, how do I take it as a challenge? See, at that point of time, there were 2 challenges. The market was bad, the commodity market was bad, aluminum was doing bad, but steel was doing even badly. The company was making losses. So I had 2 challenges then, that the market was bad, how being in director commercial, I would have to bring in the money for the company. And secondly, the more important was coming in from a company which is altogether different, a much smaller company, much fewer people, to a company which is much more complex, how I would be accepted by the people, by the men mainly there, my men colleagues there. But I was worried that the second one would be more difficult than the first, but tell you there was absolutely no, the transition was too smooth, too nice, people have been warm. I think from our side, we need to move out from that mental block that there would be problems, and if you give your hand forward, I'm sure the other side also is always there to help you. So I have not faced any problem there.
You said that, of course, there are a lot of blocks and mental blocks also about women coming into manufacturing. How then did you choose to come into this, the manufacturing sector in the metals industry?
I passed out as an engineer way back in '84. So to tell you, that point of time, I really did not think where I'm going to join, what I'm going to do. Those days were not the days of internet where I knew much about any company. My parents were staying in Bhubaneswar. I belonged to Bhubaneswar. So there was this graduate engineer trainee tests which we gave. I got into SAIL, I got into NALCO and a few more public sectors. And NALCO gave me a posting in Bhubaneswar. My parents were in Bhubaneswar, so I took it up without thinking what the future holds for me. But it has been nice. The journey has been good. But you have to take up challenges. That is the most important thing.
How do you think people like you can become role models for the larger community of women in India? Because, when you talk about India at 100, you cannot achieve what you want to achieve without a large part of the women coming into the workforce, breaking these myths which you talked about, coming into different roles which otherwise would have not been imaginable. So that will actually add to the whole story of India going forward. How do people like you think, can be empowering the others?
See, first let us talk about what are the present generation of women. They are more confident, they have clear dreams, they are willing to go that extra mile, and they have the grit and the courage to walk forward. So one is there that they have that confidence in them that they will be able to achieve whatever they want to do. But they need to dream big. What I personally feel is we as role models, what we can speak. Maybe there are many a times women come and ask me about my story. There's a big debate about whether women can have it all. I have 3 children. God bless, they are all doing well. I strongly believe women can do it all. The only thing which you need to do is you need to do a day-to-day prioritizing of your job. Otherwise, because in the initial 10 years of your life, of your professional and your personal, when your children are small, you need to decide what you want to do, what you need to get it done. Maybe by your extended family, maybe by your support system, but you have only 24 hours, and within that 24 hours, you will have to balance everything out. So it is very important that you do minute by minute prioritizing, and you have your priorities right. And I think once you look at, now there are plenty of, like in our time, we had very few role models to look up to. But now the present generation have plenty. You have the women flying to space, you have them flying fighter planes, you have presidents, you have prime ministers, you have the sea suits women. So there are plenty of examples. So I think women, what they need to do is just dream big, but have the passion and perseverance to follow it. But in the process, you remember that you have just 24 hours, so you will have to give up something. It is not, you cannot in the 24 hours decide that I'm going to do everything by myself. You have to decide what I need to do, what I need to get it done. But ultimately, that prioritizing and doing and deciding, okay, this is the way I'm going to move forward, is going to help you. But women, I believe you can have it all. Just dream big.
That's really nice. That's absolutely true, ma'am. Coming to the manufacturing story, during the course of the day, we've had a lot of discussions about how manufacturing can power the India story in the next 25 years. As chairman of SAIL, how do you see that, and how do you see the government's push towards manufacturing and Atmanirbhar Bharat?
The policies, now the government has been very proactively making policies, and whatever policies they make, there's a lot of interaction with the stakeholders. So we realize that if we are going to go ahead as a Atmanirbhar Bharat, manufacturing holds the key. We have seen what has happened in the Ukraine-Russia war. People who are dependent on either Russia or Ukraine have been suffering. So there's no other way out but to be Atmanirbhar. And to be Atmanirbhar, it is very important that you have your clear-cut future goals, that this is where I need to be. For this, actually for the Atmanirbharta, there are many policies which the government has made regarding how we can push the domestic industry into manufacturing. Like for public sectors like us, anything we want to import less than 200 crores, we have to buy it domestically. And only if it is not available domestically, we can import. So government is working towards how the manufacturing ecosystem would improve. And I think we all are working together. And I'm sure Atmanirbhar, at least there would be many minerals which are not available here, many products which would not be available here. But in general, Atmanirbharta is where we are surely going.
On the steel sector, when we talk to large steel companies, even in the private sector, the whole focus now seems to be completely about the domestic market. The kind of infrastructure push the government has announced leading to a huge market opportunity for steel makers. How do you see the Indian market opportunity?
See, the Indian market is the only market which has grown in the first H1. I think we have a growth of nearly more than 5% vis-a-vis degrowth in most of the economies. So we see in the world, if any country is growing where steel consumption is there, it is India. And if the economy and the consumption of steel is very closely related. So we have, what I believe is, we would grow at around the GDP growth, and GDP growth is expected to be around 7 to 8% over the next few years. So the consumption of steel would also increase in the same way. The National Steel Policy, which was made in 2017, envisages a production capacity of around 300 million tons by 2030. Today, we are at 154 million tons. All industry is working together. Whether we would achieve that or not by 2030 is a question, but we would surely going that way. And in future, by 2047, also the growth story would continue. But the biggest challenge I think the steel industry would have is how we would make green steel. With the Prime Minister's commitment, Honorable Prime Minister's commitment of being carbon neutral by 2070, that would be the biggest challenge to the steel industry, the cement industry, and others.
Cement makers, some of those who were there earlier have actually committed to becoming carbon neutral very soon. What is SAIL doing on this front?
See, how do we become carbon neutral? One is, steel is one of the biggest industry of carbon polluting, maximum carbon dioxide emissions. So one is we use technology to reduce the carbon emission. So now I think the India average maybe for would be around 2.5, 2.55. We would have to target it to bring it below 2. But then and that can be done by coking coal is the biggest, is used as a reducing agent, and which is the biggest emission of carbon dioxide. So tomorrow, what we are looking at is technologies which will be made where we can use more of hydrogen, green hydrogen, or other technologies. But as on date, there is no such technology which can totally eliminate coking coal consumption in the blast furnace BF route. There is a separate route which is the scrap route, but India, as of now, we do not have enough scrap. So the future is we need to go a bit of scrap way also. At the same time, use whatever carbon emission happens. Ultimately, even if we are using coking coal in the blast furnace BF route, it may come down to 1.8 or so. But then we have to use that, how we can use it towards carbon capture and utilization. So that is where we all are working. And I'm sure by 2070, we would become carbon neutral.
Thank you, ma'am. More power to you. And may you inspire many more women to join the workforce, including in manufacturing and difficult areas where women usually don't go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mondal. Thank you, Saurabh. Well, it's been a fabulous array of perspective today, as we've heard across various industries how they can power India's growth trajectory over the next 25 years, from manufacturing to ESG to retail and commerce. We've really covered it all.
We've also had a chance to hear from policymakers on how they intend to ensure that India doesn't miss a beat when it comes to growing in the next 25 years. Talking about the right policies, the right levers to achieve those greater heights. As we continue to move across to our next session, we will, of course, continue to discuss how we will achieve global leadership. Under this, we've been speaking to political, administrative, corporate minds, economists, to tackle a framework that will lead to sustained growth. And we've had some pretty honest and open opinion across these panels as well. Joining us for our next session, let me introduce my guests, but one of them is just joining us in a minute, so I'll invite you on stage once he arrives. We've got C.P. Gurnani, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Tech Mahindra, Anant Maheshwari, President, Microsoft India, and Piyush N. Singh, Senior Managing Director and India Business Lead at Accenture. They'll be in conversation with Ayush Alawadi on harnessing technology to unlock infinite possibilities. And we all know that this is really one of our favorite areas to converse on. We've had Mr. Ganpati Subramaniam from TCS talk today about what the future looks like. We've also had those that are harnessing new modes of digital technology and startups and AI that also were talking about how some of those technologies would be used to leapfrog into the future. So it's an interesting array of perspective. And with that, let me invite Ayush on stage and kickstart the panel. Ayush, what are we looking forward to discussing today?
We are looking forward to the advent of technology, and we're also hoping that technology develops in such leaps and bounds the next time we do this that we could possibly do this in the metaverse, so it doesn't matter where we are. You know what I mean, Abha?
Has the metaverse really taken off?
That's one of the questions we will be addressing in this conversation. Is it one of the top trends out there? As a tech enthusiast, I really hope it does. And every big tech company around the world has a different interpretation of the metaverse. It could be social media for someone, it could be gaming for another, but I'm excited by the prospects of the metaverse. So that's one of the things we will be discussing.
Well, one of the other things that our panelists today spoke about was globalization and how the online world, technology has opened up such amazing opportunities and possibilities for companies to tap into. But I see that your guest has arrived, Ayush, so take it away. Mr. Gurnani, welcome. And if I could now invite all of you on stage, please, to take forward this fascinating conversation.
Well, there we go. I promised you the next time we'll do this in the metaverse, but for today, we have a stellar panel with us to talk technology. Now, this is Tech Titans on stage. I am humbled, I am honored. The tech geek is going to ask you a few questions, and we are going to be looking forward to India at 100, because that's the theme of the event. Anant, let's dive right in. When we talk about what's happening around the world, and Microsoft's doing all sorts of innovative stuff here in India and across the world, what are the 2 or 3 things that you can identify which could make India the next global technology hub?
So I'm a little biased on this, but also passionate about it, and therefore I'm going to lead with that. I truly believe that India has the potential to be the data capital of the planet. And for a variety of reasons. Number one, I think we've got the best talent capability anywhere in the world. Only country that has more than $500,000 engineers coming on every year. And the IT services industry, both led by Indian giants and global giants, is leveraging that power already. So we've already harnessed that. Second, I think the innovation that is happening with the startup ecosystem is now changing the way even data is getting leveraged. Data has now become an asset class. It's no longer just something that you do work with. It is something that you also value very differently. So it is now changing the way data is looked at. And finally, I think if you look at the potential of the data creation that's happening, I was quite blown away when I realized this, that the data that we are generating on the planet in one single year now is equal to nearly all the data that was generated in human history till about 7 years back. So you are just accelerating that explosion of data creation, and then you combine that with the power of the cloud. There's so much more possible. So to me, I'll keep it simple. India at 100, data capital on the planet.
Mr. Singh?
Look, I think, we have our biggest advantage is demographics. Right? And our biggest challenge is demographics, right? Because what you've got is, we have the very favorable demographic, and we are living in a time where pace of change, whether you look at technology or business, is running faster than most of the world can cope up with. So I think, as Anant was saying, if we can use the powers of of technology, use the powers of digital reach, potentially metaverse in times to come, right? To make sure that we keep up our demographic with the skills that are going to be required to serve, what is, on the other hand, a consumer demographic, which is more digitally native than anywhere else in the world, we'll be in a good place.
Mr. Gurnani, while things have looked positive for the last couple of years for the IT sector and the tech sector here in India, we're seeing what's happening in the West, and a lot of clients out there are perhaps bracing for a recession. When we talk about what's happening back over here in India, is there some sort of a corollary sort of effect where we're seeing Indian tech firms also bracing for the impact of what happens globally?
So, Ayush, before I answer that question, I just want to, dream with Anant and Piyush about, what India would be when we are 100 when it comes to technology and innovation. To me, the pandemic was the best eye-opener for me, that Dr. Krishna Ila produced a vaccine which was made in India, created in India. And then we had one of the world's largest manufacturing facility with the Serum India. So I do believe that both of these actually represent what India would be. 25 years from now. On one end, technology R&D would define the way businesses will be built out of India. Number two is that India's prowesses of building things on scale is what will come in through the Poonawalla kind of enterprises. So I think as long as we can remember the two words, the Vigyan or the scale, I think we would be in the right track for 25 years from now. In a lot of ways, India at times, when it comes to the economic situation, reality is I think we are overreacting to US going into recession. Most of us who have traveled in the recent past know that you don't get an airline seat, you don't get a hotel, you don't get a restaurant booking. And everywhere, wherever you go, they are hiring. How do you define recession? So, and yes, if there is a war, Russia and Ukraine, which is happening right in Europe, yes, there will be some impact. So, a slowdown need not be read as recession. Number two, India cannot be isolated from the global waves. We might boast of whatever captive consumption, but the reality is that the global waves also define. I mean, you hear Honorable Commerce Minister's speech, he is all the time talking about exports. I mean, he's not going to export to Indian domestic consumption. I mean, that consumption is going to happen somewhere in the world. And my belief is the more we integrate with the global trade, the better off we are. And at this stage, I would not be pessimistic.
And again, if I can add, I mean, look, we're in a strange situation where a lot of the economic recession is inflationary in nature, right? Which means what? That a whole lot of the world economy needs to digitize even faster to serve that hyper demand that CP just spoke about, right? So from that perspective, we find ourselves in a very good place as one of the innovative hubs of the world, because we need to drive that rapid digitization of supply chains, rapid uplift of and scaling of manufacturing, with parts of the world getting out of reach for rest of the market, in order to ensure that we can calm down that inflation. And the answer to that will continue to lie in level of a rapid digitization. So from that perspective, I'm less concerned right now.
Mr. Singh, you alluded to the M word, and there's two M words we'll be using in this conversation. The first one being the metaverse. And Accenture is doing some very fascinating things in the metaverse, because you're talking about a lot of these top companies around the world and then hiring, retaining, and then delighting young millennial or Gen Z talent with companies like yours. Accenture is actually hiring a lot of them, and their orientations are happening in the metaverse. Is there a need now that the top tech companies around the world and in India feel to adapt and tweak their older practices to really, like I said, retain and delight younger talent?
Yeah, look, I mean, for us, metaverse became a necessity. There was lockdowns, there was inability to get our people into our offices, and we had this unprecedented demand that we were faced with, right? So the only way we could bring our people and give them that experience of the Accenture brand was to bring them into metaverse, right? So we created this Accenture metaverse called the Nth Floor, and we completely did an induction of close to 100,000 people in the metaverse, which is about, I think, a record by a long means. But then if you start to look to the future, don't forget that we are about to inherit a whole generation that will be metaverse native, right? So what was a necessity at that time, from tomorrow is going to become a necessity of different type, right? This was a necessity of giving any brand experience to our whole of people. Now it will be, if I don't give them that experience, they will not associate with me at all, right? And that will be also the challenge for a whole lot of corporations, because right now we are all, I mean, I was saying earlier to Anand, we are in that zone of, do I have an, iPhone app, right? Kind of, we all went through that phase, us, the older people who have seen that. The younger generation is born native in the metaverse, right? So the experiential offer that organizations will need to make in the future will be both, will be multiverse, right? So that's why, I mean, yeah, we are investing quite heavily in that space to be ready to offer the market that experience.
So is Microsoft, and I think Microsoft has a very interesting interpretation of the metaverse. From what all of us on the media side really interpret, is gaming. And you marry the two, Microsoft's vision with the Activision deal, and Vision and Activision, and then you marry that with the burgeoning Indian gaming space. Is that a marriage that's waiting to happen, Mr. Maheshwari?
So as Piyush was speaking, and he spoke about the digital native or the mobile native people who are going to now sort of drive a lot of the work going forward. I went back in history and I said, when India was at 50, I was overjoyed because I got this device in my hand that I thought unlocked everything in the world for me, which was the mobile phone. It's the first mobile phone I ever got at that point in time. And it completely changed my paradigm of what work was. But I had never, through all my prior life, all my education, I never had that kind of a thing in my hand. So for me, I'm not mobile native. I became very used to the mobile over the last 25 years. Today, if you look at a generation today, they are AI native, artificial intelligence native. For them, it's very normal to expect that there will be a recommendation that will be given to you on what you should do or what options you have, and there is no fear of the unknown in any form that this generation has. And this generation is also gaming in the metaverses that exist today. So if you really look at the metaverses that exist at scale today, they are in the gaming worlds, and many a time you'll in fact have a very different conversation with the parent as to they're in that metaverse, they're not in the real world. So you got to manage that too. Now that generation, as they grow and they come to environments that we all were working through over the last couple of years, they will become very much native metaverse. And therefore, where you're going to see the maximum infusion first of a 2D metaverse, two-dimensional, and then three-dimensional metaverse is in platforms like Teams, wherein a lot of us are working today. And then you're able to think about this whole concept of hybrid work. And to simplify hybrid work, at times we think of hybrid only as presence. Are you present physically or virtually? And that's the only hybrid that we work with. But ask somebody in the tech industry, in the services domain, they work 24/7. So there is also a hybrid of time, asynchronous or synchronous. Now you combine the time dimension with the physical dimension, that's where metaverse really plays. You can have your avatar play asynchronously, and you can play virtually in the real world. So a lot of elements coming together, and that's what's going to define the future of work.
You know, for a lot of people watching, they're going to go back and watch maybe a Marvel Comics movie and figure out what time variance is all about, because that's what tech geeks are really waiting for. That's what the culmination of the metaverse perhaps is. But you know, there's a quote, a recent quote by Satya Nadella, which really stuck in my head, which was that digital technology, and I think he was alluding to the cloud, is a deflationary force in an inflationary economy, right? I think, given what's happening around the world, this is something that becomes very significant, Mr. Maheshwari.
So I'll maybe make it, we all have to do more with less. It's the first time in the history of about 400 years now that the OECD countries will have less working class population than prior years. So therefore, there is less resource to work with. And technology is the only capability that can come in to create that additional growth that the world has to drive. And a lot of the tech majors around the world are helping that movement. The second bit, if I take it down to India, and this is not about just the OECD countries, there are at least 400 to 500 million people in the country who will need a different kind of skilling capability, the ability to do more because they've done their formal education, they've done maybe 10 years of their working life, but they need to keep getting new skills. How can they keep getting that new skill on a daily basis? It's with the help of artificial intelligence in their hands. Right. And therefore, doing more with less is not just a developed world problem, it's also a problem of the entire world, but it's also an opportunity because technology already exists to do that.
From the metaverse, Mr. Gurnani, we're going to come to the other M in the room, and that is something that has been trending all over social media and, of course, on our news channels, which happens to be moonlighting. Now, I know a lot of IT firms and tech companies have different responses and reactions to it. What is your take? Where do you stand on the concept for our audience of a lot of tech workers who, post-pandemic, started taking up secondary jobs, maybe traditionally at night, to earn a secondary source of income? Mr. Gurnani?
I mean, I think your friends in Gujarat would say only their life has been legitimized. So, I mean, you meet anybody in Gujarat, he was always doing 2 jobs. So, I mean, I don't know.
Sometimes 2, 3, 4 also.
I mean, that I don't know. I know you are superhuman, but, you know, my views have been very simple on this. Number one, I think many a times we overemphasize on no event. I don't think moonlighting is that rampant. There will always be a few cases. But I don't think it is that rampant because let's face it, most of us have efficiency and productivity targets. And they're measurable. It is not that you just put it in, I mean, thanks to all the automation, artificial intelligence. I mean, you live in a world where a certain amount of discipline, time management exists. So as far as I am concerned, somebody meets the productivity and efficiency norms, and if he wants to make an extra buck, as long as he's not committing a fraud and he is not, doing something which is against the values and the ethics of the company, I have no problem. Frankly, I'm going to probably make it a policy that if you want to do it, I mean, sure, but be open about it. Share with us.
So the headline is, CP Gurnani is pro-hustle culture for millennials.
I mean, the headline, Ayush, is that if you are a millennial and if you can do 2 jobs, you are a superhero.
I think that deserves a round of applause. It's refreshing to hear that. I think, Mr. Singh, you wanted to add something there.
I mean, the fun aside, look, you got to understand that, there is some exceptions of that, but this is also a period of massive empathy for our workforces. It hasn't been easy for our workforces to be locked up in a room, adopt new models of digital collaboration while suffering socially, while suffering personally, dealing with individual health, right? And yet delivering, probably the most rapid transformation in the world, right? So yes, there will be exceptions and they will create some need. But for me, at the heart of it right now, we are going through a period of deep gratitude because our workforces are emerging from delivering for us value that is exceptional through personal circumstances that were even more exceptional. Right? So that is the primary takeaway that I would request.
So you sort of segued into my next point, which is then, how do we address this, right? I'm sure technology has a solution. When we're talking about hybrid workforces, we alluded to what the millennials want. The mindset is, we're cool with being digital nomads and working from anywhere. If you're cool with it, like Mr. Gurnani is, as long as we can be efficient, productivity doesn't go down, and there's no ethical issues with doing whatever we do. But since you did mention another point about how we can get this done, is there a solution on the technology end where we can really sustain hybrid work culture?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, first of all, technology is the second aspect. The first aspect is culture and values, right? Mr. Gurnani said that earlier. So first thing is to ensure that we understand that as humans, we have been used to a model of, in-presence physical working, right? We dealt with that rapid change through stealth during the period of crisis of the pandemic. We now need to, usher in a slow change of making sure that people adopt this model of working. Secondly, of course, technology is there, right? But it requires structural investment. Don't do Band-Aid. Don't expect by throwing in a few telephony models, online working models, you'll solve that, right? I mean, Anant and their team have done a great job of giving us a lot of the digital platforms for collaboration. We are the largest digital collaborator in the world, right? But it requires structural change and structural investment, right? It will otherwise, I always go back to my example. When it all started and the lockdowns happened, I was offered to do a dinner over a virtual platform with some people. Now that is a proper Band-Aid, right? Nobody wants to see me eat on a big screen with anybody, right? So that don't try to push analog models into digital world, right? Introduce digital collaboration, do it structurally, and and that's the world we are going to be in. There's no going back from it.
Anand, do you agree? I think Microsoft does have several solutions in that space.
So,
when we talk about work and culture, so to speak.
Absolutely. So let me just first completely reiterate what Piyush said about culture. It's the most important glue that every one of our organizations have in being able to to bring new people on board, in really inspiring them to do a lot more and then grow themselves in that whole process. So culture is extremely important. And how do you then imbibe that culture in an environment where a person may say, I just got a new machine by joining a new company, and I'm looking at that screen, everything else is the same for me. And there have been instances where this person may have worked for 2 years in the company and then changed the machine, moved on to the next company. So how do you bring culture to operate in that context? I think that's where hybrid is very important to understand. The second part is we can never underestimate human connection and human empathy. Just cannot. It is, at least I may be a little bit old world in that, but I remember in all my apprenticeship that happened, I observed people. I was around them. I felt what people were feeling. And that emotion was very important for me to grow in everything that I've been able to do. And I see that ask also coming from the millennial group. I was very recently in a group in our company, and I was asking this question, hey, listen, let's talk about the hybrid work. And there were lots of opinions, and everybody would find their own parameters. But there was this group of very young professionals who basically said, I'm done with 2 years of college, done completely remote. I've come into the workforce. I want to meet everyone every day. And to me, that was a very refreshing sort of comment from this group saying, I really want that human connection in my workplace. So please bring a lot more people in. While there were others who said, listen, yeah, I'll come in 2 or 3 days. I will not come in for another 2 or 3 days into the office. So I think that's how it's going to work. We're going to find for every person, for every group of people, for every work situation, it's likely to be a different solution. And that is going to change over time. So I don't think there is a dogma around hybrid work. We should really work with data, and we should work with real situations to evolve with them. Technology will support and continue to evolve.
Yeah, and I wholeheartedly, I mean, my colleague who runs our consulting business, Anurag, is here, and Anurag and I met all our young graduates, you know, and the overwhelming thing was, please get me office. Right? You know, some of them said, please get me away from my parents, but hopefully none of their parents are watching, but the overwhelming response was, get me to work. So I think, again, see the point that Anant made, which was two things I say. See, where technology helps is you look at the analytics of what your workforce is saying, because you cannot stereotype it by demographic, right? That's number one. And the second part is you know, the human touch means in a hybrid world, the level of trust that you put in your workforce, you know, and the cultural value has to be amplified a few times. You know, because, you know, earlier your trust was, can I walk on the floor and see everybody doing what they're doing, and you get a sense. Now you've got to have that belief in your people that I don't need to look at my people, right? I have that trust, and they need to have that, you know, return of authority and trust that the organization believes in them.
Fascinating. Mr. Gurnani, the human touch is important. Is that what you're also going to share? But I'll ask you a corollary to that question as well, which is when you look at all of these conversations about hybrid work, work from anywhere, how do you ensure culture, top-down, the growth mindset that they talk about at Microsoft, which I find very cool, unlearning to learn, how do we ensure some of these things at the top tech firms?
You know, I think the fundamental message that you have and all of us have picked up is youngsters want to come to work. To them, that interaction is important. Reality is that hybrid, when it evolved, it was a necessity. I mean, there was no choice. The second part is, I think we all also need to evolve with the time. And what is that evolution is that the technology has kept pace. Technology did not let us down, neither in data security, nor in communication, or in a virtual platforming. virtual product development. What we all have missed is the emotion and the empathy. What we have missed is that competitive spirit. What we have missed is that brain spa that happens within the people. I think, personally, my assessment is people have predicted 50-50. I think it is going to be more 70% of your time would be spent on the shop floor or on the work, on the offices. Offices will get redesigned. Offices will become a place where you come to interact. It is no longer going to be about cubes. So, but that is an evolution, but it is more about 70-30 or 75-25.
I can go on and on, but in the interest of time, I'm going to come to each of my esteemed guests and now look forward, because the theme is India at 100. So we want to get your thoughts on what are those top trends, or make it simple, one technology trend that you are looking forward to. And maybe 25 years is a very long time in the technology world. So let's talk about 5 years or the next decade. Mr. Singh, let's start with you.
Look, I mean, I would say, obviously, the metaverse, the multiverse existence, it taking forms of not just experiential usage, but potentially digital asset and digital asset ownership. And the moment you get into that space, then a whole lot of further disruption opens up, right? I was saying, I think about 50% of global monetary authorities are now contemplating or about to release, digital currencies. So that you get into a space of digital ownership, digital asset space, and digital currency. And then you're talking, I can go on driving that disruption further and further, right? So I think that is definitely a space to watch for, because again, that combined with the with the metaverse native, which is next generation to digitally native, consumers coming on board could be a big disruption to watch in a 5-year period.
Spot on. I'm glad that the conversation now has moved away from crypto, and we're talking about the true benefits of blockchain, Web3, the ecosystem, and the metaverse as well.
It is scary when you start to think that your child may be spending more on a Nike shoe in a different verse than a physical shoe, where I think already is spending too much money on the physical Nike shoe.
Fair enough, Mr. Maheshwari.
So I said it earlier in the beginning, India becoming the data capital of the world. But I think more than that, if I just have to think about what is going to change, the one big megatrend that happened during the pandemic is we all got very aware about trust. See, people will only use technology that they trust. And one of the biggest questions that at least we lead with inside Microsoft is not what technology can do, but what technology should do. And that is a very important element that's going to get defined as artificial intelligence gets developed, because you have to take out inherent biases. You've got to take out all the use cases that you don't want on the planet, and how you develop that going forward is going to be very big. So I think how trust starts becoming talked about a lot more, and technology comes in to support that trust, is going to be the biggest driver of that end game, at least of becoming the data capital on the planet.
And incorporating the tenets of privacy and security and stuff like that.
Trust has many elements: privacy, security, resilience, consistency. All of those are part of trust.
Spot on. Mr. Gurnani, we've saved your comment to end this spectacular session with.
Thank you, Ayush.
And Mrs. Singh said it without the mic, save the best for last.
Thank you, Ayush. From my point of view, India at 100 years, today all of us sitting here, all three of us, represent what is called digital transformation. I think India would be business transformation. And just to say, let's take example. Let's assume we were solving a problem called sustainability. What would you do? You would do more remote operations. You will look at productivity and efficiency. You will try and measure every input and output. And if you were putting it together to look at alternate means, whether the alternate mean is to find the new source of palladium or an alternate way of solving supply chain or a cyber security. One problem resolution sustainability leads to technology in a very different way. And I think India at 100 will be known for business transformation.
There you go. We will end on that note. Gentlemen, thank you so much for such a fascinating chat. And thank you guys so much for joining us as well.
It really was. Thank you, Ayush, and thank you, gentlemen. It's my pleasure to announce our next session, an esteemed guest, somebody who we're all looking forward to listening to today, and someone who's been at the cusp of transformation in India at several levels. I'd like to welcome Sunil Bharti Mittal, founder and chairman, Bharti Enterprises, in conversation with Rahul Kamal.
Welcome everyone, and as we talk about India at 100, one of the most exciting transformations over the next several years will be the advent of 5G in India and this whole idea that India and the world is entering a metaverse, something much powerful, much more virtual than the physical world that we inhabit at this moment. And it is our absolute delight to welcome for this fireside conversation to the Business Today India at 100 Economy Summit, one of the legendary telecom operators in the country, one of the real visionaries of this generation of entrepreneurs who's built something of global quality and is still standing, fighting and hoping to scale this in this 5G era. Can we have a warm round of applause as we welcome to this Business Today India at 100 event, the founder of the Bharti Enterprises, Mr. Sunil Mittal. Thank you so much, sir. An absolute delight having you with us. Thank you.
Pleasure.
I want to start by asking you about the here and the now, which is about 5G. Everyone watching you on all of our platforms of Business Today and India Today would be keen on knowing if 5G hamara kab aa raha hai? When does my phone go from the current 4G service that it has to a 5G? How soon do we start? And what does this mean to everyone who's listening to you at this moment?
Well, I think 5G is now, as we all know, around the corner. We are in almost full readiness, I would say. And if you really look at the world, 5G has now started to take roots, real roots in most of the Western world, Southeast Asian countries. Singapore, in fact, was the last one to go and start its 5G. So I think we are, some people think India is late. India is not late. In fact, it's the perfect timing. Some use cases are being developed. You can see devices coming through, prices of devices started to fall down, which perfectly suits a country like India. So I think we are ready. Thankfully, this time, the government put up a lot of spectrum because 5G requires very large chunks of spectrum to be effective. Otherwise, you don't really get the true joy of 5G. And not only the mid band, which is the C band, came through, the millimeter wave also was put out. So all in all, I think India is now ready from the spectrum point of view. Equipment is now pretty standard and available. We have been building for this day for the last 24 months. I had predicted that we will launch sometime in the second half of 22. Some of the competitors felt it could probably come in 20 end or 21, but I knew that this takes time to really develop into an ecosystem. So we are ready. Expect, as the minister said, launches beginning from October. It could even be from very early in October, but sometime in October, you will start to see on your phones, if they are enabled for 5G, a 5G icon coming on your phones. We'll start with big cities, the key towns, and then keep on, as we have seen in the earlier 4G or 3G avatar, keep on then proliferating right across the country and going into the deep hinterland. What will it do to us? I mean, today I travel around the globe. Am I, as a mobile customer, really looking for 5G? The answer is no. But there are very important use cases which are developing around the globe, which to my mind are game changers for our country. Robotic surgeries, deep healthcare management in rural areas, distributing our centers of excellence. Don't build a mega facility in Mysore by Infosys, because scale is not important anymore. You can have 100 centers distributed in the country so that the employees can be working very close to where they are and get the same experience they would have got when they were in Mysore. Holograms, virtual rooms, virtual teaching, experiments, participative experiments, everything can be done through a distributed way because of 5G. Now, in simple terms, what is 5G? For everyone to understand, as we moved from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, in simple terms, it meant you could put in much more throughput capacity, so you could have very large amounts of files going through it, and importantly, data will be on steroids. So every time you go to the next technology, you are adding more steroids. So in 5G, you will have 10, 15, maybe even 20x speeds that you experience in 4G, and you can put a ton of capacity because the spectrum chunks are very large. But two important factors that come along with 5G is something that we as industry has been waiting for a long time. I can now slice and dice. If you are a particular customer of a particular need, I can give you a different speed, and everybody sitting in this room can get a different speed. Now, this was not a capability we ever had. So imagine a packet of data being delivered to Spotify to listen to music versus an autonomous bus driving school children. And on an intersection of a crossing, you have some emergency. How do you ensure that the packet that has to be delivered to the autonomous bus reaches there in milliseconds, as opposed to somebody taking and hogging away the bandwidth for a Spotify music? Now, that can be done in 5G. The second part is latency. Latency means the speed at which you can respond to the needs. If a robotic surgery is being done and the patient, while being dissected or being worked upon, has a bleed. Now, if it is a remote surgery and you can't respond, the surgeon can't respond in good time, you're going to lose the patient. In this case, the latency is so low, less than 10 milliseconds, that you are virtually sitting next to him. So these are the two very important parts.
Do you have pricing plans in mind yet? I'm sure you do. Could you share them with us from a customer perspective? How much more do I need to pay for my 5G service versus my 4G service?
Well, for the industrial use cases, I think pricing will not be so relevant. It will be really solution-oriented, and you will price it for solutions. People will take on industrial level, enterprise level, and those programs are very different. If your question is, what will it mean for you as a customer or everybody else here, I think not a meaningful change. You will consume more data, therefore you'll end up paying a little bit more. And frankly, if India has to be a digital nation, you need healthy telecom companies. They are the backbone, the spine of the digital connectivity. And the current tariffs, and I've said this many times before, are still very, very low. For $2.50, when I tell around the globe that you can take 60 gigabytes of data a month, they're absolutely horrified and shocked that how can you even survive in that atmosphere? We do, as you know. But do we need to go to $40, $50 like the Western world? No. Maybe we need to get to $3, $4. And if 5G can do that, it will only make the industry more sustainable, be allowed to sort of put more money into innovation and investment, get more use cases faster, and I think there'll be a very small cost to pay. Distributed costs for over 1 billion people, paying $1, $1.50 at the upper end to make this industry more
Can I
stable.
play devil's advocate for a moment and ask you, while it's true that the average revenue per user in India is much lower than internationally, the fear is that now that there are only 3 operators left, could we be entering a situation in the 5G era where, because of cartelization or group action, customers have to pay much more than they've got used to?
Well, I think it's very hard to do that in a country like India, and you don't need to. I would say at nearly 200 rupees ARPU that we are reaching, we have come back into profitability, even though the return on capital deployed is very low, but you are in profitability. So if you get another $1, I think that will do the job. That's all you need. And even in that, you will have a pack of 100 rupees at the low end. So a common man can just pay 100 rupees on 5G and still be connected and have a reasonable amount of data. But people like many of them sitting here can pay 500 rupees. I don't see any reason why you need to subsidize across the whole bandwidth of spectrum or spectrum of customers to make it at a point where it hurts. We know why we went down on the pricing. 6 years back, the average revenue was 240 rupees. We are below that 6 years later in real terms, not in nominal terms, which is odd. Costs have gone up, diesel has gone up, electricity has gone up, equipment has gone up, dollar is at 80 rupees now. So everything is against the industry's cost structure, yet we are not even at the same pricing as we were 6 years back.
Now, in the 5G auctions that were concluded recently, you spent about 43,084 crore rupees to pick up 19.8 gigahertz of spectrum. Jio spent 88,078 crore rupees to pick up 24.7 gigahertz of spectrum. Vodafone spent much lesser, 18,800 odd crore rupees to pick up 6.2 gigahertz per spectrum. What does that mean for customers sitting here? Does that mean because of additional spectrum, almost twice of what you have, could your competitor Jio have potentially better 5G services than yours?
No. First of all, we must understand why extra money was spent. They picked up 10 megahertz of 700 gigahertz. Now, that's an extra chunk of spectrum that they desperately needed. What was the choice? Use for your base spectrum band, which we call the base of a 5G network. You take an 1800 megahertz. You take a 900 or 800 or 700. So they had to buy something. Whereas we have been smartly assembling spectrum for a long period of time. We bought Tatas, we bought Telenor, we took spectrum from Videocon, we took spectrum from Aircel. So we have added a ton of spectrum as we went ahead, went into auctions, bought more spectrum. And I think we clearly knew where we were headed. So we have added a lot of mid-band spectrum, and we didn't need the 700. For Jio, they either had to buy 800, which was not available, there was not enough, or they had to buy 700. This was therefore a need for them to do it. It was not need for us to do it. Our 5G services will be best in class, not only just in India, but anywhere in the world.
You are one half of an epic gladiatorial battle. And while everyone sitting here will have his own take on this big Mittal versus Ambani fight, I really wonder how you see it sitting where you are. Because you're up against one of the most powerful businessmen in the country, one of the richest men in the country, one of the richest men in the world, and everyone around you, all the other competitors who you were initially competing with have fallen one by one. And you, in many ways, are the last man standing.
Well, one, this country is very large, and I think it clearly deserves maybe even 4, why 3, to serve this country. In most of the countries of our size, if you look at China, there are 4 operators. US has got 3 now, the 4th one is coming through. So I would say you're not going to see a monopoly in the size of a country like India. Nobody's going to allow it. Forget the government or regulation. The country will not allow it. The people will not allow it. So therefore, you need 2 or 3 operators. That in Jio, we have a very dominant, strong, powerful competitor is a given. Keeps us on our toes. What do you need for running any good enterprise? You need capital. In our industry, ton of it. You just mentioned 43,000 crores just to buy the 5G spectrum. So we have spent over 4 lakh crores. I mean, people forget how much capital this guzzles, So you need capital. I don't think so we can match that. They will always have access to more capital. They're a much larger industrial house. So therefore, you know your limitation compared to that. So you don't sort of fight on capital. That is theirs. The second is talent. I believe we have significantly superior talent to anybody in the world. The quality of management team, the commitment of people is very, very high quality. Today, is it any surprise that it's Airtel's person who runs a Vodafone network? It is Airtel's person who runs Jio's network. There are places in Myanmar, Indonesia, in the Western world, in Africa, which are Airtel people. We have very high quality people who are co-owners of this company. This is not my company. This is everyone's company, and they feel that way, see. So I think that is, to my mind, the most important part. A happy employee will churn out a happy customer. Last but not the least is a focus, a maniacal focus on your customers and his needs. These 2 things we can compete head-on and better. The first one, we manage. So as a combination of all these 3, allow us to be the last man standing.
If we were to zoom out for a moment, yeah, it's a tough battle. You know, no matter which way you see it, if you have to fight that battle, it's a tough battle to be fighting. It's good to see you have this very competitive fighter spirit. He's smiling up kya bolu? He's like thinking like, now what might be a good response to that?
No, I mean, point is, which is a sector in any industry where you won't have competition? I mean, in every place, some people have smaller fights. You know, I've been dealt a card which is very exciting, very interesting, and I've always said this before. I'll rather be in this difficult, situation than to run a steel industry and be very wealthy and be very bored. So in that sense, I'm enjoying this.
Now, even though the Adani Group is denied it, there is one toe that they have in the door with the limited presence that's been made. How do you view the second heavyweight entering this fray? And when you're saying you have to be on your feet like a boxer, where does that leave you when you potentially have one more boxer just outside the ring?
No, I think we are a product of competition. In fact, to my mind, we must always welcome more competition because I wouldn't exist if we were not allowed to be in the marketplace. Telecom is not meant for first-generation entrepreneurs. There are only two in the world. Craig Macau in the US, which was my inspiration many, many moons back, and our company. There is not a third example in the world because telecom is only for those who have deep pockets. And I never had deep pockets when we started. So from that point of view, I would say, if we, after 25 years of being in telecom, cannot go and win in the marketplace because some other dominant people will come and be in the market, we have no right to be in this business. That's what I tell my teams. We must be best in class. Rest will follow. In the last 6 years, the biggest crisis for this industry was prices dropped down, balance sheets got broken. Company after company after company folded down. Standing networks of 60, 70, $80 billion were just eliminated. They were just wasted, national waste, We stood firm because we were in the market, we were there doing well, we raised a lot of new capital, I personally diluted myself, and we repaired our balance sheet. So all that came together very well. Today, we are much stronger. The company's market cap is lifetime high, and my market share is lifetime high. The brand resiliency is very strong. So I believe that if there was to be more competition out there, we'll be fine. We'll have our own place.
So you'd welcome Adani in the 5G spectrum?
We welcome everybody. Although I would hope to serve Adani's needs for his enterprise needs. And I've been doing that. But if he decides to do it himself and not take any assistance from us, I'll be fine. But to my mind, we will be, my own view is, we'll be serving and cooperating for his ports and airports and other industrial needs because I think we'll do a good job with that.
Because Gautam Bhai is hoping to lay his own pipes and use that for his own purpose and potentially going forward scale that up.
I'm saying anybody is welcome, but to my mind, if that move had to be made, he would have made it now. I mean, he has made it very clear, I've taken spectrum for my own needs. He spent 250 crores for a very small sliver of spectrum. And I think he wants to experiment how to take it forward in his own ports and airports, which is a welcome news. But even within that, if you see Germany, for example, take BMW, they have tied up with Vodafone, despite having some spectrum. And Vodafone is doing all their tech stack and services. I hope I'll be able to do that for him.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Lots of subtext in that message. Let's zoom out for a moment. The whole idea of this conference is India at 100. In the initial part, because of the immediacy of 5G, we got caught up in what's happening now. But what's your view on how the telecom sector and the IT sector is going to evolve over the next 2.5 decades? What are the other meta trends that you are preparing for, right?
Well, I think we are into a very, very exciting phase. And I feel that somehow everything has aligned in a very good way for India. Building hard physical infrastructure would still take us 20, 30 years to be where China is. While we are doing road development at breakneck speed, we are doing new airports, a lot of new stuff is coming through. But that takes time. It's really not an easy task to put infrastructure for a nation as big and diverse as India. There are issues on forests being not allowed to be exploited for infrastructure, bridges, flyovers. So there's a lot of work to be done. There will keep on happening. But the digital infrastructure is here and now. And I think that is where India's vision of being digital holds so much promise. We are about $3.1 trillion economy today. We are wanting to get to $5 trillion economy by 2027, of which $1 trillion is being actually projected for digital, which means the country, the leadership, the government recognizes that a digital platform for India will transform this nation. And if you really see the Jam Trinity, the Jandhan, the Aadhaar, the mobile in everybody's hand, has transformed. Just imagine a life without connectivity today, without a mobile phone. Look what happened in pandemic. Not a single hour was lost in productivity. Traffic shifted from cities to rural India. Traffic shifted from offices to home. Did you ever miss a single beat? Yes, everything was seamless. And for that, not just Airtel, every other telecom operator should be given credit. Everybody worked day and night. People were out on the street moving the traffic, regardless of the fear or dangers of COVID onto them and their families. So this industry really needs to be nurtured. I keep on repeating myself. This needs to have lower taxes. This needs to be given a ton of spectrum, a lot of support. And by the way, in the last couple of years, we are now seeing the government fully backing this in terms of ease of doing business.
So you said that. You put out a statement once you got the auction saying E-band allocation was given along with spectrum as promised, no fuss, no follow-up, no running around the corridors of powers, and no tall claims. This is the ease of doing business at work in its full glory. Is that really how you generally feel, or you feel just about this specific instance, or do you think that doing business in India from your perspective is actually getting easier?
Well, I think we saw another intervention which came through yesterday in the form of right-of-way. This is a demand of the industry for the last 20 years. And suddenly, everything has been rolled out. You want to put your 5G antennas on bus shelter, it's done. You want to go over private colonies. We have had run-ins with the private colonizers. You can go over and put fiber in those colonies now. I think all that is happening at least in my area of work, that is telecommunications, suggests that the government is finally saying, let's back it up fully.
You know, it's interesting that the telecom and IT minister just walked in as you said it, and he's smiling from year to year as he would quite naturally, saying, okay, this is exactly what we want to hear.
So when I was saying things have aligned, I meant that as well.
You said, okay, this is good timing. The minister couldn't have had better timing in terms of coming in. No, so let's, just prior to you coming in, we had this conversation on the multiverse. And a lot of talk around whether this is truly the next Vista and the next frontier, or is it just something that tech companies are pushing because they need to plan their future and it's more hype than actual reality? How do you see it?
No, it always starts with hype. I mean, let me take you back. I mean, I'm much older than you are, but let's take you back. Reading those sci-fi comics, we could have ever imagined we'll have flying cars, we will have a connected, universe. We'll colonize Mars. Today, it's no more just stories or folklore. We are going to do that. So I would say whatever is being discussed today, connected societies, autonomous cars, robotic surgeries, drones being managed remotely and doing wonderful things, it's going to happen. Some experiments one can already see the early days. You are seeing tourism in space. You are seeing rockets going every month now, launching satellites. Universe is going to be connected. So whether it's space, whether it's subsea cables, whether it's on the ground terrestrial networks, you're going to have a connected society. That provides a platform for the minds of human beings to develop things that we can't even imagine today. So to my mind, you will have some extraordinary developments happening in the universe, which will take us to what we read in our comics and stories in the past, you see. We will colonize space. We will have people living in space stations. We will have data centers deep in the ocean because they need cool air. And we will have all the metaverse of having these kind of conferences where people are not physically present. I can envision that. I can envision hospitals doing surgeries in villages through very smart remote outposts where there's probably just a local caretaker, but a surgeon sitting in Delhi or Bombay doing those critical surgeries. It is going to happen.
But for the Business Today, India at 100 event and everything else that we do at the India Today group, we'd much rather have you, the minister, and all our guests with us in person, sitting next to us, rather than in the metaverse. That won't be quite as much fun. I want to spend some time talking about the challenges as well. And one of the challenges at this moment is the semiconductor chip crisis. With growing tensions between China and Taiwan and the potential that at some point in time the People's Liberation Army could want to take more aggressive positions on Taiwan, how do you see that impact India and everything that you're trying to do in the telecom sector? And how should India be working to try and circumvent some of that?
Well, I'm very glad you asked this. The fact is, being a long traveler, I started manufacturing telephones in 1982. Push-button phones, that's where I started my life in telecommunications. And I've seen this journey for a long period of time. In the early 90s, we saw most of the large telecom manufacturing, gear manufacturing coming here. Lucent put up a factory, Ericsson came here, Nokia came here, Alcatel came here, Nortel came here, Fujitsu came here. And they set up very fancy factories which were ahead of its time. Each one of them, in a matter of 5 years, left the country. Our loss was China's gain at that time. We had actually taken a lead, or at least were at par with China at that time. Slowly and surely, we saw all these manufacturing moving away. We had one semiconductor factory in Mohali, SCL, which was the first factory that we had in this country. That unfortunately went down in flames, and no government after that put it back to revival or into a program. If you would have asked me this question even 3 or 4 years back, during the time of this government, will India regain its manufacturing place in the universe? I would have said no chance. In fact, during my lifetime, I never thought India could become a manufacturing hub for electronics. And we, by the way, import over $600 billion of electronics of various forms. But I was comforted with the fact that a large part of value chain is in the soft side, the software side, where India participates. So we have lost the battle for hardware, but at least we are there in software. Today, I can tell you, things have changed. And one of the driving factors is trusted sources. Suddenly, the issue of China has become a massive, I would say, not just a talking point, but a deep stress around the globe, And the cracks that have appeared on this global supply chain is giving India a very good opportunity. Now combine that with PLI, DLI, what has been ushered by the government, and you're seeing manufacturing companies lining up to pick up those subsidies to set up manufacturing plants here. Again, there's been an alignment of stars here. They need to be away from China, they need to be in India, and the government is welcoming them. Intel came, this was I think Craig Barrett's time, during Dr. Manmohan Singh's time. I had long conversations. They wanted to set up a very major chip manufacturing plant here. They wanted some land, they wanted some subsidies. We could not give them. It was a small little gesture from India. That factory shifted from here and went to, I think, Cambodia. We lost that forever, you see. Today, the government of India is inviting the chip manufacturers to come and manufacture here. Silicon is becoming expensive because of the supply chain stresses, but it will calm down. We're already seeing the first signs of the situation getting slightly better. As things move away from China, Taiwan starts to manufacture in India, sends technology here. American companies start to come into India to make fundamental electronic manufacturing. I hope during my lifetime, we will now have a chance to be
The counter to that is, and I made the same argument that you're making to some experts in international trade at the World Economic Forum at Davos recently. And they said, given the scale and scope of manufacturing in China, given its entrenched position in global value chains, a lot of this could ultimately be hype and not necessarily lead to, while there's some talk and there'll be some movement on account of PLI and various other schemes, it won't fundamentally change the nature of international manufacturing, and China will still remain by far the largest player, with India continuing to being on the margins. How do you respond to this?
No, I think there is a fundamental shift now. You can see it. I mean, I talked to Samsung, Nokia, Ericsson. They already have now plants here, as you know, Foxconn. And you can see now commitments coming in a very substantial way. And they are real commitments, and they know that talent is sitting here, software is sitting here, manufacturing facilities which were missing are now coming through. Why would India not be the place? Because if China is not going to be able to supply to the Western world, so a trusted source has become now a fundamental need for all electronics because of cybersecurity and other issues. So I would say India now truly has a chance. How much can we grab it? I think it depends on government. My own view is this government is committed. They're putting tens of thousands of crores. I've never seen anything like this before. and welcoming every foreign company to come and set up bases here. People like Tata's, I'm having continuous conversations with Chandra. They really want to manufacture products here in India. They've acquired Tejas, as you know, so they can get some leg up. So I would say you will now see in 10 years' time, India becoming a truly manufacturing hub. I can really envision it, and I'm confident it will happen.
You know, two of my batchmates at the Harvard Business School were senior managers at MTN, and they'd worked with Airtel earlier. And just generally sitting as you would in college, you talk to them about the difference of working at Bharti and MTN. And since then, this question has been in my head. When you look back at your journey in Africa, what do you think, if you were to do it again, would you do differently? Would you do it at all? And what are the lessons that you learned as a first-generation Indian entrepreneur with global ambitions, which you'd like to leave for anybody else who might have a similar aspiration?
You know, we were getting very restless. We were having no debt on our balance sheet. All our people wanted to expand, go out. And I think it was a good time to showcase what India can do as a, affordable services and yet still turn around a decent margin. Africa, pricing was very high, cost structures were very high. And that's why we didn't go to the US or Europe. We chose Africa because we felt we can make a difference. I think what we missed out was that there is no real middle class there. You either have people at the bottom who really need money for many things, just not telecommunications, or there was a select few people who are well off. We went down and rolled and doubled the network in the first year. So we put billions of dollars just to follow what we did in India. In India, if you put a tower, traffic will come. If it didn't come today, it will come tomorrow. In Africa, we put up towers, nobody came. We lowered the prices by more than 50% when we went there. People saved that money, bought oil to cook their food or medicines. They didn't buy more talk time or more data at that time. So I think we made some fundamental mistakes in the beginning. Perhaps some overconfidence is to be blamed as well. And more importantly, our due diligence was weak because what we found out after buying into the company was not delightful. It was a very poorly managed affairs there. Took us 6-7 years of shock, pulled our socks, then went after it to fix it. Today, Africa is nearly $5.5 billion in sales, $2.5-3 billion in EBITDA, dividend-paying company, iconic success, one of the rare brands from India, which you can see in 14 countries in Africa. You can see it in Sri Lanka, you can see it in Bangladesh, you can see it in Mauritius, and you can see it in 2 European tiny islands, Jersey and Guernsey. So 18, 19 countries today, Airtel has established itself. And it's a rare that you see an Indian brand, Indian flag flying when you walk into those countries. I get calls from people deep into the bush in Africa, going for the safari, saying, we're getting great signal, great service, thank you. So it's good to see that.
Okay, and as I come to the last part of this conversation, I want to talk about OneWeb, this low Earth orbit satellite constellation. Do you see this as being an important part of the services going forward with real use cases across, or do you see this as being a smaller play in the larger telecom scheme of things?
Yeah, if you really look at the size and scale of what satellite services will have as a pie in the overall connectivity world, it will be much smaller. But it's a very critical piece, missing piece, and it's been the holy grail for our industry. We have tried and tried for the last 25 years. We have not been able to reach that last billion. And we just can't do it with fiber. We can't do it with terrestrial networks. The only way to do that is with satellite. Now, when you have geostationary satellites, which are at 36,000 kilometers, the signal is weak, the throughput is slow. You can't do today's needs, forget metaverse, but even basic needs of a video streaming or a Zoom call is almost impossible. The latency is too long. 560 milliseconds of latency doesn't allow you to do anything. So you need a LEO constellation, and that's what we at OneWeb are doing, along with Starlink and Amazon is hoping to do. So they will have a space in the overall scheme of things for connectivity. Our deep rural areas, deserts in Rajasthan, Himalayas, will all need this. And current, beyond experiments now, commercial services in Alaska, Canada, Greenland are giving us tremendous amount of confidence that we have got something which works and works very well.
So before we invite the Union Telecom and IT Minister to come on the stage and talk about his vision, I want you to ask one question, and it has to be a tough question, which you'd want the minister to answer. Can't be a lollipop kind of question. It has to be like a tough question, which kind of puts him on the spot, and then we'll get him to answer, and then we'll take it from there. So what is the question that you'd like to ask the minister, and you have to promise that it's a tough one?
Well, I think one of the areas where I have had discussions with Ashwani ji is around the long-term viability and sustainability of this sector. I think we have come out of our most difficult period. We have started to move forward. But this industry, given the capital intensity it has, still requires tremendous amount of support, even beyond what is being now given on an increased basis. Why are we being taxed almost at par with tobacco? This contradiction needs to be sorted. So if that is a tough question, I think that's...
But we leave it there. He asked a question which he wanted asked most importantly, and we'll get the minister to answer that. But this was a fabulous conversation. You always speak so frankly, and you speak from the heart, and it means a lot to us that you took out the time and made the effort of joining us here at the Business Today India at 100 conference. Thank you so much. Can we have a warm round of applause for Sunil Bharti Mittal?
Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Thank you, Rahul. Let's take that conversation forward with the Honorable Minister. Digital at 100, India and the Tech Revolution. Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister of Railways, Communication, Electronics and IT with us here today. Could I request the Honorable Minister to join us on stage in conversation with Siddharth Zarabi.
Mr. Vaishnav, namaskar. Very warm welcome on behalf of millions and millions of Indians for whom you are responsible for making sure that their calls don't drop, they get tickets on time, their trains run on time, the air conditioning is functional, and the bedding is also clean, apart from everything else that you're doing. But as I welcome you to this India at 100, and you have noticed that we are going to talk about global leadership, I want to start with the first question, because the conversation which SBM just had with Rahul is a tough act to follow. So I'll try and move away from telecom for a few minutes. When will India, this is my first question, sir, when will India have a robust data privacy law that we can be proud for? And I want to tell my audience, just a little while ago, IRCTC, which is a company under his supervision, has withdrawn a tender for monetization of user data. Sir.
So the data protection bill, that's in works, and I think we should be seeing the results very soon. If you see the journey of this bill, when the Joint Parliamentary Committee suggested a series of amendments in a bill of 99 sections, there were 81 amendments suggested. Then there were about 17 major recommendations on top of it. So we had no choice but to redraft it. Redrafting is practically done, and Honorable Prime Minister has said that even though there is a very long series of consultations which have gone, still we must thoroughly consult with the people, with all the stakeholders. So very soon we will be uploading the revised draft, which will be meeting your expectations and meeting that from entire country. There is an expectation that the bill should be very neatly drafted, it should be easy to understand, it should be relevant with the times, it should create that online environment where trust and safety of the users gets the primacy.
If trust and safety of users has to have primacy, what about all the data that has been lost so far? And we keep hearing about incidents. What would you say are the touchstones that this proposed law will have?
So, three fundamental things. First and foremost is the users have a right on their data, right? So how that data is used, what is the consent mechanism which is there, that's the first and foremost. Second is the established principles of, let's say, purpose limitation, the other things which have got so well established all across the globe, those should be very much ingrained within the bill. And third, most important thing is, how do we make sure that every person in this country, every citizen of this country is able to access the grievance redressal mechanism in a very simple and very highly accessible way. So the entire implementation should be born digital. It should be born digital. We are not only looking at the revamping the data sector, we are also looking at revamping the other sectors which basically support the data economy. For example, the telecom sector. Currently, the telecom industry is regulated by a law which was of 1885. 1885, 1933 and 1950. That's the vintage of the legal systems which are currently governing the entire telecom sector. So how do we bring that into sync with today's times? For example, in the Telegraph Act, which is the basic governing act of the entire telecom sector, the word telecom doesn't appear. Wireless was not there. Spectrum was not even part of the discussion during those days. So we are revamping all these things.
You're revamping all these things. Let me move on in the time that we have to, since you took the conversation to telecom. 5G Bharat, it is reality. You have yourself announced October. How will India benefit from 5G 5-10 years down the line? Not immediately, because it's going to be a creamy layer proposition, perhaps in the initial few days, although Mr. Mittal will try and Mr. Ambani will try and do their best to make it a mass proposition. How will the average Indian benefit?
First of all, it will be a mass proposition. Not only the two private sector telecom service providers, but BSNL will also roll out its 5G in the coming 18 to 24 months, for sure, right? That's first. Second is, the big difference that 5G will bring, it will be in two sectors, education and health. The entire education sector, which today considers digital as somewhat connected and somewhat like, okay, this is the central piece is education. Now there is something digital I can build around it, right? That will reverse. Digital will be the core and the education sector will be built around it. Same thing will happen in the healthcare sector. These two sectors are going to make a very big difference in the lives of 130 crore Indians, and especially the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, who are at the most remotest parts, at the margins of the society, the people who are from our political thought process point of view, who are the most important people for whom we exist.
A question around sustainability of the sector. Mr. Mittal raised that point, and before you answer that, and I'll request you to do that, I just want to say that when we started off today's deliberation, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia also spoke about, in response to a question from me, about the taxation on ATF, which adds to the cost. From a same point of view, what would you say to what Mr. Mittal just asked?
On the taxation in telecom sector, the right person to ask would be the Finance Department. Of course, we are already in discussion with the Finance Ministry. What are the things that can be rationalized? But what's important is, we have a very large user base. So even a small piece of revenue, when multiplied by 130 crore users, the numbers become really good. So in relative terms, the taxation is not as taxing as it would be had the market been smaller. That's the first point. Second point is, we are coming up with a series of reforms. September, something happened, then Prime Minister sanctioned something more, then in November and December we had more reforms. Then in March, April, we had another set of reforms on the WPC procedures side. Then ROW reforms, which we announced yesterday. So PM has been continuously pushing us and saying that our regulatory system should become the benchmark for the world. Each and everything that we are doing in fulfilling Prime Minister's vision of that world-class benchmark, gold standard of regulation. World should come and copy our regulatory setup. So all those things are in the works, things which have already happened, many things. Some things are, as we speak, things are getting done. So all those things combined should be seen as the right way of looking at the entire framework.
Mr. Vaishnav, Prime Minister Modi has several times said that it's not the business of the government to be in business. A lot of the taxpayer money that is collected from telecom perhaps is also going into Bharat Sanchar. Your government, the Prime Minister's government, has taken a very bold decision around Air India. Why are you still invested in Bharat Sanchar? There is a very substantial, vibrant private sector that is already delivering on the needs. Bharat Sanchar could not even do 4G for historical reasons.
Listen, telecom as a sector has a very important strategic role. Look at disasters, look at our security point of view, look at any life, any aspect of our life is today touched by telecom. Having one public-owned entity which remains a very important market stabilizing factor is a very important goal, policy goal for the government. We are committed to make sure that BSNL stays as a healthy entity. It becomes a market stabilizing force. It also becomes a very big playground for developing Indian technologies. For example, the 4G which has been developed by CDOT, the core network, the radio network developed by other partners of CDOT, today that is seen with great interest by the whole world. And where will you get a new technology to be tested on 100,000 sites simultaneously, right? For that you need a kind of government support which has been given in other geographies, and that's why they've been able to create their champions. So these are the purposes which BSNL will continue to play. BSNL will also play the role of reaching out to the farthest regions, the regions which are left out because of market forces, and provide good services, because we believe in inclusive growth. Our government, Prime Minister Modi ji's clear vision, whether any scheme that it does, absolutely, and I've asked people on the ground, there is absolutely no differentiation, absolutely no way to kind of classify whether this should be given to X, to Y, whether it is on religion basis, whether it is on language basis, whether it is on caste basis, everybody gets the same benefits. So that's a goal, that's a policy goal, that's the way our political thinking is.
Can there ever be a goal, for example, for the removal of the universal service obligation levy, which is one of the levies that Mr. Mittal spoke about? We have a user development fee that is charged on aviation passengers. These are not even indirect taxes, they are levies which don't get counted. Can we expect that at some time all such charges will go?
I don't think it will go, it shouldn't go. If you want to reach out to the remote parts of Odisha, of Jharkhand, of Chhattisgarh, of Northeast, of the border areas, which are not marketable in the sense that a company which has a balance sheet to present to its shareholders will be able to ever do, it has to be government support. And it's not just India which has a USO. It's the whole world which has a USO. There's a standard ITU norm which has been defined. And I think that's a very good construct. It should continue. It should change the form and put a large part of the fund developed also into developing new technologies for the telecom sector.
Many of the telecom pioneers, the private sector pioneers in India started off with manufacturing. Bharti with phones, Mr. Mittal also did gensets, others did phones and a lot of equipment. Ericsson still does a lot of equipment out of India. What's the goal for Atmanirbharta in telecom? Obviously the security reasons are understood by everyone, the China factor. What is your own sense about how Atmanirbhar will India be when it comes to electronics, IT and telecom sector?
Very, very important question. I'm glad that you asked it. 2014. If you look at that period, we had hardly any electronics manufacturing. Forget telecom equipment, forget cell phones. It was not even thinkable. People were not even considering that India will ever become a player. What is the electronics manufacturing today? Close to 80 billion US. Close to 80 billion US. What is the number of people employed in the electronics manufacturing sector? Close to 2.5 million people employed in electronics manufacturing. What is the rate of growth of this industry, electronics manufacturing in India? Double-digit CAGR, and we think that in next 4 years, 5 years, this will become a 250 billion. Industry thinks that this might actually exceed 300 billion. It might actually exceed 1 crore employment in the coming 4 to 5 years. That is the growth story. And we should not just stop at that. We are now tweaking our policies to have more and more IP getting into those products. Not just manufacturing, but design also. And I'm very happy to share with the audience through you that today we just closed the applications for the design-led incentive scheme for telecom equipment. We have received 32 applications. I mean, imagine 32 companies willing to put their investment in India, not just for manufacturing, but putting their design efforts, putting their design teams. And it's not just for telecom equipment manufacturing, right? The entire spectrum end to end, right from semiconductors to the components, to the ESM assembly work, to the final thing, to the final product. And once the USO fund gets transformed into a slightly larger piece, we will also be looking at the software side of it. Why shouldn't India aspire to have its own operating system for mobile phones, right? Those are the things that we have to aspire, and we lost out the race in 2G and 3G because of various reasons, and mostly the political will was not there. 4G, we caught up. 5G, we should be able to stand up with the world. But 6G, Prime Minister has given us the clear mandate. We should become the leaders in the world.
Since you spoke about semiconductors, I also want you to tell our audience, what is the progress on the semiconductor manufacturing plan? The PLI scheme, if I recall correctly, was announced almost 9 months back, sir, and I have spoken to you about that. Meanwhile, we see the global shortage of semiconductors. We have seen what Intel has done, investing billions of dollars. Where do we stand on that? Do we see light at the end of this tunnel?
We have made excellent progress on the semiconductor program. See, a typical decision on semiconductor happens in a time frame of 14 to 16, 14 to 18 months. That's a typical time frame all over the world, right? I am very happy to share with you that 1st January of this year is when we had launched the entire program. 15 December last year is when Prime Minister approved the program. 1st January we uploaded the applications. Today we are in a position where in the coming 2 or 3 months, we should be having the first groundbreaking ceremony for Indian semiconductor manufacturing units. It's a great progress. And
I take a round of applause for that.
And we decided when we did that program, we'll cover the entire thing, and Prime Minister gave us a mandate that it should be for 20 years. That should not be a 4-year or a 5-year horizon thing, right? We promised to the world that we will develop 85,000 talents, right from PhDs to MTechs to BTechs to the people in the clean room, the entire chain. And very happy to say that a full cohort of institutes, almost by today's count, it should be about 48 institutes, have already signed up in this program, where the courses are now getting tailored towards semiconductor design. And almost all the international big training institutes, they have signed MOUs with us within the last 8-9 months. It's a great progress. I think this will be a very big fundamental shift in our entire ecosystem, because as the electronics manufacturing grows, the demand for chips is going to increase. And if that demand can be met out of India, then imagine the change that will bring in the country.
Sir, we are the vaccine manufacturing capital of the world. By when do you think we could be the chip manufacturing capital of the world?
Listen, that would be a very difficult question to answer. What I can say is we will definitely become the chip design capital of the world. For sure we will become, because today we have close to 55,000 semiconductor design engineers working for various companies. And as part of our semiconductor program, we have brought out a design-led scheme where people, the engineers who want to try out their luck in designing semiconductor chips, they can come out, they can use common facilities which are getting developed at CDAC unit in Pune, and start up their venture. If they succeed, well and good. Even if they do not succeed, there is a great ecosystem which is already there. So I can say with good sense of confidence, with high degree of confidence, that within next 5 to 6 years, we will become a great semiconductor design capital of the world. We will definitely use that capability to feed into our semiconductor manufacturing also.
I need to ask you a follow-up. While I'm really happy about what you said, does it mean that you're scaling back the ambition of having an actual fab in India? Because
absolutely not.
Okay.
We will have not just one fab, we'll have multiple fabs. But see, the world is today far, far ahead of us, right? So we have to really accelerate our journey. Will it take 10 years to become a major player in semiconductor manufacturing? Probably not 10 years, but definitely 5 to 6 years it will take.
Sir, what does Taiwan have that we don't in this space?
Taiwan started very early. I wish the previous governments would have given the same importance to these things, very fundamental building blocks of economy, that the way Prime Minister Modi ji is given.
My final questions in the time that we have left, and this is continuing with the theme of Atmanirbharta, which is across sectors, and we are not discussing your other portfolios today, but coming back to Atmanirbharta, startup and innovation, there are several companies, small startups, small companies, which have done great work when it comes to core telecom products. What's your outlook about them? Do you think they can succeed? Because the reality is also that the big behemoths control the global supply chain, they control patents, they control IP. What is the hope and support that you can give to startups who are in telecom manufacturing doing a lot of innovative stuff? There have recently been M&A deals also in this space.
I'll invite you to participate in the IMC, Indian Mobile Congress, very soon. It will happen in the first week of October, and interact with the startups. The kind of energy that they have. See, the support that we have given is not just financial incentives. The support that we are giving is very comprehensive support. And what is that comprehensive support? I'll take a couple of minutes to explain. To be able to have, let's say, a very important piece of the entire telecom infrastructure, the radio network, right? Now, if you manufacture a radio unit and you don't get a chance to test it, integrate it with the core network, and see how it performs, where will you sell it? It's that whole chicken and egg thing. So the way we decided to break it is, we asked CDOT to prepare to develop a 4G and 5G core. Now, any startup who wants to develop a radio network, which is a very large part of the CapEx, and of course later on the OpEx and the revenue side also, anybody who wants to develop a radio network gets an opportunity to integrate the radio in the CDOT core, then gets the opportunity to install that in the BSNL network. Imagine that kind of fundamental comprehensive support that a startup gets, and that is what the winning thing is. I can bet with you, in 2 years' time, we will become a large exporter of telecom equipment. Forget just being them having those manufacturers and designers for India. They will be supplying to the entire world.
That will be wonderful. Made in Bharat, made by Bharatiyas. My very final question, since we have to conclude on India at 100, 2047, sir, today if we have 1 billion handsets in the market, more or less, or 800, 900, if you take out double SIMs, a majority of them perhaps are manufactured overseas or with a large percentage of overseas manufactured components. By then, how much of it will be truly made in India, made by Bharat, by Bharatiyas?
Much before that. Already significant part of India's telecom equipment, the handsets that we use, majority of them are manufactured in India. I mean, I think we should be reaching that goal by 27 or 26 itself.
Absolutely. I didn't ask the minister about 5G speeds, but I know very soon, if you follow his Twitter handle, there will be a video about train speeds. I'm not allowed to say anything more, but he's a minister who is not only responsible for faster airwaves, but even faster railway travel in all that he does. Ashwin Vaishnav, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Siddharth. What better way than to end such a power-packed day with a debate? The new idea of India at 100. That's really what we're going to take forward in our finale conversation after a power-packed session with ministers, policymakers, economists, corporates, young leaders, agenda setters really for the Indian economy over the next couple of decades. We're going to begin in just a minute. All right. I'd like to invite on stage, in conversation with Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today, Harsh Gupta Madhusudan, investor and author, and Dr. Shashi Tharoor, MP, Lok Sabha, and author.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the finale of this Business Today India at 100 Summit Achieving Global Leadership. The Prime Minister has suggested that the next 25 years could be an Amrit Kal, opportunity for India to move to the next level. But what could India at 2047 really look like? What is a new idea of India in 2047? Are we looking at the possibility of a second republic, a new Indian republic, or are we looking at perhaps more of the same? That's the question that we are going to pose and look at very specific areas where India may change dramatically over the next 25 years. Joining us now are two very special guests, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, congressman, author, public intellectual, diplomat. He's got a very long CV. And Harsh Madhusudan, author, investor, economist. Appreciate both of you joining us as we look at two sides, possibly right, left, and center. Give them a very big hand. As I said, we'll divide it into four clear segments. The first one, I'm going to be provocative right at the very outset. By 2047, will India become a Hindu Rashtra with a completely new constitution to the one that we had in 1950? Shashi Tharoor, why don't you kick off with that?
Well, I think clearly it's part of the agenda of many of those in the ruling circles of our country. The truth is that the constitution we have established a certain idea of India, which is what we always refer to, one in which all citizens are equal, whatever your color, your religion, your caste, your creed, where you were born, what language you speak. If you're a citizen of India, your rights were equal. If you belong to a religion other than that professed by the majority, you could nonetheless profess your own religion and propagate it. All of this is provided for in the Constitution. And as you know, this Constitution was rejected and decried by those today we would call of the Hindutva persuasion. They argued from the very start that this was an Anglophile vision of India. From their point of view, India was a pristine Hindu state, and every non-Hindu here was either a guest or an interloper, a bandit. And from their point of view, that entitled the Hindus of this country to throw these others out or relegate them to second-class citizenship. Now, the idea has been modified over many years of ideological debate and contestation within the Hindutva Sangh Parivar, but the idea at core remains exactly this, that we should be a Hindu Rashtra, a state by and for the Hindus, and Hindus defined as people whose motherland, fatherland, and holy land are this particular country. Now, this notion excludes, obviously, everybody who's not a Hindu, Sikh, or Buddhist, or Jain. Otherwise, because those are the four whose holy land is also India. For everyone else, you are going to live here on sufferance and on the terms that will be decreed by the Hindutva leaders. So when they say things like, well, we don't mind if you want to worship towards Mecca, but you better declare yourself to be a Hindu Mohammedan or a Hindu Christian, that already is a transformation that others are going to find difficult to accept. So to my mind, that's the direction in which the country is heading. But you ask, will there be a new constitution? I think that's easier said than done. I don't think it's going to be that easy to rewrite a constitution, the very constitution by which everyone in the government today has sworn an oath and which is upheld, whose basic structure has been upheld by successive Supreme Courts. But what the government has been able to do is, frankly, ignore some of these provisions of the Constitution, as when the Prime Minister goes off and conducts a Bhumi Puja at Ayodhya, or when he indeed does a consecration of the laying of the first markers for the new Parliament building. It's not in the Constitution, and certainly it can be said to even go beyond the Constitution in finding the head of government performing a religious function for an institution belonging to a secular state. But if they can do that without changing the Constitution, will they need to change it, Rajdeep?
No, before I come to you, Harsh, just to get this right, the Constitution has been amended on several occasions, including the word secularism, which in itself was inserted into the Constitution, and for 75 years, the Nehruvian vision of secularism has prevailed over other competing ideas. I'm asking you, as we look to 2047, do you believe that that Nehruvian vision of secularism will increasingly be relegated into the pages of history books, and through the Constitution Amendment, we will have, by 2047, a new vision of an Indian secular republic?
The word secular didn't make us secular. We are a secular country and society for thousands of years, and on top of that, our secularism is already enshrined in the Constitution without using that word. Otherwise, how do you have the right to worship? How do you have the right to profess religion? How do you have the right to propagate religion? All of these imply that the state is neutral about your religion. It's clearly at odds with the notion that we will be the land of one set of people, the Hindu Rashtra. And therefore, it seems to me, you can take the word secular out, it'll still remain secular.
Harsh. I absolutely agree with Shashi. The word secular did not make us secular. The Hindu majority made us secular. If you look at India, there are two Punjabs. They are not together. Indian Punjab is very happily with Tamil Nadu, and Indian Bengal is very happily with Gujarat. But the two Punjabs are not together, and the two Bengals are not together. Why is it that? That is because India has always been a Hindu Rashtra. The difference is between Rashtra and Rajya, between nation and state. And the question is, how much does the Constitution reflect it or should reflect it? And that's a legitimate debate to have. But India has always been a Hindu Rashtra. As Sri Aurobindo said in his Uttarpara speech, that Sanatan Dharma, that for you, for all of us, is nationalism, just before he retired to a life of spirituality in Pondicherry. So it depends how you define the word Hindu Rashtra, but in a very broad, pun intended Catholic sense, small c Catholic sense, it has always been a Hindu Rashtra. Now on Hindutva, you mentioned about at the sufferance of the majority. The person who actually coined the term, the person who popularized the term, Veer Savarkar, he was very clear that everybody will have equal individual rights in this free Hindustan. In fact, he went to the extent of saying that we might even have proportional representation at one point in the parliament and all cultural autonomy. So the person who actually popularized the term, we should be decent enough to take it at the face value. It is the so-called Hindu right. I think right and left does not really apply to India, which is actually perfectly fine with secularism, that is religion-neutral personal laws, religion-neutral educational institutions, and it is the so-called secularists who want Muslim men to have 4 wives, at least legally, who are okay with polygamy for some and not for other. For Acharya Kriplani, during the Hindu Code Bill debate, told Nehru on his face that you are bringing monogamy for Hindus, take it from me, the Muslims are ready to have it, you're not brave enough to do it. So let us not use straw men to take the debate in the wrong direction.
You just raised that straw man, Harsh, yourself. Just 2 things very quickly. When you speak of Hindus as a nation, quoting Aurobindo, and when you quote Savarkar, Savarkar, by the way, said in 1937 as president of the Hindu Mahasabha that India has 2 nations, the Hindus and the Muslims, which is the words that were echoed 3 years later by Jinnah and Lahore. So the fact is that this notion of nationhood is an exclusive one. It excludes those who do not subscribe to the notion of a Hindu identity.
Was Savarkar not proven correct by partition? Let us ask that honestly.
Well, I think
Lahore is not in India. My grandmother was born there. My wife's grandmother grew up in Bangladesh. That's not part of India last I checked. It is a reality, it's a lived reality that those parts of the Indian subcontinent where Hindu majority stopped are no longer India. Perry Anderson, an academic, once attacked Nehru from the left, said wherever the Hindu majority stops, AFSPA begins. And Indian secularism is nothing but a version of Hindu confessionalism. He was attacking Nehru from the left, saying that Nehru was a crypto-Hindutva figure. So it really, and remember, Indian Union Muslim League, All India Muslim League, very much saw Nehru and Gandhi as Hindu figures. And Patel famously said in a speech, just days before Gandhi was murdered by Godse, in January 1948 in Kolkata, that what ek din mein kya badal gaya? Ki sare Muslim League wale Congress ban gaye. Congress was the large church, again pun not intended, Hindu party.
Big Tent.
It was the Big Tent Hindu party.
No, but the fact is in 1947, Pakistan decided to become an Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Very clearly. And India didn't. Shashi Tharoor has been attacked by his own party at times for saying that India will never become a Hindu Pakistan.
That's right.
And you still believe that therefore there is a distinction, a firm distinction between the route that Pakistan chose and the route that India did. I ask you, looking ahead to 2047, do you believe India will move towards a point where on August 15, 2047, we will be declared as a Hindu Republic of India?
There's a struggle for India's soul going on right now. There's certainly people in and close to the ruling establishment who would like to see India officially declared a Hindu Rashtra. And there are people outside who resist that for precisely the reason that Harsh mentioned. If you equate your nationalism with Hinduism, what happens to those who don't consider themselves Hindu, but who consider themselves Indian and nationalist and patriotic? What happens to them? What happens to 180 million Indian Muslims or 28 million Indian Christians? The truth of the matter at the end of the day is, you either have a notion of Indian civilization as exclusive or have a notion of Indian civilization as inclusive. My notion, which indeed you're right, is Nehru's notion as well, is that ours is a civilization to which all sorts of streams have contributed.
What is that civilization? It is the Hindu civilization.
Into which various streams have flowed.
Exactly.
So it starts off, obviously, with what is totally indigenous, but we have not been immune. Look at what you're wearing, Bhai Harsh. Which Hindu invented these clothes?
I think Hinduism is universal. I think Hinduism is not just Indian.
There you are. So in that case,
I could do no better than quote Shashi himself. He says, Hinduism has no one founder, no one prophet, no one holy book, no one God, no one way of praying. He actually believes in Hindu exceptionalism. I am arguing his point of view. I'm simply saying you have to defend Hinduism. You can quote Karl Popper if you're not okay with Savarkar. I can quote Karl Popper, Open Society and Its Enemies, saying that sometimes you have to stop tolerating the intolerant. Let's stop being abstract. There are people who are ostensibly being oppressed, going out on the street saying, Sar tan se juda, if you disrespect the Prophet. And then we have comparisons of Hindu India with Nazi Germany. I don't remember Jews going out on the street saying they will go and behead Gentiles. So let us be very clear that this is nothing but gaslighting people who are actually being scared. And not just Hindus, liberal Muslims, reformist Muslims, Muslims who came out and said, let's be for free speech. Either during the Charlie Hebdo case or during the Nupur Sharma case, they were beaten by Muslims, and both BJP and non-BJP governments let them go and rot in jail, or they had to go underground. It is a collective failure. I'm not arguing on behalf of a party. The Indian state has let go of the minority within the minority, the liberal, reformist Muslim, however rare that creature may be. Maybe it's not so rare, maybe they just don't speak out much for understandable reasons. And unfortunately, the Congress party or the broader opposition has made peace with obscurantist elements in Indian minorities, which, by the way, are the global majorities. Indians forget that we are not all the world. We are the last surviving, quote-unquote, pagan civilization. Even the Chinese are officially communist. The entire world has been at least converted to Christianity or Islam, including Southern Africa in the last 100 years. I wrote an essay on Dharmatva, which Shashi promoted, just like he promoted my book, co-authored with Rajiv, A New Idea of India. One of the very few people, I must say, in Indian politics who actually debates with all people. So thank you, Shashi, for that. And I really believe that we cannot understand India without looking at the world at large. And global Islam is going through a crisis. Indian Islam is only one section of that. Since the 1970s, there has been a massive increase in Islamic radicalization. You can go to Kerala, you can go to any part, and what you would not see earlier, you see right now in dresses. Am I wrong, Shashi?
No, I've written about this, so I know what you're talking about. But the truth is,
and you're allied with IUML in your UDF.
You know, in a way, somewhere the crisis in a way of the Congress party is being almost equated with the crisis of Indian secularism. Today is a decent day. Today one of your leaders, your sort of so-called Kashmiri Muslim face, Ghulam Nabi Azad, has left your party angrily. So I think what has happened, it appears almost that the decline of the Congress, which many believe by 2047 may not even be around, or maybe a much weakened force, leads people to believe that will we, in a way, continue to embrace the Congress's vision of secularism, or are we now moving to a more BJPized Hindutva view of our constitutional republic? I think that's what I'm asking. In the next 25 years, do you see those forces getting momentum as you and your party get weakened?
As I say, the Congress view of secularism is actually, by and large, the majority Indian view. And let's not forget that
it got warped by vote bank politics. In the polls. It got warped by vote bank politics of majority communalism and minority. You ran with the secular hare and hunted with the communal hound.
Look, you know how long I've been in the Congress? 13 years. And in these 13 years, I have never had any truck with communalism by any faith. I have not hesitated to criticize majority communalism, and I've not hesitated to criticize minority communalism. My view, very simply, is we've got to live together. I mean, I am a deep Bhakt of Vivekanand, who taught us very simply that Hinduism is not just about tolerance, it is about acceptance. The tolerant guy is basically very patronizing.
He's also ready to fight for Hinduism, you remember, right? He said, if you try to forcibly convert me, I'll go and actually fight you.
No, but what is the idea of Hinduism he's talking about? He said, I mean, what is tolerance? Tolerance says, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will indulge you in your right to be wrong.
We believe in mutual respect.
Whereas, exactly, acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth.
Hinduism is exceptional in that way, and therefore, to preserve the Hindu character of
so
Indian civilization.
that's not just Congress secularism, boss. That's what our civilization, in my view, is all about. But if you have a different view that says that you reduce the Hindu identity to that of the British football hooligan, and you say, if you don't support my team, I'll bash you on the head. That's not Hinduism.
But Harsh, as we end this segment, the question arises, is this going to become more and more of what is described as a majoritarian country? As you move ahead, where, in a sense, we have a parliament.
I'll answer you that very simply.
Where we have a parliament, for example, where the party ruling the country with more than 400 MPs between the two houses doesn't have a single Muslim MP today. Now, does that worry you? Should we be worried that the fact is we have one of the largest Muslim populations in the world, and somewhere or the other, every day there is a dog whistle or some element of demonization? Will that increase, intensify going into 2047?
First of all, the demonization is both ways. Like Sartan Sajuda, I just recounted to you. So it's not one way. Secondly, India is the only democracy worth its name between Israel and South Korea. Again, it's not a coincidence that it's a Hindu majority in this part of the world. Now, to answer your question, I fully agree, and I'm worried. I want to see a strong opposition. However, to see a strong opposition, the Congress, or whatever replaces the Congress, will have to give ground on the Uniform Civil Code, on 370. The Congress party has still not accepted the abrogation of 370. Kejriwal was smart enough, at least to rhetorically accept it. Now, if today I, as a median voter who's not a member of any political party, by the way, I cannot trust the Indian National Congress to preserve and defend the Indian national interests despite their massive Hori lineage, because currently, the people who are on charge, they just don't inspire that confidence.
No, but beyond the Congress and BJP, Shashi Tharoor, Uniform Civil Code, inevitably, in the next 25 years, do you believe that a Uniform Civil Code is almost inevitable, given the fact that if you want equality of citizenship, have equal laws? Why should we, 1950s
Directive
India,
principles of the Constitution,
where there were concerns post-partition that Nehru may have expressed, which is why a particular direction was taken by the Indian Republic, is very different from India in 2022. Do you believe a uniform civil code is an idea whose time has come?
Look, Nehru said himself it's a very desirable objective. But he also said you've got to take people along with you. He had so many difficulties passing the Hindu Code Bill. You remember Ambedkar resigning over it. The fact is that when reforming religious personal law is the most difficult thing in a traditional hidebound society, change comes gradually.
But you believe it should.
He said 370 was a temporary provision. What we objected to, I spoke for the Congress and the Lok Sabha, was the way in which this was done and the manner in which it was conducted and the precedence
It reminds me of St. Augustine, who said, God give me chastity, but not yet. The Congress's position on the Common Civil Code, the secular civil code, and I don't think the Congress is a party of secularism. It's a very bastardized version of pseudo-secularism. Sorry to be very clear. Panth nirpeksh is the dharmic sense of secularism, not dharma nirpeksh. You cannot be neutral to dharma. You have to be panth nirpeksh. You're not panth nirpeksh if you have different laws. Show me the religion, I'll show you the law. That is not secular anywhere in the world. Why is the Congress party either opposing it, or Shashi, when he has to speak in more global audiences, said we agree with it, but we won't do it just yet? Why don't you get ahead of the train so that people say, wait a second, this Congress party we can trust? And by the way, the Indian Muslims will vote for the party who can get moderate Hindus. Because if you become the de facto Muslim League, even the Muslims will not vote for you because you're not electable. That's the only way to actually have a strong opposition in the country. For your own survival, you must actually become electable.
So Shashi,
I've won my last 3 elections. Okay,
Shashi, you agree with Nehru when he said a uniform civil code is desirable?
Yeah.
But do you also agree that therefore in 2022 we need to have a relook at it and maybe look at it over the next 25 years as one of the objectives to try and build a more inclusive society, have equal laws?
It shouldn't be a majoritarian code. It should be one that takes into account the views of all religions. I mean, there have been attempts.
Sure.
They come from Goa. There's a uniform civil code there.
So it's already
See
done.
how that worked. Let's say get elements that work. No, but the elements of Portuguese law there that won't apply in the rest of India. Similarly, now we understand there's an experiment being attempted in Uttarakhand, but Uttarakhand doesn't have too many minorities. The challenge is going to be to take the interests of all groups in a diverse and plural society into account. That's all we're saying.
The Hindu code has already been constantly reformed. Increasingly there is gender equality in inheritance, in marriage, in all matters.
Supreme Court decisions.
And I fully support it. And the BJP, which is in power, has not once tried to reverse anything introduced by Nehru, Ambedkar, Supreme Court. If at all, they've gone the more quote-unquote progressive direction, saying we should have minimum age of marriage is 21, including for women. But the problem is society cannot run in parallel tracks. You cannot have Indian Muslim girls being allowed to marry at 13 because they've achieved puberty, because that's what Fatwa-e-Alamgari says as per the Supreme Court. But Indian Hindu girls can only marry at 21.
18.
Similarly, if I support, for example, going as opinion changes, same-sex marriage, but not under the Hindu marriage law, under a uniform civil code. Let consenting adults live a life of dignity. But you cannot put all the reform on the Hindus and say, by the way, a 13-year-old Muslim girl can marry if she wants, and that husband can have 3 more wives. And that is the law of the land. Whether or not it happens on the ground, I agree. We should not demonize our Muslim brothers and sisters. Most of them do not actually do this on the ground. If that is the reality, then why it's even more important for the Congress to get ahead and say, let me take ownership of this reform. What is stopping you?
Shashi Tharoor is caught between the devil and the deep blue sea because,
which one are you?
He's a Congress politician.
I'm the deep blue
He's
sea.
a Congress politician and a public intellectual, and sometimes those two self-images tend to collide.
No,
so
I'm not a Congress spokesman.
When you spoke
Rajiv.
of a uniform civil code, I could see the smile on Shashi, almost in agreement, but at the same time worried that what will my party say? Will I be the next in line to leave the party? Should that happen?
Listen, I'm not a party spokesman. You asked me here to speak in my own capacity, and I'm doing that.
Yeah,
so I'm telling you what I believe.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to know that you do believe that a uniform civil code is desirable, but it should be done through a process of consultation.
Exactly.
Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, I think your party will live with that.
Thank you for the
I
certificate.
think he should do a palace coup in the party and take over the party. I see him as an excellent shadow prime minister, if not exactly prime minister yet.
Should I be asking that question? Yeah.
Can we move on to the idea of India?
Whether Shashi Tharoor wants to contest as a future leader of the party, it's been asked before. But linked to that, just since we are looking ahead to 2047, one more fear that is expressed is that by 2047, we could either be a single party autocracy, or we could be a country where, for example, the southern states are increasingly anxious that they are not getting their due in terms of the economic benefits being equally distributed across the state.
Not
That
just economic.
they are the major tax-paying states of this country. They are the economically progressive states, but they're actually losing out when you talk of fiscal federalism. Do you believe we will be more unified come 2047, or do you see still the possibility of parts of India exercising their right to, in a way, express their freedom from Delhi? That we will have to now understand that we are different Indias moving in different directions.
Look, we're all committed to the unity of India, but I think it requires statesmanship in Delhi as well. You don't have to wait till 2047. In 2026, the 84th Amendment expires, and thereafter, the government is free to redraw the Lok Sabha constituencies. Now, they can either do it in a way that they can say strictly respects the increased population in the Hindi belt, and give themselves, because they're all very strong in the Hindi belt, the ruling party, give themselves a 2/3 majority in the Lok Sabha. Or they can say we've got to find arrangements that take the rest of the country along. Because if they do give themselves that two-thirds majority, and the first opportunity declare Hindi to be the national language, thereby disempowering the non-Hindi speakers, thereby declare a Hindu Rashtra, thereby disempowering the non-Hindu believers, and so on. If they do all of that, you will have a serious crisis of allegiance. Because there will be people in the South saying, why do we want to be part of this experiment? Frankly, these are issues that people in the North have to be much more sensitive to. But if they have the wisdom and the statesmanship to say, we can make adjustments, but we don't have to put ourselves in a position where people will need to fear that, you know, Aryavrat has been recreated in the North and everybody else is a supplicant, subjugated kingdom, as in the bad old days. If they don't do that, they show statesmanship, there's no reason why we shouldn't be a triumphant, unified, and successful country.
Harsh, do you agree with that? Or do you think that there are real cleavages that are emerging in India between states that, for example, are rapidly pushing towards possible double-digit growth versus states which are struggling with population, with resources, with industrialization? So you've got two Indias or multiple Indias. You perhaps always have had them, but the inequalities, if anything, are only growing between North and South in particular.
I think there are multiple aspects there. We are seeing early signs of economic convergence between the states, coastal, broadly South and West, and the interior North and East. We are seeing early signs of convergence, Uttar Pradesh most prominently. But to answer it broadly, I think the fault lines are actually healing gradually instead of becoming worse. For example, look at Southern movies doing so well all over the country. Look at the fact that it is so easy for somebody to plug and play, relocate from Kolkata to Bangalore to Mumbai to Delhi and vice versa. That kind of broad basing of the middle class kind of fungibility was not there earlier. Earlier it was the ICS, then the IAS, which actually, and you know, before that, you could argue the Brahmins of the country, the sacred geography. You know, if somebody would go and be a Pandit in Uttar Kashi from the south or vice versa, you know, Diana Eck wrote the Sacred Geography of India, and many Indian authors wrote as well. So I don't agree with the notion that we are falling apart, precisely because the notion of civilizational awareness, of what keeps us united, is very much there and actually becoming stronger as the fault lines of caste and language actually go less and less. There is a lot of politics on language, I will grant you that. I don't think anybody will ever declare Hindi as a national language. If at all, Sanskrit at some point could become a link language. But it is important to understand that it is Hindi plus English, some kind of Creole there, has become the de facto language of the street in most Indian cities. That is an organic process. It has not been enforced by anybody, and that is how it should be. But I do not support having one language for the entire country, and I don't think anybody sensible in the BJP does so.
But every session of parliament, some BJP MP stands up and says,
there are so many MPs. If you had so many MPs, you'd also have some people saying silly things.
So let's be clear. Do you think the Indian state, in a sense, is behind civil society? Civil society, in its own way, is organically integrating. North and South are integrating. It's the Indian state which perhaps is a step behind. Do you believe that the Indian state needs to recognize, in a way, that perhaps the gap between Delhi and South India, or Thiruvananthapuram, needs to be bridged?
Look, Bollywood is actually doing a better job in promoting Hindi than the Hindi Prachar Sabha. I mean, the fact is that you can have all these committees to promote Hindi coming out of Delhi. But if people need to understand some Hindi to follow their favorite films, that'll be enough for them to have an incentive to acquire it. I mean, why do people learn languages? Because it's useful for them in some way. If you make it obligatory that you can't deal with the government without knowing Hindi, or you can't deal with officialdom, you can't deal with the courts, then you have people's backs coming up. Whereas, yes, English isn't anybody's first language in the South or the North, but at least everyone's at an equal advantage or disadvantage. Everyone has to make the same effort to learn it. Therefore, it becomes a useful link language. That's the concept.
So basically, 2047, you see a more unified, harmonious India.
I'm saying it can be possible, provided those who are ruling India show the wisdom and statesmanship required to recognize it.
Basically, you're asking the public
Don't pander to the worst elements within your ruling party movement.
Basically, you're asking, make us the ruling party once again.
Oh, that'll be very welcome, absolutely.
I don't know whether that'll happen by 2047, but you know
thank you. I won't be around to find out, but thank you very much.
Neither will the Congress.
You know, but the fact is, equality is the other notion which was part of the very basis of the first Indian Republic, was that equality of citizenship. But if you look at income inequalities, for example, and that is the big challenge, 10% of our population accounts for 58% of this country's national income. And the income inequalities have only seemed to be widening at one level. You've got this great Indian middle class that has emerged. You've got millions of people who've been lifted out of poverty, but you still have sharp income inequalities. Do you see that as one of the fractures that could widen in the next 25 years? Or do you believe that as the economy grows, the fact is we will have those inequalities also lessening?
So I think there are a couple of aspects there. Inequality per se, and then opportunity/mobility. I think inequality, if you take a longer lens, Mughal period, British period, the Nehruvian socialist period, where of course a lot of the wealth at the top was not reported, by the way, because you had 97% taxes. I don't think inequality in that sense is increasing. In the last 20, 30 years, perhaps yes. Remember, the top Indian talent pool is globally mobile. They can work in Bangalore and show up in inequality numbers, or they can go to San Francisco, in which case you lose the taxes, but your inequality number goes down. What would you rather have? That's one. Secondly, it's more important to have broad-based opportunity and socioeconomic mobility. Now, on that case, for example, the fact that we are finally focusing on toilets, we're finally focusing on roads, we are finally focusing on electricity at the last level, drinking water at the last level. That is actually a real investment in human capital. I mean, I say that some of the most obvious Amartya Sen ideas have actually been implemented by the Narendra Modi government. And I think one of the reasons that has happened is, let us be honest, he actually comes from the socio-economic background. It was perhaps not obvious to the earlier government that this should be done. And when it was being done, it was done in a very kind of noblesse oblige manner, kind of very condescending top-down manner. So it is very important to understand why
but with due regard, Harsh, let's be honest, road infrastructure didn't start in 2014.
No, I'm not saying
it almost
accelerated.
I mean, it almost at times seems, even sometimes when I read your book, it almost as if India is, the Indian Republic has got independence after 2014, which it hasn't. Many of these ideas were before.
India also did not start in 1947, which is what it seems like when you listen to Nehruvians. But let me just simply say that, of course, a lot of work happened earlier, but the fact that this final human capability has been bank accounts, especially women getting it, why was this not done earlier? Why was drinking water not a focus earlier?
The bank accounts were done earlier, but I'm actually not going to argue on one important point. I think that if you look at the hardware of development, the ports, the roads, the infrastructure, the railways, all of these things, this government is paying attention. And I will not criticize them. They've been giving it priority. But when it comes to the software of development, the fact that you still haven't seen an improvement in at least 250 million of our people do not have a primary healthcare center within 5 kilometers walk of their places of residence, a place where they can actually get a nurse or a doctor and medicines. So that's going to be an injustice that needs to be addressed. You need decent schools for our people. Our government schools are not decent, massive teacher absenteeism, lots of problems. So the ordinary person in India is not getting the education that will enable them to take advantage of the opportunities that the world offers them. So education and healthcare both need serious attention. Skill development for those who can't hack a conventional education. Why haven't we engaged the private sector much more? Getting companies of a certain size to compulsorily offer vocational training if necessary, with certificates attached, so people can then have the capacity to move and get jobs done. These are the things that I would truly call human capital, and I think that's what Amartya Sen meant as well, is talking about the things that improve the quality of life of human beings. I want every Indian to be able by 2047 to take 3 meals a day for granted, to be guaranteed that there'll be a roof over their heads against the rain or the sun, and at the same time to be able to educate their kids, be taken care of without going bankrupt when they're sick, and have the capacity to dream of a better life for themselves and their children. That's what we need to achieve. That's true development. The roads and highways and bridges are great, they're important, but they can only work as a means to this larger end. The larger end is a better life for ordinary Indians. Let these people have a decent job, the prospect of a better one, the ability to dream and think of a better future. That, if you like, is the essential Nehruvian vision, is standing for a better future for every Indian. And that's what I believe in.
Good, you're still a Nehruvian. You're the last Nehruvian, but in a way. But Harsh, there is much in what Shashi Tharoor says, that while we are focusing on the hardware of development in the last 8 years, the software at times has been lost out. Education, key factor. Access to internet in schools is still 19% all over India. Only 14% in rural compared to 42% in urban areas. Now, I know that the task is gargantuan, but there's a sense that we still haven't paid enough attention to education and healthcare, and we were exposed rudely in this very city during the second wave of COVID, for example. the sense is that these are still critical. Do you believe that there will be a marked shift in the next 25 years towards the software that we need to becoming a true
absolutely.
global? Do you really see that happening?
Absolutely, and I think it has to happen. I would say it's already happening. For example, deworming, because I worked for MIT Poverty Action Lab long way back, was a massive success in India, completely underreported, which has massively increased student productivity at schools. Deworming was done at a nation level by the Modi government. Now, on education, I agree that it has been one of the less prioritized ministries. Just like Shashi conceded physical infrastructure was a good job, I would also concede that the soft part was not done very well. But, you know, they have more years, and it looks like they'll have more years in 2024 beginning as well. So we'll see where that goes.
We can help
I must say one thing, that actually on the health side, the digital public goods, for example, the way this vaccination was done, for now 2 billion vaccines and counting. And it is a fact that my friends in the US, they never really had this kind of ease for their verification of vaccination, to go and show into the airport, etc. On the internet part, I agree, much more needs to be done. But remember, the national telecom policy of Vajpayee government is what actually led to the massive rise in internet connectivity. And right now, after Jio, so it's not just the government, it's the private sector as well, we have the world's cheapest internet and the most downloaded gigabytes per person in the world. Now, how much of that is salubrious or not, I don't know. But a lot of good stuff is happening.
The speed is to be
beyond out.
No, almost 40% of digital payments are coming out of India, which is quite remarkable.
India has leapfrogged even China on that. So this has not happened without technocrats at the government, including, by the way, people like Nandan Nilekani, who are not part of the BJP, who had earlier fought a ticket on the Congress. So it's a bipartisan effort in that sense, but promoted primarily by the Modi government.
So are you saying the idea of India in 2047 would be of a fully developed country? The Prime Minister in his Independence Day address said that, you know, this is not about India becoming a developing country, but a developed country. But when I look at the numbers, we're way below. You know, look at per capita income of India, $2,000 odd dollars versus 12,000, which is the global average. So we are way below, and it takes about a decade to double. So we are not going to get anywhere close to what the Prime Minister's definition of a developed country by 2047 would be. My point is...
I disagree on that.
Where do you see us, for example, in 2047?
See, the per capita income dollar terms actually depends a lot on the currency exchange, which is cyclical. So let's not go into that. But primarily, you have to look at Indian per capita incomes as a percentage of the global average. And we bottomed out, for example, compared to the US, at 1% in the 1990s. We're close to 3-4% right now. And it's very rapidly increasing. So it's like a classic exponential curve. It seems flat until it suddenly goes parabolic. So I would be patient on that. We are consistently having good per capita growth rate. Unlike UPA 1 and UPA 2, there have been a lot of structural reforms done. The GST could not be passed by the UPA government. It was passed by the BJP government for all its warts and all. Similarly,
because of the resistance of the Chief Minister of Gujarat. That's why it wasn't passed by the UPA government.
Well, you were not able to convince him, but he was able to convince your Chief Ministers. Why was that? Because he used the Finance Commission for that.
Because where you stand on these matters depends on where you sit.
And how you prioritize it.
When he sat in Racecourse Road, his position changed.
The reason is because he guaranteed 5 years of GST payment to the states, and that's a decision the Congress government refused to take. On GST, on IBC is a massive reform which has totally unblocked our banking system. So these are big structural reforms, slow moving, they go through our jurisprudence, they set precedent and case. It takes a long time, but it has all happened, and there is a lot of tailwinds. I always say right now the India story as an investor, speaking as an investor right now, it's like a spring that's about to be unleashed. And there's a lot of short-term pain, a lot of long-term gain. And in this case, I'm going to eat my cooking. So, you know, I have massive skin in the game. So we'll find out. My third book is called Long India, and that's what I'm writing about.
You know, Shashi Tharoor, in that sense, and as we sort of wind down, do you believe India will be a better place to live in 2047 than it is today in 2022? I mean, if we ask this question possibly at the dawn of independence in 1947, and you looked 75 years later, you'd probably think the glass is half full and not just half empty. Your sense, do you believe India will be a better place to live in? There are serious challenges on the environmental front. I mentioned income inequalities, which are stark. There are possible north versus south challenges between states that are moving much faster than the rest. Do you believe we will be a better place to live in? And therefore the new idea of India, as you see it, in 2047 will make India a better place to live in?
It could be, but it will also depend on whether we can preserve social harmony and social peace. In other words, I think on the economic front, we've grown in every respect, every yardstick. I mean, Britain left us as a country with 16% literacy, 8% for women, 90% of people below the poverty line, and a life expectancy of 27. We've already come a long way from there. Okay, so your literacy rate is 82%, your life expectancy is 70, your maternal and child health and mortality figures are down. Everything is by and large in a transformative position. Of course, you still have people below the poverty line who frankly have done badly in the last few years, especially since demonetization and the COVID lockdown. But hopefully we can redress those and pull themselves up again. But the bigger question, it seems to me, is we don't want to be a country where you ask the question, are you better off? And the answer comes, well, it depends if you're a Muslim or not. I mean, the truth is, we should be a country where everyone is better off. We can be, but you've got to preserve social peace and harmony and get beyond this majoritarian communal bigotry that is poisoning the atmosphere.
You see that as the biggest challenge over the next 25 years, preserving India's unique social harmony and diversity?
I see it right now, Rajdeep. He talked about us betraying the liberal Muslims. I have liberal Muslim friends. I have a Muslim friend who's married to a Hindu who came to me and said, my son was told by his classmates, I can't play with you because your family is Muslim. And she was in a state of shock when she told me this, and she was not the only case. This kind of toxicity that has gone into our society, this has to be pulled out. Otherwise, we're going to poison ourselves. And then, indeed, there will be a question of whether we are better off, we're leading a better life in the future or not.
Let me just juxtapose take forward what Shashi said in a way, because sometimes it appears our governance priorities are horribly misplaced. I drove from Bengaluru to Mysuru the other day. The road was terribly potholed, potholes everywhere. And what is happening with the ruling party in Karnataka? They're taking out a Savarkar Yatra. I wonder where the Savarkar Yatra fits in with basic governance. Where you've got contractors accusing the government of being a 40% commission government. Now, every Indian city you go to, potholes is a major problem. From Mumbai to Bengaluru, this is not just about Karnataka. And then you hear of Savarkar Yatras taking place. You hear of religious processions. You hear of Muslim traders not being allowed at religious festivals in Karnataka. So, Harsh, you're pointing out to our civilizational greatness. But on the ground, look at the reality. We seem to be forgetting. The average person not interested in what happened 1,000 years ago. He is living with the here and now. And we seem to have completely misplaced priorities.
Issuing threats to each other about people who lived more than 1,000 years ago. So what you're saying is not factually correct. We're issuing threats to each other based on disrespect, apparent disrespect, to people who lived more than 1,000 years ago. So history is very much relevant, whether Naipaul was absolutely correct on that. In terms of roads.
No, I'm saying governance versus overt religiosity.
I think it's a false binary. If you like good expressways, Yogi Adityanath is going to be your favorite chief minister. Uttar Pradesh by far has the largest network of expressways in India, and it's only growing by leaps and bounds. So there is no versus Savarkar there. So
many of those started under Akhilesh Yadav also.
Again, he'll get more 5 years so that we can discuss more expressways going forward. But let me answer, and more seriously, let me answer this question. I think it is the unique contribution of dharma to focus on fraternity. The problem with Western political philosophy is we're so focused on liberty versus equality, right? Like John Rawls to now the woke politics we are seeing. They forgot what keeps societies together. Hinduism is a very kind of problematic term in the sense we don't understand what you're talking about. Radhakrishnan used to call Hinduism a commonwealth of religions, not religion, a commonwealth of religions. It is a superstructure, the operating system that allows people to live with mutual respect. People who are threatening that operating system will face resistance. And unfortunately, on the ground, it sometimes gets ugly.
No, but Radhakrishnan's Hinduism is very different, Harsh, from the Hindutva that is being practiced at...
That is what you're not understanding. The same people who voted for the Congress who are now voting for the BJP.
Forget voting preferences for a moment.
But
the Hindutva of the political style that we are seeing today versus the philosophical, spiritual Hinduism that Radhakrishnan spoke about cannot be compared. I'm just asking you.
I've written a couple of books about.
No, as we look ahead to 2047, are we going to see the fault lines increasing based on historical battles that have to be fought over Tipu Sultan?
So, for example,
over Savarkar,
when
over basic governance.
When Shashi writes against British colonialism, remember they were British Christian colonialists. Nobody in India thinks that we are speaking against Indian Christians. So if somebody speaks against primarily Turkic Muslims, but also Afghan, Arab, Iranian occasionally, why do we assume we are speaking against Indian Muslims? The problem is if somebody today defends Aurangzeb, when we can see what is the reality of Kashi in front of our eyes, we can see the direction in which Nandi is facing. The problem is not in the past. The past is not yet past. That is the issue. There is no closure there.
It's not past because you're not willing to put closure.
Indian Union Muslim League partner of the Congress in Kerala supported the decision to convert Hagia Sophia to a full mosque. Let us ask him, is he okay with Ayodhya, Kashi, Mathura being all mandirs? And if not, why not? Remember, Somnath was converted, brought back to its glory by the Congress party, by K.M. Munshi, by Mahatma Gandhi's permission. He only said, please do not use taxpayer rupees, and we did not use taxpayer rupees. It is the Congress party which has left India. India has not left the Congress party. And that's all I would like to tell Shashi. If he wants to bring back the opposition, and people like him want to bring back the opposition, stop calling people bigots. Please introspect what has gone wrong, and you will realize the fault is not in our stars, it is in ourselves.
Well, I'm glad that Harsh seems to have a fan club here, but the fact is that, almost every sentence he spoke deserves a challenge, particularly. I'm not a spokesman for the Muslim League, but they played an exemplary role when the Babri Masjid was knocked down in '92 in preserving communal peace in Kerala. Their spiritual and political leader did an amazing job of ensuring no passions were allowed to spill over in the Muslim community. I think having a Muslim party that believes in the idea of India and that actually educates women, that supports integration is actually good for India. I don't think it's a negative thing.
What about a Hindu party that does that?
Yeah, and when a Hindu party does that, that's fine too. We have them
But
too.
then by numbers, they'll win the majority.
No, but it cannot be a Hindu
You have to have first principles.
No, 1 minute. It cannot be a Hindu party that then decides that we will ban Muslim traders from coming to religious festivals in Karnataka, which they have been doing for centuries. It will not be someone. It will not be someone who will target someone on the basis of the clothes you wear, who you marry, what you eat. You agree with that or not?
You're focusing on only one aspect of the ledger. You're not looking at the other side of the ledger. You're not looking at violence.
Look, Harsh, you talked about Kashi Vishwanathan. We can talk about Gyan Vapi as well and so on. The historical facts are not in dispute. The question is, if something was done wrong in 1700, should we use 2022 to settle it now?
What's the harm in conceding it to the Hindus today?
Because the Muslims are worshipping at the spot today.
What's the harm? It was meant to humiliate the Hindu majority. Let us be very blunt about it.
How long are we going to
Why are we taking down?
Why do we have this inferiority complex?
Why are we taking down Confederate statues in the southern United States? That is also past, is it not? Why are we saying that no more statues of Lee in the southern US?
We are therefore.
Why is the Pope going and apologizing?
The idea of India is meant to look ahead, not behind.
That's right.
I sometimes wonder whether the idea of India does not need to look at a rear view mirror. The idea of India needs to look ahead. That's what will build a really new idea of India. There you agree. Good, we've got agreement at least on that. That we don't need to look at Tipu possibly or Savarkar. We need to look.
Not be ignorant of the past. Otherwise, we'll be condemned to repeat it.
We don't have to be ignorant of the past. We don't need to settle past scores
today.
You don't need to necessarily, because that can lead to friction. And this is a unique country. It's perhaps the greatest country in the world because over the years it's accommodated all kinds of people, Jews, Parsis. People have come from across the world and embraced India, and that perhaps makes this not a new idea of India, but the old idea of India that needs refreshment. Yes. And on that note, I want to ask both of you, with just 30 seconds left each, what's the best thing about being Indian? Let's leave on a positive, unified note. What's the best thing, Harsh, you first, about being Indian?
I think the best thing is that we are the only democracy, as I said, from Israel to Kerala. We are the vanguard state of dharma, if you will. We are the future. We will actually bring back the traditional religions, not just in India, but across the world, while being modernist. Because in Hindu dharma, or dharma more broadly, religion and science are not opposites. Modernity and tradition are not opposites. And it is this unique combination, this ability to look beyond binaries, that is the Indian gift. And if I may say so bluntly, that is the Hindu gift. That's what makes me proud.
Surely the Hindu gift is also not sort of judging people on the basis of the clothes they wear, what they eat, who they marry, crucially. So we need to recognize that is all. We have differing views possibly on what is Hindu dharma, but we will debate that on another day. Shashi Tharoor, what's the best thing not about being first of all, what's the best thing about being a congressman at the moment?
Now, let me answer your question, which was about what's
Because
the best
I was
of being
going to
in
get a
India.
news point out of you because you were also part of the G23, but this would not be the right forum to do that.
That's right.
So we'll find another forum.
I didn't come here to talk about that. You
So
said,
give me,
what's
what is the best thing about being Indian?
Democracy, diversity, acceptance of difference, inclusiveness, and a willingness to debate. I mean, we were the argumentative Indians of Amartya Sen's famous title, because throughout our history, every point of view was acceptable. You just had to argue it out. Shastrarth was our tradition. So I'm glad we had a chance to argue things today. But ultimately, the fact that you do so with respect, that you don't illegitimize the other point of view, but you talk things through with a view to eventually going on and living together, that was the great strength of Indianness. I hope that that will not be undermined by those who have the good fortune to be in power today.
Actually, there's a lovely word in Varanasi that is used again and again, and since Varanasi is always top of the mind, it's samvad, which is dialogue. So if we can move from vivad to samvad while discussing these issues of our times, maybe we will once again discover those renewed energies of a new India. On that note, Harsh and Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much for this wonderful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajay.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd just like to take a moment to thank everyone who's been part of putting this fabulous day together. The entire Business Today team, our editor-in-chief, Mr. Arun Puri, and of course our sponsors. Dinner will be served in Mehtab Hall, and we'd like to thank our sponsors, Associate Partner Brahmos, Knowledge Partner Accenture, Sustainability Partner True Alt Energy, Logistics Partner Safe Express, Associate Partner GMDC, Insurance Partner Tata AIA, Radio Partner 92.7 Big FM, Media Partner Amar Ujala, and Trade Media Partners Media Infoline, Best Media Info, and MediaNewsForYou.com. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the bar is open.